Friday here in Sweden. There's been a northern exposure on the ECN this week because we have Estonia, of course, that's up and running as well. But right here, 4 teams all vying for the first ECN trophy to be played on this ground since 2022. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Sweden Landskrona Finals Day, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. We are here in Sweden for finals day in this European cricket series. It's a bit of a history of European Cricket Network here in Landskrona. We were here in 2020 as well as 21 and 22. Haven't been back for a little while though, so it's really exciting to be back. And of course, this blue pitch has been the scene for some incredible action this week. So we started the week with 5 teams. Unfortunately, Hissingen's narrowly missing out on finals qualification, so they are out of this series, but still really appreciated their efforts during the week. But we have the Ariana Grande a little bit later on in qualifier 1. Those 2 teams in the top 2 positions. Right now, we are going to start the day with the eliminator, which is Malmö versus Seaside. Now, I do have some toss news for you a little bit earlier. It was Malmö that won the toss and elected to bat. And both these teams with pretty similar records during the week, 3 and 5. Malmö actually started really strongly on Monday morning with a big win over Ariana Keefe. But after a couple of strong performances, actually they beat both of the Ariana sides. Then just kind of went on a bit of a losing streak. They did kind of come back, win one other game down the stretch, but certainly probably not the kind of form they'd want to go into finals Friday with. And kind of the same story in a way for Seaside, who started on a bit of a losing streak, had a bit of a resurgence in the middle, but it's been very mixed. So both these 2 teams, probably more downs than ups this week, but they are at least still here. And if they do qualify for the afternoon, they probably will be underdogs, but they probably won't mind that tag. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, I know it was a bit windy and a bit wild yesterday, but today it looks pretty good to me. Actually, plenty of blue sky to go with the blue pitch. Currently about 12 degrees and we're heading for 17. So hopefully it's not too windy, because if it stays like this, it's quite pleasant for the players. Speaking of pleasant, Tina Goff has been absolutely magnificent in my absence in the last couple of days. And thank you very much for giving me that mini break. Allowed me to do a couple of little things that I need to do to make sure I can keep the European cricket universe ticking. But right now, I can tell you that we are ready for finals day here in Landskrona with the news from the toss that Malmö, who finished 3rd, they've won the toss. They are batting first against Seaside. Only one of these teams will survive to face the loser of qualifier 1 in qualifier 2. So let's see who gets to keep their dream alive. Tina, it's over to you as we get ready for the first ball.
Thanks very much, Vinny, and welcome to Peacock Friday Finals Day here in Sweden, where we've got a tasty lineup for you, starting with the eliminator between Malmö and Seaside. And well, it was a bit touch and go whether Seaside would even make it here, and they certainly started strongly on the final day of the group stages, beating Ariana Keefe by 13 runs. It was only 113 they put on the board. Somehow they were able to hold strong, hold the fort, and keep Ariana Keefe at bay. 13 runs was the winning margin, and actually it was 15 extras bowled by Ariana. So they certainly, going into that qualifier 1, will have to tidy up their act. Match 17, then Hissingen's Ariana CC, and Hissingen's were the ones we thought, can they sneak in to finals day? They were underdogs going into this game, and Ariana CC did end up beating them comfortably. It was a strange one though. Ariana probably should have picked up that bonus point. They needed just 1 ball of the 8th over to finish the game, but Hissingen's, because of that bonus point that they sneaked in, they were able to keep their final hopes alive. And then match 18, Ariana Keefe Seaside. It was again the repeat of the match 16 that we saw earlier in the day. This time Ariana Keefe won in an absolute thriller. Seaside had the chance to hit the final ball for 6 to win the game. It was Abdul Haq at the crease. He managed a 4. That's why the losing margin was just the 1 run. In reality, though, that final ball nowhere near going for the old Maximo, but nevertheless, Seaside kept themselves in contention. And then it was the big basement battle between Hissingens and Seaside. Hissingens knew they had to win this one to keep any chance alive of getting through to finals day, and they did in what was another thriller. Again, they only put on 108 on the board, did Seaside, and Hissingens this time were able to sneak over the line with 1 ball to spare. That meant going into the final game, Hissingens knew they had to win, but not only win big, with any chance then to go through to finals day. Unfortunately, they only put 116 on the board, and Ariana Kiff, they made heavy work of it, but they did get over the line again in a final ball thriller, and they got through with 1 ball to spare. So that's why at the end of the group stages, it was the top 4 that went through, and Seaside sneaked in ahead of Hissingens by 2 points. So Hissingens, we will say goodbye to them, but they've provided absolute entertainment throughout the week, including several final over finishes and a final ball finish as well. Of course, then later in the day, we'll see the Ariana rivalry reignited once more in qualifier number 1. But before that, we have the eliminator. It's Malmo versus Seaside. Remember, Malmo had a day off yesterday, so they should be ready and raring to go. Bilal Zaygam, he's a big inclusion for them. He comes back and takes the gloves. Abdal Khan comes in for his first appearance in this series, and Sahil Shahzad also comes back into the side for Malmo. As for Seaside, there's 1 or 2 big changes, most notably a change in the captain, Jadvest, who you might remember has been playing all week with a broken hand. He doesn't feature today, and Ashik Hussain will take on the captaincy with teenager Abdul Ahad coming back behind the stumps. He took a brilliant catch in just his first over with the gloves, and he's got the nod here this morning in the big eliminator. And Saeed Gilani, also a big inclusion. He can do some damage with the bat. He comes in along with Sharia Hassan. So there's a few changes, 7 in all across the 2 sides, and it's certainly going to be an intriguing fixture, with both sides having the same matchup after the 8 games in the group stages, 3 and 5, with, I'd say, probably Malmo on the balance of things, feeling like they're slight favourites. Of course, they finished in 3rd to Seaside's 4th. But Seaside, they're not to be underestimated. They did go on a little 3-game winning streak in the middle of those group stages, and well, the win predictor certainly seems to agree that we might have a thriller on our hands here. Seaside, they did lose their final 2 games of the group stage, but both of those were very tight defeats. Ariana Kiff, that was the one where they needed the 6 off the final ball, and then Hissingens, they lost by 4 runs. But in reality, they didn't play their best, and they now know they have to bring their best to the table, because this is a winner-takes-all eliminator game. The loser, we will say goodbye to them early on this Friday morning, and the winner, they've still got some work to do. They will go into qualifier number 2 to face up against the loser of the Ariana Derby, which we will see again reignited. I'm already looking forward to that one. But before that, Malmo and Seaside, they will be doing battle. Malmo, they won the first little skirmish. They won the toss and have elected to bat. I think that's a good call as well. Seaside have shown frailties when trying to chase. And, well, we saw that in earlier games, in particular against Ariana CC, that big thumping by 74 runs. In terms of the matchup between these 2 sides, though, it's even Stevens. Game number 2 went the way of Malmo, beating Seaside by a big 9 wickets. That was Seaside's first game in the tournament, though. It took them a bit of time to get going. But in game 8, then, it was Seaside that took the spoils, beating Malmo by 19 runs. So I think at this point, it's anyone's game, and it looks like it'll be, well, I've dubbed him the showman, Abdul Haq. He always has a word or 2 to say, whether it's to his own teammates, to the opposition, to the cameras. And importantly, he always has a smile on his face. It looks like he will be opening the bowling for Seaside. As for Malmo, Bilal Zaygam, he's a big addition. He was missing on the final day of group stage action for Malmo, but he comes back into the side and straight back to the top of the order. There's the youngster, Abdul Ahad, number 50. He will be keeping for Seaside. Be interesting to see how he goes. Big pressure on young shoulders, but he performed admirably in the game he did keep in yesterday. It was only the one game he kept, actually. He was then on the field as well as 12th after an injury to one of his teammates. There he is again with gloves on this time. Abdul Haq will open up. Abdul Sadais, meanwhile, has joined Musadak Mubarak, in fact, out there in the middle. So it won't be Zygam opening up. Mubarak facing the first ball. A bit of a loose first delivery, but has been just signaled a dot ball. So Abdul Haq gets away with that one. He's someone who loves the competition. He loves getting himself in a battle. The left armour. Big appeal first up, and it's been given. There was a big swing on that one. I think the only question mark is whether that's going down leg. Let's have a look at this one. It was very full, so I don't think there's too much danger of it going over the stumps. It hits him pretty much flush on the foot, on the ankle. I would argue it's swinging quite a lot, especially early on where the ball's still new. Musadak Mubarak, though, he does have to go. It's one of those 50-50 calls. This time it goes the way of Abdul Haq, the bowler. Probably helped by his pretty convincing appeal there. He's getting early swing, the left armour. He does bowl from very straight, so that goes in his favour. The umpire there had no hesitation to give it an Abdul Haq straight into the thick of the action once more as Malmo lose their first wicket without scoring a run. Mubarak departing for a second ball duck. That brings Haider Atcham to the crease. Just needs to be careful of this early swing from Abdul Haq. Well, instead he served up a low full toss and no hesitation in smashing that one to the boundary. Early wicket, though, is an important one for Seaside. Mubarak scored runs throughout the series so far in that last game against Ariana CC that Malmo played just 2 days ago. He scored 71 off 22 deliveries. It was a loss in the end, and he's lost his wicket early here. Abdul Haq just a little all over the place at the moment. When he gets it right, he's incredibly difficult to face, especially that left arm overaction, swinging in to the right-hander. He's right on the money on this occasion. Atcham, well, he crunched the first one for 4. Since then, he's just had to defend his castle. Abdul Sadais at the other end hasn't faced a ball yet. We know how destructive he can be. 81 he scored in the big win against Hissingens, the winning margin there, 25 runs. He scored 81 in just 27 deliveries. Watch mostly from the other end, though. You probably will continue to watch from the other end as that one not quite middled by Atcham, but has enough on it to go to the boundary. That will be a boundary to finish the first over. Atcham moving along to 8, and those are all the runs that have been scored by Malmo, as of course the early wicket went. Musadak Mubarak without troubling the scorers as we take a look at the stats for the series so far. And I welcome back. It's been a long time, feels like a long time, Vinny. Well, how have you been? How have you had your break?
Been great, yeah. Tina, great to be back with you in the commentary igloo. Hey, have a look at some of these stats. High successful chase, 157. That was actually in the Ariana Grande back on day 1. Also interesting, lowest score defended, 112. So yeah, you better get a decent score on the board, and slightly more people, or slightly more teams have one batting first versus batting second, which is probably no surprise to see Malmo deciding to bat first. Yeah, it's 13-7. Another thing I've noticed in my couple of days off, a lot of people getting hit. So nice, where's one there? Not the worst we've seen.
We had a big one yesterday. The legs were immediately lifted in the air.
They were. So nice. Well, he kind of had one breakout innings this week, didn't he? But I still think he's batted under what his potential is. And that's not a bad start for him, because he's going to flick this way dismissively. In fact, this will go all the way Maximo for the Swedish national team player.
We had a few low-scoring thrillers that you missed yesterday. Hissingen's, somehow they kept on just scratching their way up to totals, which even when they finished their innings, you thought, they can't possibly defend this. And somehow they managed to defend 113 against Ariana Kif, even though Ariana, well, they probably gave far too many extras. So Seaside, certainly not to be underestimated here. As Hussain comes in to bowl this second over, just a misfire on that second delivery, but 2 dot balls since then.
Yeah, have a look at some of these numbers, almost 5,000 runs, and that's only in 4 days of cricket as well. Wicket rate slightly higher than usual when it's up in the 6s, that's quite interesting. 4s have overtaken Maximos, I always thought it'd be a close battle, and the average run rate, 122 per 10 overs. I kind of had a feeling it would be 12.5 to 13. Almost takes his head off. Luckily it doesn't, and the game will continue without medical intervention.
Yeah, we've...
Good angle on that, didn't we?
He decided for a moment, do I try and catch this, and realised he probably wants to use his hands for the rest of his life.
When we say moment, I would call it momentito.
That one goes high up in the air. It will be a Maximo, just dragged it a bit too short there, Ashik Hussain. That's the second Maximo of this over. And they're still going strong here, Malmo, despite losing that early wicket. Consistently hitting the rope. This time, it's just Hyde levering that one over. The man with 111 on his shirt. Just talking about those 4s and 6s, I'm not surprised that the 4s have edged it because it was so windy yesterday. I don't know if it came through on the cameras.
There were some giveaways.
Well, the Maximos are catching up though. That's back-to-back Maximos. We had one that went onto the almost onto the roof of the sports hall yesterday. That one goes considerably high up.
It's hit halfway up. It's hit tin. So imagine you're just sitting minding your own business down the side of this wall and boom. Oh, you get lit up. There we go. There's the telltale evidence.
I don't know how many of those
here this week.
I don't know how many of those scratches and marks are Grizzlies, but there was that one big hit yesterday that I thought it was going to go over the hall. But it's the end of the over. Just about escapes, going magical 19 runs coming off it, but a good resurrection here from Malmo, 27 for 1. And yeah, Sweden generally hasn't been super high scoring, especially on the back of Jersey, which was an absolute run fest, but pretty much about average so far for the series this year. As go into the third over, and a bit of attempted footwork by Abdul Haq. Clearly a left footer as well as a left armour.
He's tried this a couple of times this week. Let's just say if it came down to a penalty shootout to keep Sweden in the Euros, he probably wouldn't be in my 5. But still. Hey, yeah, great job over the last couple of days.
Thank you.
Gonna look at a few more stats. And typically you hit more 6s, win more games. The top 2 are in the top 2. And also Seaside Hissingen's pretty close to each other. Seaside just edging out, but that is in the order of the table.
Well, there's another 6 to add to the collection, and Hyde Acham looks like he's in the mood on this Peacock Finals day, as that one doesn't quite go into Construction Corner. Hey, did you hear about the addition we have to Construction Corner? It's now not just Construction Corner, but because the amount of CC, the amount of Grizzlies that have gone their way.
Are you saying yes to me?
Could be. Depends what the question is.
CC. Well, I mean, I think I don't want to take all the plaudits.
You can.
I got it started the other day. I made contact.
Remember? You did. Like an alien landing. Well, this one's coming to say hello. It's almost making contact with the igloo. That one's flat batted back down the ground. Hyde Ashtam moves into the 30s off just 9 deliveries. Yeah, well, you made friends.
This one was igloo adjacent. Just checking my eyes aren't deceiving me. That was 6. Probably dangerously close. We should have sprung into rule 1 there, but it just missed the igloo.
I will say I have been fully compliant while you've been away.
I know.
I'm just wiping off the dent off the back of the monitor.
There is these monitors that we follow the action on, our replay monitors, are surprisingly sturdy.
Robust.
Did it hit the case or did it hit the actual monitor?
It hit the actual monitor, because I didn't have the case open yesterday, so I spread my equipment across because you weren't here. And
so in Bulgaria a couple of years ago, one of the odd times I would get out of the commentary box in between games and having a bit of a hit out in the middle. Seems harmless enough, right?
Well, it's not a harmless delivery, because actually it was a beautiful one swinging in to Acham, but he just gets a little edge on it. Nothing the young wicketkeeper Abdul Ahad could have done about that one, and it's the third boundary in a row.
Definitely plays for this. It's very smart batting, isn't it? This shows Acham's not all crash and bash. But speaking of crash and bash, well, this is when we actually, for a while, we experimented with having the commentary in the tower.
Oh,
so we
dear.
were kind of on level 2 or level 3 of the tower. Let's just say you can't hit a straighter shot than the shot that I hit.
Well, it's pretty straight. It's more towards cow corner for Acham. Even when he goes for guile the previous ball, this one is all about power. And he motors along now. Malmo bring up the 50 in style. 50 for 1, still 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, Mubarak not coming off at the top of the order, went to that LBW, which is probably marginal. I can understand why it gets given. Only has to hit a little bit of leg stump. It's rare it would swing past with the angle of the left arm up. But yeah, still, maybe it's good we could lose. Acham's been smashing them.
And there he goes again. This one will have the distance on it. And this over goes for 29. Abdul Haq, the showman. Well, the show must go on without him as he finishes with figures of 37. He does pick up the 1. But it's a big, big over to end the power play for Malmo as they finish it in the 50s, 56 for 1.
Took a turn. Remember the other day we were critical? He didn't get brought back after taking 2 for 3 in his first over. He took 1 for 8 in his first over this time. Came back for his second over. Conceded 29, including 5 boundaries on the spin. So maybe they know something. But anyway, 56 for 1, as you say, after 3. Anyway, we're in Bulgaria. We should say the short boundary, the straight boundary in Bulgaria is about 38 metres. Okay, and then, so I'm not bigging myself up or anything, but I could not have hit more of the middle of the back of that monitor. Like if you could, you know, use a ruler and cross the, bounce straight off. Yeah. These monitors, 2 circles. One of the stuff that's great about 2 circles equipment, it never breaks down. That's Anders agreeing wholeheartedly. And I will say, I know we've had a few technical snafus, but it's not necessarily everything that's in our control. Just ask the people of Madrid. I ran into a couple of Madridians last night. Said, you got electricity yet? That's going to be a no ball, and that's going to be 4. So Rahat comes on, gets it wrong first ball. There's the non-standard Minimo with the free hit to boot.
Just a bit of a looser on that occasion. Rahat, well, he had the knack of picking up wickets yesterday. He picked 2 up in 2 balls, 2 up in 3 balls, but starts with a bit of a filthy full toss. And Abdul Sadais, who's mostly watched the carnage from the non-striker's end, has the chance to double down here. That one going to the boundary and the free hit still to come.
Yeah, and of course you were playing only last weekend. Must feel like a lifetime ago now. That you
Am I a cricketer?
5 days. Hey, now how do you think I feel? I feel like I played 100 years ago. Go back to that in a second after this free hit. Sadais wants to cash it in.
So again, another low full toss, and it should be taken. And well, he actually does the right thing there, Syed Gilani, by just palming it forward. It was a free hit anyway, so it wasn't going to be a catch, but he just makes sure that it doesn't burst through his hands and just plonks it forward and stops the boundary. Yeah,
does the right thing there. Doesn't want to mess around just in case he was close to that boundary. Just kind of slap it forward.
Slow ball from Rahat. It's gone high up in the air. There's a fielder from point converging underneath it. It's a tough chance, but he takes it comfortably. And that is the second wicket to fall, and the fielder's going off on one here.
So he should. I mean, that's a very easy catch to drop. Shohra Hassan is the man that takes it. I was just watching this. It was kind of a beautiful moment where everyone knew it was a catch and everyone fell completely silent. It's a very good catch. You needed to be at the ground, see how high that was. And
he suddenly goes on the afterburners.
Well, that was just burning off that extra nervousness because he knew it was a big moment as well, because Acham had been absolutely smashing them. He was 48 off just 12 balls before that ball. So a real kind of potentially game-changing moment. And Hassan comes up with a good. So it's a wicket for Rahat after a bit of a dodgy start to the over. And Malmo are 62 for 2. Meters per second per second. I know that you've got physics in the blood, more or less. So the higher it goes, the faster it's coming when it's coming down.
I'm going to have to verify that claim later, I think, is that one. I didn't go very fast, but it goes past the gloves of Abdul Ahad. Go through for a bye. Speaking of Abdul Ahad, do you want to know what year he's born in?
Oh, this is going to make me sick, but go on, tell me.
2009.
Yeah.
What were you doing in 2009?
Good question. It's actually probably around the time I stopped playing serious cricket.
As that one's lifted away. Does it have the distance on it? No, it doesn't. And it's a good catch on the boundary by Mujtaba Hakim. A pressure catch. He knew the boundary was lurking behind him. Abdus Sadais goes for the lift over point, but doesn't get enough elevation on it. And it's a big over this as Feroz Rahat picks up his second wicket. And Malmo now 63 for 3.
Oh, well, just 2 minutes that's changing the game at the moment. After a run of 7 boundaries and 8 balls, this, and even, actually it was 8 and 9 if you include the 5, which was off a no ball, 4 plus a no ball. Since then, this over's gone 1 wicket by wicket. Even the bye working out because you got the 2 set batters both back in the shed. And Malmo, we know they're a collapse risk. We've seen it before. I'll be hoping someone stands up.
Wahab Hassan coming in, and he's certainly standing up as he just crunches that one down the ground. First delivery, he's a big hitter, and he's started off perfectly here. 52 not out, he scored off just 16 deliveries back in game 8. That was a loss, and then he backed that one up with 43 in game 11. He's done it in losses so far. Can he get it on the winning side on this occasion? Yeah, May 25, 2009. Number 1 was Boom Boom Pow by the Black Eyed Peas.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got that Boom Boom Pow?
Do I have it right now?
Left it in Prague.
It'll just be a bye here. So byes have been lucky this over because it created a wicket. Still is 1 to go, or is there? No, that's the end of the over. It's 70 for 3 then after 4. Pretty interesting over. Had 14 runs, but 2 key wickets. And we'll head into the 5th. Gives me a chance to say good morning. Gula Mustafa, good morning to you. Happy Peacock Friday, everybody. And Gregor Gorway's in there. I believe he just spent a bit of time in Spain. He was asking me for a few tips. So hopefully that went well. And hello Johnny Heesum as well. I know a few people double screening, including myself. And Bulgaria doing pretty well at the moment. They've got Estonia 52 for 7 in just the 9th over.
Okay.
So a real chance to knock them over. One of the issues with Bulgaria is I don't think they've ever quite batted out a 20 over innings, so they're getting close. Putting the shoe on the other foot up in Tallinn this morning so far.
Well, I was very happy for Estonia to pick up their 2 first ever T20I wins, but I think Bulgaria, it's their time. It's the time here for Saeed Galani as he is back into the side and will bowl the 5th here. Yeah, good position for Bulgaria then. It's just be a case of can they do it chasing.
And for the neutrals, I think you'd love to see Bulgaria get a T20I win. Because of the countries that have played, there's not many. I know Czechia is still searching for their first. They've played, how many games? They've probably played 12 matches. But yeah, I mean, I think it's sometimes that little boost that everyone needs to feel that something tangible is coming out of all the work that's been putting in. Ghana's going to get called for a wide here. But Rafiq and Hassan, they've got a pretty important role. Just, I won't say rebuilding, but that's not a wide. The translation occasionally hasn't happened this week with the wide. But anyway, maybe it'll work out for it. Maybe they'll take a wicket with the extra ball.
Oh, no, it will be double jeopardy as that one's lifted away, all the way for 6. Just tries to overcorrect it there to Saeed Galani. Bit of a punishment given that it probably should have been a wide. Goes for the straighter one. Just gets it a bit too far down leg side, and Hamad Rafiq lifts that away for his first runs of this eliminator.
Yeah, so Bulgaria, and most of Estonia as well. You've got native born and bred European players, which I think is great for the sport. And Bulgaria, remember we saw them last year for the first time. Very young team. A lot of work's been put in. So I know sometimes it's uncomfortable to watch, but also, you can actually track the improvement.
Just clubbed down the ground. No, I didn't get all of it, did Rafiq, but it was enough to elude Umar Chowdhury on the long on boundary. And that will be back-to-back boundaries for Rafiq. Malmo cruising along nicely now. 82 for 3 halfway through the 5th.
So Rafiq is my canary down the coal mine for the Malmo innings. And I'll tell you why. I might have mentioned this earlier in the week, but they were playing a game where they needed, I think, 14 off the last 3 overs, only 2 out. They were absolutely cruising. He was batting very well. This is against Ariana CC. Long throw attempted, but they'll get the single there. And he got out, and I was like, oh, well, happens. Then they lost 8 wickets for 4 to lose the game, including 5 wickets off the 5 balls in the 10th over to lose comfortably. So that was all because Rafiq got out. I'm sure he's not still thinking about it 4 years later, because I'm not.
Speaking of canary, I'd say that's the colour of your suit today as well.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of controversy in my outfit today, because I've made some choices. I know that Peacock Friday often is a shirt, but you'll see I've gone for a different take on it today. Because my shirt, I'm going to warn everyone before we come on the camera, it's a plain colour.
Oh, no.
But it makes sense.
You've let yourself down. You've let the fans down.
You're not angry, you're just disappointed.
Final ball of the fifth. It's a good over so far from side Galani. And that one's been hit firmly down the ground. The chase is on and the ball is going to win. There's a slide coming in from the left, a slide from the right, and Malmo, they go into the late 80s, 87 for 3 then at the end of the fifth. And what was a good over for Galani ends with a bit of a slip and slide. And Rafiq looking like he wants to go big here.
Yeah, I think Galani's practiced his grumpy face enough this week. He'll be hoping to turn a bit of a corner because he's a very good player. Hasn't had a lot of help in the field at times. That one was just hit too well. Vinny Sandu back in the igloo today. Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, who's been doing a fantastic job. Happy Peacock Friday. I've got a bit of a peacock suit today. I feel it's pretty bright. And obviously we've got the Swedish colours as well. Maybe you can't tell because the sun's behind us at the moment. But I'm proudly exhibiting the Swedish colours as we see another body blow. Just been a bit of a running theme. Maybe they should make this pitch black and blue.
Yeah, well, it's going to be certainly a few bruises here and there. This time, just about escapes some critical damage. Just about. It's a wince effect, though, especially for all the men watching. Rahat's come back on for his second over here. And his first one only went for 12, and 50% of that has been hit in that one shot as Hamad Rafiq boosts that one for 6 runs.
I love that Nikhil Mathur has said, Vinny, this is the 5th time you've mentioned the match where Malmo CC collapsed. Yeah, I know, but it was pretty amazing. Because I haven't seen many like it. I did see a 9 for 10 collapse recently. I saw a big collapse in Jersey as well, Eastern Royals. In the ECSW, lost 9 quick wickets.
Lifted up in the air, it's a chance for a catch. Oh. It's been misjudged here. Syed Galani, he had to run and keep on running. He just took the half step back. And that meant it dropped harmlessly in front of him, but should have got there. Yeah,
it was almost like he called a timeout, and gravity doesn't work that way. And the ball continued to drop. Anyway, it's only a single. Rahat's got 2 wickets, wants a third.
Slow ball comes out. That time it's crunched through the covers, and it's Hemant Batullah who had a split-second decision where he thought, okay, probably should go for this in the end. He turns his back on it, goes for the old self-preservation method, and it's back to another boundary for Wahab Hassan. Oh, it would have been a toe cruncher, though.
Fence held up pretty well there because I thought that ball would go through it.
Back to the quicker delivery. This time, Batullah's got a chance to take this catch. He settles underneath it, and he drops it. It goes in and straight out. Hands on hips time because that would have been a big wicket. It's the second escape in the over.
Well, he's got alligator claws here, and I've just got a 6th sense for when ball might meet face, and I was a bit worried, to be honest. He almost got it at the second opportunity, though. That was a big moment as well. They've been pretty good at holding the key catches so far this morning. The purple people power, but that one goes down. Last ball for Rahat.
That one gets hit into the leg side. Does it have the distance on it? I'm not too sure. No, it doesn't. But again, for the 3rd time in this over, the chance goes a-begging. This time it's Ashik Hussain, who I think doesn't even get anything on it in the end. It drops the wrong side of the rope if you're a Malmo batter, because it does just go for 4. He does get a finger on it.
Yeah, he gets a finger on it, but yeah, pops away. So yeah, you're right. 2.5 to 3 opportunities. Batter gives the bowler a high 5. Tries to commiserate with him, but I think he's pretty happy to still be there. 100 comes up. Malmo 103 for 3 after 6. And yeah, taking opportunity is so important, especially in finals where, so everyone knows the top order batters are top order batters for a reason. Are you a bruiser?
Yes, I think I'm a bruiser.
You look like you'd bruise
like
easily with the grizzly. You must have had a bit of experience by now.
Yeah, I've got a few in the collection. I don't know if were you there in Malta? Somehow the biggest bruise I got in the last few years was getting out of the minibus in Malta, the crew bus, and somehow there was a door hinge or something, and it scraped up my thigh, and everyone was like, "Oh, did you get hit by a cricket ball?" But it was on my left leg, so it's my back leg when I'm batting. And I should have just said, yeah, I wore one, but it was an accident with a minibus.
Car accident.
Yeah, you should have seen the other bus.
As car accidents go, it's not such a serious one, but I'll allow it. I'm lucky I'm not really a big bruiser.
Don't bruise?
I don't say I don't, but I have pretty good elasticity still. Especially, I didn't wear a thigh pad for ages. But then when I started playing first grade cricket, I thought it might be a good idea.
Yeah, I think they'd spot that weakness immediately. Galani coming back to bowl his second hit. I think the worst bruise I had was, for some reason, my friend had a saxophone, but he had a saxophone, he played saxophone, that's why he had one.
Probably.
And
helps.
He had it in a saxophone case. For some reason, I went to boot the case. I think I just wanted to move it out of the way. It was such a sturdy case, and it was one of these metallic ones. You know, like the box that the local lifestyle trophies come in? I absolutely smashed it off my shin.
I want to circle back to that in a minute.
Up and away, straight as an arrow from Wahab Hassan. As it goes over us to our right, I think we're in danger zone here, Vinny, in the igloo.
That's us. Now, luckily, the tent's not see-through, and hopefully it's grizzly-proof, because we know that Wahab hits a long ball. He just kind of clears the front leg. The Sprite bottle's getting fizzed up here, despite the 3 wickets they've lost and some key batters lost in the first half of the innings. They're still on for 150 plus. Gilani needs to fight back.
This one is hit down the ground. The partnership moves along to 49.
Oh, and like no time as well. Remember that double strike when they were able to get Hutchum and Sudais.
I actually have photographic evidence of the bruise.
I just wanted it, so I went to kick the case, and it's just a matter-of-fact nature that you...
I don't know, I think I was messing around. It was my mate.
So I just kicked his saxophone case.
I think I was trying to nudge it out of the way because it was in the way of something, and I did it with a bit too much gusto.
Boot the case, yeah.
And my shin took the full force of it.
Anti-boot protection.
I just hate music, Vinny.
End of the 7th over. It's 113 for 3. Let's have a look at the program here. Malmo finished 3 and Seaside 4, but there was really nothing between them even. Same amount of points, same amount of wins, net run rate very close. The Ariana Grande, that should be very, very good, because Ariana CC did finish top, but Ariana Keefe have the wood on them this week. The winner of that game straight to the final. The loser will have to play the winner of this game, and yeah, we're going to see by the end of the day who wins the first ECS to be played at this ground since 2022. So really looking forward to it.
I'm just going through my phone now, and I've realised how many photos of bruises I have. So
I've got one good one. Oh.
That's a bad one. This is I admit this is not good radio hearing, but it was.
I'll need a moment after.
This one goes behind the keeper. Is it going to go for a backsamo? Yes, it is. Signalled by the keeper and the fielder. Sharia Hassan comes on for his first ball.
Was that ball shot out of a cannon? Explain the photo that you just sent to me. Luckily, we won't show it.
It was high catching, so it was at Oxford, and we were just doing high catching practice, and I think her hands were probably...
How high was it hit?
From
200 metres? Oh, jeez.
And you can very much see what is a ball-shaped lump on the forehead with seam.
With the seam?
She was fine, though. When it was right next to the hospital, she went to the hospital and she was like, yeah, it's fine.
Luckily. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever seen one quite like that.
Yeah, well, cricket is a dangerous sport, isn't it? And
coming together here.
It's never the way you think, is it?
Yeah, everything's okay. Let's have a look. Did we miss anything? Oh, no ball called. Did he kick over the stumps? That's all I can think he might have done. What are you saying?
He's pointing at the other end. I'm not quite sure why, but either
don't
way.
know. In fact, it's not been given a no ball, but it's been hit for 6 anyway. So, yeah, a bit of a strange one there. His umpire Galami was motioning at something. All right, bruise chat's over. Let's get back to the game.
Yeah, having spoken about bruises, I've realised that I think about 27% of my photos on my phone are just bruises.
I've got a good one, but I'm not going to show it to you. But I'd say I'm not a general bruiser. I'm okay with impact.
Yeah.
But something did happen to me once.
That one has been knocked into the leg side, and again, there's 2 fielders out there. And there's a post-mortem between Umer Chowdhury and his teammate, who, well, just stood pretty much still as a statue at cow corner. Throws up the hand in apology there. Does
I mean, was it
say,
that close to him? I didn't feel like it was.
I feel like you could move as a bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, that would be desirable. You never know if you never go.
And there's no stopping that one. It doesn't matter where the two fielders are, as that one soars over their heads. And going well here is Hamad Rafiq. He moves just one hit away from his half century. Malmo move up to 135 for 3. Perfectly positioned here to go big.
Throw comes in, almost takes the ball's head off. Hassan took that important catch earlier. But right now, Rafiq is owning the innings, isn't he? And Hassan's gone magical in his over. Rafiq with a chance to bring up his half century.
He goes for the big shot and he gets it through to the keeper. That is the end of the over as well. So it stays at 135, but they've got 2 overs left to do. Malmo certainly be eyeing up 150, 160. Expected score up towards 170.
So after I played cricket, and I retired in, I think, 2011, and then I actually played baseball for a few years. Ended up playing a pretty good level of baseball. I played kind of, yeah, I'm one of the few people, I think there's a couple of others, but I played kind of first grade cricket and first grade baseball in Western Australia. And in a baseball game, I've been pretty lucky with injuries, but I basically tore the ligament that connects your leg to your body, like a really bad groin tear. Oh, speaking of the devil. Hassan, well, this could be another time to bend the legs. Hassan's been good so far. But this one, bit of hard surface on another surface. And Hassan needs a moment.
Well, we're talking about bad injuries, and there's one right there. Just breathe through it. Deep breath,
I like
Hassan.
this. They're going to verbal counselling first. They're not going straight to bending the legs, but you know it's coming.
It's coming. Oh, no, he's going in the recovery position. He's going, yeah, there we go. But it's
there you go. That'll definitely help. Ow.
It's the back bend, not the front bend. We had the front bend yesterday.
Nice to see the players changing positions and mixing it up a little bit. But I did like the little whisper in the ear saying, it's all in your mind. It's easy to say. And now we've got a good old-fashioned, what's that, a 9-person team that are just trying to motivate Hassan to continue or maybe retire.
I have heard that's the golden number. You need 9 people providing support.
Bush. Right, the protector. And look at, actually, I think I saw a tear come out of umpire Galami's sunglasses as he walks away positionally. He already worked his way towards where he anticipated the batter would stumble to. Anyway, he's feeling great. All happens in the 9th. Great to be back. Luckily, Batula, medium pace at a push.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't want any more. And he tries his best to get hit again.
Where was I going with this?
Baseball.
Turns out, and then this is quite an amazing story. I've forgotten about this because it feels like forever ago. This is the start of 2019.
Okay. Just
before I stopped playing all sport and started commentating all the time. But I was picked playing cricket on ice in Switzerland. I was determined to play. Determined. Moving this time. Yeah, good strategy. This time it will just be a single. So I was determined to play. The doctor, though, told me, but turns out, I'd injured it quite badly. I was like, I don't care, I'm playing anyway.
Were you in pain?
Yeah, I couldn't really move.
Okay.
Keeping up to the stumps, all right. Moving, not great. There's more. I know you can't wait. Oh, into the gap. Gap gets closed by Hassan as well. So then when I was playing cricket on ice, I was keeping the ball went over my shoulder, and as I took a step, it snapped completely.
No.
Snapped completely. And what had happened is in the baseball game, when I injured it quite badly, like I'd torn 2/3 of it.
Your
and it's
groin.
like, imagine like a rope, and then
like a Christmas cracker.
It was gone.
Oh, that one's gone as well. That's gone over the igloo into the horse field. Oh. And Hassan getting in on the act now. He's seen Rafiq go big at the other end, and he wants a piece of that action. 1-4-3 for 3. Still 1 ball left of the 9th.
Yeah, he almost lost something important, but he's doing something important here with these late runs for Malmo. That one was an absolute monster. Yeah, so then I went to the doctor, and the first doctor said, "Oh, you'll be out of all sport for about a year."
Oh.
And they're going to have these surgeries where they like
knit it together.
Yeah. Pretty good keeping, actually. Reacts, chance. They scramble home for a bye. End of the over. It's 144 for 3 Malmo, winning the toss and batting here in the eliminator. So this is where it's interesting, because I go to, like, the general doctor says you're probably out 6 to 12 months, probably 12. So I was like, oh, okay. And I was obviously pretty disappointed. And he said, you got an appointment with a specialist and he'll, but then it was so weird. Just before my appointment with my doctor, I started to feel quite better.
Isn't that what happens to people before death as well? That they suddenly have a day where they're like,
luckily
I
it
feel
wasn't
good.
death.
Feel good again.
But I started to feel better. That's really strange. And I'll tell you what, then the specialist doctor, I'll tell you what he said.
Ashik Hussein's coming in for the 10th over here, and he's been clubbed away first delivery. And Wahab Hassan, while he's threatening to catch up with Rafiq here, he moves to 37. Rafiq hasn't had much of the action in the last couple of overs. He's still on 47 at the non-striker's end. Yeah, that was a good shot. I like the way straight through the line of the ball. It's almost like a baseball line drive, this one. So, yeah, the runs just keep on coming here. Hassan to 37. 150 up. This one digs in short. Big appeal. And the finger goes... Does the finger go up? It half goes up. He's walking. That's really good sportsmanship. He knows he nicks it. It was going to be called a wide, I think. But Hassan walks. The umpire, well, he puts the finger up, and then he also signals... I think he was saying, hey, I think he's nicked it. Yeah. There's a little wave to his I love that he walks, and then he thinks, and then he thinks again, and he says, you know what, I've nicked it, so I'm going to go. So, yeah, you don't see that too often anymore. But Hassan certainly did a fair bit of damage. Probably has to go check out the damage now, but he's out for 37. It's 150 for 4. I think it would have been a wide because it's over his head, but if you hit it, it can't be a wide, obviously. Either that or the square leg umpire was saying, hey, I think there's bad on that. But anyway, I think the right decision's made because Hassan seemed happy to go. Let me just finish what I was saying quickly. So I went to the doctor and I had snapped that tendon. It's one of the main tendons in your groin. But I said, well, how come I feel okay? Yeah. I'm like, I feel like $1 million, but I feel all right. And he said, because of your wicket keeping and all your other surrounding tendons are able to compensate. Wow. So actually, you don't need to fix it at all. You're fine. He said, just be careful for about another 3-4 weeks. Yeah. Rehab a bit, and now straight into playing. Amazing. The human body. Yeah. So even though, so actually the fact I snapped it was good. It's like a better than half doing it. It's like a kidney. You only need one of them. Yeah, but if you half do it, you're in immense pain. Yeah. But yeah, that's what he said, and that was good to keep going. Hey, question from Gollum asking about the football goalposts that are on the corner of the field. I think this is just used for football training on occasion. I don't know how many games are played here, but yeah, I suppose this is a multi-sport facility. Well, interesting. Got a run. Yeah, they do go for a run. It's a misfire from the wicketkeeper, so they go through for byes. If you look at the satellite image of the ground, you do see the football paint of the lines. So yeah, so they probably would play some sort of football here, not kind of top level like we know nearby. There's quite a big facility. All right, can he get his 50 here? Rafiq on 47. Last ball. Nope. Good slower ball from Hussein. He just has to dig that one out. Rafiq he at least gets a red ink, finishes on an impressive 48 off 18. Nonetheless, though, good final over from Hussein. He was pummeled down the ground first delivery, but came back strongly, picked up the wicket and only gave away just the single, and they sneaked through that bye as well. Malmo, though, I think they'll be pretty happy with their efforts, winning the toss, batting first and putting 152 runs on the board. It's going to be a big chase for Seaside, who have shown a bit of batting frailty in their lineup. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Who's going to make the runs for them? It seems like the kind of innings where someone better make a big score. So I'm not sure if you do it bits and pieces. Well, it was a classic purple and green, the battle to be seen. The first one of the day was a marginal BW, but I can understand umpire thinking that's taking a bit of the leg stump. As we know, that Abdul Haq's a genuine swing bowler. That was a genuine building banger, wasn't it? And then construction corner CC was called into action. But really, I think Malmo winning the toss and batting, you're hoping for 150 plus. That's exactly what they get. And Abdul Haq, well, he's picked up wickets and important ones throughout the series so far, but he took some punishment in that second over he bowled. He went for 29, 5 boundaries in a row. But they took their chances when they did come, did Seaside. That was a nice catch on the rope by Mujtaba Hakim, but Haider Ashtam, it seems a long time ago that actually he got in on the runs. He finished on 48 off just 13 deliveries, and well, I say they took their chances. There was also a few that just burst through their hands, and luck was really on Malmo's side as well. They swung hard. Good bit of placement as well as Mohammad Rafiq. He put on a big partnership with Atcham. It was worth over 80 in the end, and even then when Atcham departed, there was the pain. The calm before the storm. Wahab Hassan, he went for the frontal knee bend, the lesser spotted frontal bend. He was all right to continue, and he managed to chip in with 37 runs. And then sportingly, he took a walk. He said, yeah, I nicked it, then had second guesses, but the umpire put the finger of doom up, and that was the end of Hassan. Good sporting moment there. But Malmo managed to plug away, and despite a good final over from Ashik Hussain with only 8 runs coming off it, the damage had actually been done earlier in the innings. And Malmo then get beyond 150, finish 152 for 4 off their 10 overs. 48s apiece for Atcham and Rafiq, ably supported by Wahab Hassan, who took also just 18 deliveries to get to his 37. As for the bowlers then, Seaside, Abdul Haq put in a brilliant first over, got that early wicket, but took some punishment in his second. Feroz Rahat, he's been a consistent wicket taker for the Seasiders, picking up another 2 wickets. Hemant Batullah, he only bowled the 1, went for 8 runs, didn't manage to come back for his second, but maybe they bowled him just a little too late. He bowled that 1 and only over in over number 9. So there you have it, the eliminator. It's do or die for both of these sides. One of them will be saying goodbye to, and one will have a chance to go through to the big final later this afternoon. If Seaside want to be there, they will have to pick up the 153 runs for victory. So don't go away. In about 5 or 10 minutes, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu will be here to lead you through the run chase here in the first game of finals day of ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Sweden, where we're deep into the eliminator here between Malmo and Seaside. Malmo, they batted first, having won the toss, and put on a decent total here, 152 on the board. As for Seaside, then it's just do or die. They need 153 runs, of course, no bonus points in play here. We're in the eliminator, and it's all about the win for the Seasiders. The question is, though, where will the runs come from? They haven't been too prodigious with the bat in hand over the series so far. They're missing their captain as well, Manoj Shadvest, who led his side to finals day. I think the broken finger just gone on top of him, and he's not available for this game. But hopefully, even without him, he will see his side to the qualifier number 2. But to do that, they need to chase down a commanding total from Malmo. And it was thanks to Haider Ashtam and Mohamed Rafiq, who put on 48 apiece, that Malmo have got up to this total. We saw the stats at the start of the day. About par before this morning was probably around 120, 130. So certainly they've boosted themselves to a total that they will be happy to try and defend. As Wahab Hassan, who also featured in a bit of a cameo with the bat towards the end of the innings, scoring 37 off 18. He has the ball in hand for the men in the blue-green, the Sprite bottles. As for the Seasiders, then, will be Umair Chowdhury out there in the middle, joined by Shahriar Hassan at the non-strikers end. Chowdhury uses his feet brilliantly on that first delivery to just knock that one away into the leg side. Chowdhury was a bit unfortunate yesterday that he departed early, but otherwise he's shown himself to be a big hitter throughout the series. Scoring 64 off 25 in game 8. Backing that one up with a tidy 35 in the win against Ariana Kif. He needs to probably go big on this occasion, as he's one of the few batters for Seaside who has been able to score runs consistently in this series so far. Shahriar Hassan, meanwhile, hasn't always been able to get some runs. He hasn't been in the side on every occasion for Seaside this week, but that would be as good a time as any to get the runs on the board. And he starts with a 4 here, thanks to a bit of lackluster foot fielding by Hamad Rafiq at mid-off. It came hard, it leapt over the bowler Wahab Hassan. There's a bit of self-preservation in the end. The shins, I don't think, would have liked that one. Would have been a bruise the size of a saxophone case. As it is then, 2 boundaries already in the first 3 deliveries. I do feel that Seaside have to make the most of the power play here. Malmo certainly did that. They did lose that early wicket in the first over, but they cashed in Abdul Haq's second over, scoring 29 runs, almost going supersonic. So at the end of that power play, Malmo were 56 for 1. Seaside need to stay on the rate here. The run rate just above 15. They can't afford for that to tick too much higher with the scoreboard pressure. Big swing and a miss on that occasion by Hassan. Remember, this is the eliminator, so it's just a straight shootout between these 2 sides. Whoever wins this will go into qualifier 2 to face up against the loser of Ariana CC against Ariana Keefe. And the loser of this one, we will be saying goodbye to, as that one is a enormous wide. Well, if we go to the side angle here, we won't see the ball in the frame, as it was dug in by Wahab Hussain. Oh, it zipped past, actually, the helmet of Shahriar Hassan, who danced a little down the pitch, but just kept on taking off. And the wicketkeeper, Bilal Zaigam, who has the gloves today, did well to grab hold of that one. Direct hit would be interesting here, and he goes for the underarm bowl method. And The umpire and the batter out of frame here. I think he was comfortably in the end, was Hassan. He did have to go past the prone figure of Hassan the bowler. Well, hang on, this one's interesting. As we go back a frame, I think when he plants his foot down, is he behind the line here? It's difficult because he's so far wide. It looks like he plants his foot behind the line here, which means that he hasn't actually grounded anything. So they're going to have to look at this one pretty closely, and it would be a criminal way to get out for Shahriar Hassan. He doesn't even ground his bat. And by my eye, that looks like he could be in trouble. As his left foot lands, he plants it and he thinks he's safe. But it looks like that's behind the line. It's difficult because the line doesn't extend that far wide, but he does get the call in his favour. I think Hassan is lucky to escape that one. It's a bit sloppy from him, but the umpire clothesline comes out. I don't know if maybe they're taking another look at this in the end. We'll have to look this, and yeah, he's been given. And Shahriar Hassan, he might complain, but I do think he's only got himself to blame there, as he just tried to saunter in, didn't use his bat. That's usually what you use to ground, and well, you can shrug and complain, Shahriar, but I think that's a fair call. As Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the box, what do you make of that one?
Bit of controversy here. It's definitely out on the replay. The only question I think was there an appeal? No, I wasn't really paying attention if there was an appeal at the time. There was kind of there was some background noise,
yeah.
But obviously the question would have gone out to the umpires, was there an appeal? And if the answer is yes, well then the answer is, that's out. He takes off just short of the line, and that's the thing. Without the technology, I don't think that's ever getting given out. No one's really expecting it on the field, but I think you could see there are two things. Is he in the air when the stumps are hit? Yes. And is there a point before that where he was in his ground? And the answer is no. I think it was pretty clear his last step was before the line. Even with the line not extending all the way through, it's the right decision. And a bit of a self-inflicted there is going to be the end of Shahriar Hassan.
Yeah, it was a strange one because he planted his foot, and I think he thought he was over the line with that foot plant, and then the next lunge just took him in mid-air, and that was exactly when the bails were dislodged. So it was a good spot by the match referees. And assuming there was an appeal, there was certainly maybe a little quiet question asked, and absolutely the right call. And it could be 2 and 2 here, as this one goes high up in the sky. There's two fielders converging. Who's going to take it? Neither of them. As Saklan Karamat tries to make himself small there, the Malmo captain, as quiet as a mouse, but it's Abdul Sadais who's underneath it.
It's actually a really good effort. I mean, Sadais got a really good pair of hands. We know he's a very, very good keeper. But it's almost like in a cruel twist of fate, the wind seemed to pick up as that ball got hit. But yeah, I think Karamat, he was pretty smart to keep his hands behind the back there and say, that's on you. Really, I think they get dropped more often than they get caught at this level. And that was a real swirler. End of the over. 12 for 1 after 1. 38 matches since the golden ball. Well, we had one on finals day last week in the ECS men's, so maybe we could get one this week. It's about time, isn't it, Tina?
I haven't had one for quite a while. My golden streak is well and truly over. And, well, I did say yesterday we had a few tight finishes, but we didn't quite get it over the line. So this would be as good a time as any on Peacock Friday.
Golden ball 77 as well. It's, I think, the closest golden ball we've ever had. Come back to that in a second. Here's Aziz in over number 2.
Yeah, tell me about that golden ball, because that was mental.
It was qualifier 1. Obviously, for a spot in the finals, it was the Southern Spitfires take on the Eastern Royals. Eastern Royals had kind of won their first 6 games and had finished top. But it came down to the fact that obviously you need 2 to win, but it came down to a third umpire, extremely close call on the second run. So kind of, was the bat on the line or was it over the line? It was very, very tight. But I think there was no evidence you could say it was out. It was kind of between frames, and that was literally the difference between winning and losing the game. And it was given in, so the Spitfires got through.
Oh, just a bit of a full toss. That's whipped away by Umair Chowdhury. Haris Aziz bowling the second over here. Just hasn't quite found his line early on here.
So then, of course, whichever team lost has to go the hard way. And Eastern Royals, they lost qualifier 2 to the Commanders. But then the Commanders would actually end up chasing 208 in the final to win. So yeah, the Spitfires won a golden ball by millimetres. But then after putting 207 on the board, didn't win. And there's another funny thing, in case you missed it last week in Jersey, is that Zach Tribe had to catch a plane to play club cricket. So he had to decide, they had to gamble on winning the toss and him batting and then him having to basically leave after the first innings. He made 123 not out in the first innings left, so they had to field with 10 because it wasn't an injury. Not that it would have mattered because not many balls were getting fielded.
Yeah.
He would have felt pretty good going to the airport at 207. And then, next minute, he didn't win. What a story.
That was such a good series, wasn't it? It was so high scoring. They're going to go through for an overthrow here. And that's been a feature of this week so far as well. There's been so many sloppy overthrows. I don't know what the tally is. It must be up into the 30s or 40s by now. And this one again, well, the running's not exactly what you'd call powerhouse, but nor is that grab there.
I think we've got
from
a few tired bodies out there, to be fair. And every team to get a day off. Malmo coming off theirs, actually. So maybe a bit more spring in their step.
Saiful Hassan, meanwhile, he's come out.
There's the Tortuga's done the keeper. It'll be a minimo. And to be honest, it's kind of what this innings needed for Seaside. It was languishing. But I don't think there's a keeper in the world that is stopping this. Just have a look at this second bounce. It's stuff that gives me nightmares. Does everything right, and then he'll turn on the second bouncer. Next minute, ball's into the fence.
Yeah, a bit outside gap. Unlucky victim there behind the stumps. Of course, we've seen Abdul Sadais with the gloves, but he's in the field. And that tough steepler in the previous over just knocked away. Yeah, Saiful Hassan, he's been given this number 3 spot by the Seasiders and has done pretty well. He's tall, left hand, so those two natural advantages as well. He's just 16 years old, also born in February 2009. So he's one to look out for.
Were you here when we were talking about youngest players on the network?
I don't think so.
Because actually is related to here. I think I was actually in Jersey talking to Danny about it. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Chowdhury on strike.
That one's knocked away and it's not a good delivery. It gets the treatment. Chowdhury moving along nicely here. Seaside bring up the 30 at the end of the second over. That one goes not quite magical from Aziz, but 18 runs coming off it, and in all honesty, not the best over from him.
So let's have a look at the way the table finished. Not too much between these two at all. Same amount of wins, same amount of points, and only 0.168 of net run rate. Also not too much between the top two. The two Ariana sides finished 2020, I can say it in a minute, 22 and 21 points respectively. And they'll do battle in qualifier 1 after this. It'll be exactly 1 week since our golden ball then. And Hisingen's, unfortunately for them, they weren't quite able to do enough yesterday. Still were in it to the very last match though, but needed a jaw-dropping result against Keith, which I know they weren't able to do. So here's Munir. Started the tournament well, took 3 for 4, had a mixed time since then. So oldest, youngest players. Let me start with oldest player we've ever had. Alfonso Jayaraja in Italy played last year for Roma Capinelli, and he's a really interesting case. He was the Italian captain back in 1984. Wow. So he still bowls a decent left-arm orthodox you're quite proud of. He was 77 years and 66 days when he last played on the network.
So good.
And he did get a bat at 11. He played quite a few games. Every year he'd play a couple of games. Never bowled or batted. And when he finally got a bat, got a duck.
Not worth the wait then.
Yeah. But he's still fine, which is the main thing. This isn't fine for the bowler. Munir gets outside the leg stump, and that is going to disappear. Okay, so that's the oldest player. Nice little flick away here by Chowdhury.
He's so quick on that leg side, anything that goes down.
We've had shout out. Yeah, that's only 4 runs. We've had, I've seen a 72-year-old hit a 6.
Excellent.
In Khartoum actually, but that was in ECS cricket. But youngest is a record that might, I won't say never, but probably isn't going to be broken anytime soon because of the rules. You can't play this young anymore.
So again, it's another full toss. I think it's been called no ball on the field. He was on the charge there, was Chowdhury. Gets a bit lucky as that one goes away for 4.
It's a no ball anyway. It's a no ball anyway for too many outside the circle. So it was called straight away. I think that long on or mid-on was in the wrong circle. I don't think it's no ball for height. But as far as men's cricket goes anyway, in this tournament in 2020, for Gothenburg CC, or Göteborg CC, they sent a bunch of kids. And this has kind of prompted a rule change, because when you have basically 13-year-olds versus men with the hard ball, it's probably not ideal.
Child abuse.
It's one thing.
Oh,
geez. Well, they brought him up in the circle from an illegal position, and he's going to get done. Here's another one's going to sneak past. 4 more to the total.
It's a bit of a sloppy misfield. Did come hard. It was just dragged from outside off stump into the leg side. And it was Harris Aziz there.
So this is where you don't get like a household name, because after this, basically we said, look, we don't think we can have this. We have minimum ages, and typically the minimum age is 16, but there are certain exceptions, depending on your, you've established an ability to handle yourself at the level. So you'll see the odd 15-year-old. You won't really see any 14-year-olds in men's cricket. Sometimes in women's cricket. Again, depending on, if you demonstrated the ability that you're at the level and it's not going to be an unsafe situation, then you could play at 14. But you won't really even get younger than a 14-year-old girl anymore playing.
Up in the air. It's going to have the distance on it. It doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it's enough. Thanks to the power of Umair Chowdhury. He's just ticking along nicely here. He seems to hold the key to this run chase for Seaside as he moves into the 30s.
So the youngest player ever to play in ECS cricket is Kavan Shankar Meenakshi Sundaram, who played at 13 years and 52 days.
Wow.
Back in 2020, the Wild West.
Still at school probably then.
On the other team. Oh, geez. I'm glad I'm not at mid-on at the moment, because it's like Michael J. Fox, who's told to dance in the bar in Back to the Future 3. Just get balls shot at his feet. And most of them are finding their way to the boundary.
It's tough in the power play, isn't it? They can only have 2 outside the ring. I think I would probably put someone there, though. I think Umair Chowdhury.
Would anyone be able to stop that, though? I mean,
if you're on the boundary, I think. I don't think you quite need the long off for Umair Chowdhury. I think he always tends to that leg side.
Maybe.
Probably put the long on and out instead.
So it could have one sumo wrestler in your team just to cover a bit of extra ground. Nice ball to power play. And it will be the end of 3. It's 54 for 1. That same day of ECS cricket, we had the oldest player at the time. So there was a 13-year-old on one side of the field, and Rajan Sharma, who might be watching, is from Malmo CC. Played at 57 years and 219 days at that point a record. But we've seen some big records. Sally Barton, I think she's 67, playing for Gibraltar in T20I cricket. The other thing is Marian Garasim, I don't think he has a record anymore, but he played as a 14-year-old for the Romanian men's team. But now maybe there's been 1 or 2 others that are even younger now. But they've made rules, ICC cricket, you need to be 15.
Yeah.
So that record of youngest player, unless they change the regulations, which I don't think they will. I
don't think they have, because especially in women's cricket, you often have 14-year-olds who, because you don't often have the height and the growth advantage that you have in men's cricket, that would be good enough to play, especially at associate level, but they have to wait until
they're 15, right?
It's Rafiq coming in, slowing it down here, and that one gets hit straight back at Umair Chowdhury. I want to see where he hit this, and he might be out for his troubles as well.
Well, 2 things. First, it's chiropractor's dream. He gets hit right in the spine. And then when he's running, he runs diagonally, and he doesn't make, in fact, it's not the back, hits him in the wrist. Then look where he runs. I just got a sneaky feeling it might be closer than you think here. Is he in? Oh, he is just. It was quick work by the keeper.
He at least uses his bat to ground himself, which is exactly what wasn't done by Sharia Hassan.
Yeah, Kroom saying hopefully people get the Back to the Future 3 reference. We have talked about Back to the Future a bit on the broadcast before, but we won't go down that rabbit hole right now. Well, I know that Kroom actually plays for Upminster in England, and I saw Upminster are one of the clubs that are going to be represented in the ECS Hornchurch. So I was like, okay, getting a bit excited last night, going, Kroom, we're going to see you on the field.
Are they both in the women's and the men's?
Well, here's the
slides?
thing. Well, that's going to be 4 into the gap. Chowdhury will move into the 40s. We needed someone to stand up for Seaside at the moment. He's doing it, scoring at 3 a ball. Rafiq goes to the fence. Yeah, so then when we found out it was only women's, Grim's got some big decisions to make.
I think it's worth it to get into one of those ECSs. Down the ground. And Chowdhury, oh, it's a big Tortuga, and it's well done there by Kaiser Munir, who had to use all of his frame and then some to leap up. That one would have been a cruel thought to concede, but Munir does well hit.
He exhibited your point perfectly, Tina. Have the fielder back there, at least you're a chance. I suppose they're out of the power play now, so they've got that option. Saif hasn't really gotten going yet.
Does like to hit it straight, does Saif Al Hassan. He's got long levers. He's a big lad for just a 16-year-old.
When I got home after making that comment, I thought it's funny how I suggested that and not just simply changing clubs or going out on loan to play in the ECS.
We don't do half measures here on the network.
It's commitment. Pretty good over this from Rafiq.
Yeah, just slowing it down. They haven't been able to quite get him away. Chowdhury this time decides against the big shot. 4 overs down, then 62 for 1 on the board. They're going along nicely. That run rate hasn't certainly got away from them. It's just stayed around 15 the whole time.
Pretty much at the rate. Probably see it on the graph here. Should be sitting on the golden ball line. Yep, that's where they are. Hey, so you know my next stop will be Estonia. After this, I'll be traveling Monday, and I'll be doing Estonia from Tuesday. Did you see the robot there? Was it discussed yesterday? Apparently it's called Starship.
I saw it on social media. We haven't discussed it though, and I am so intrigued.
I worry about robot abuse, and are there sufficient legal protections for robots? And you're a bit too young to remember this in ECN terms, but the start of 2023, you know how our mascot is kind of the robot.
Yeah.
As here comes Abdul Khan with the ball. This one sprayed for a wide. We crowdfunded for a robot suit from China. It actually meant that I had to cancel several credit cards. Because let's just say it wasn't the most reputable. It wasn't a mainstream site.
Like Shein for robots.
It was not. Yeah, I think my computer's still got viruses and they're watching me all the time.
Oh, big nick there, would have been out. And certainly Abdul Khan was halfway to celebrating. It's shelled here by Bilal Zagham. It was a tough chance because it deflected. Oh, I was going to say it deflected massively. It came off the toe, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a really tough one as a keeper. Maybe could have been further across with his body, but when there's a nick that big, it's not really one that you could expect the keeper to hang on to. It's not really in their power. Yeah, so then, Corey, we actually crowdfunded it in a surprisingly short amount of time. Then there was the question of, are they on the way?
That one does get lifted over, and Chowdhury is going to go to his half century. He's been kept quiet the last couple of overs, but he gets to the milestone in just 18 deliveries, and he needs to double down here. I don't think he can go 50 and out. If he's going to get his side over the line, he needs to stay there, knowing that Seaside don't have the biggest and deepest of batting lineups. But he's done his job so far, and that wagon wheel shows exactly why I would have put someone on the long on boundary, and this one does go towards the long on boundary, and it is 50 and out as Kaiser Munir this time takes it comfortably. And just a bit of a brainless hit there from Umar Chowdhury, a bit of rush of blood to the head. He got to his 50, but it will be 50 and out for him as Seaside lose their second wicket.
Isn't it funny that he only had scored 3 runs on the offside and to 44, and he played a perfect elevated cover drive to bring up his 50. But then this one that he could have done the same again, he drags it and actually drags it straight to Munir, who's got a very good pair of hands. So Chowdhury, he's a bit of a difference maker while he was out there, but he will have to go for 50, and the score is 71 for 2.
It's a big, big wicket, and you just now question who could possibly step up for Seaside with still 82 runs needed. It's Saeed Galani who's been sent out at number 4. Saif Al Hassan still there plugging away, but he's only going 7 off 6. And this one, well, it has been chipped up, and it's going to go for a Maximo. Saeed Galani then trying to do everything he can to keep his side on the run rate. And well, with that big 6, they stay on it so far. That's already 15 off the over, and with those couple of wides, still 2 balls to come.
Yeah, needs to turn this into more than a cameo though. Gilani, geez, they hit that very, very well.
Oh, that's a bit of a filthy drag down. There's a big appeal though. The wicketkeeper is absolutely convinced. I don't think Abdul Khan, the bowler, heard much. But the wicketkeeper was excited in this one. Trying to maybe distract the umpire from the fact that it was a filthy ball. Well, probably just about gets away with it being a wide, but they wanted the wicket
well,
here.
It's actually on the way down by the time it came to me. Don't see that very often. Last ball, the over.
I think there might have even been a nick on that one as well. The way that Abdul Khan is like a frog in a blender at the moment, leaping around. It will be a dot ball to finish what was an eventful over as well. So Seaside halfway, 77 for 2.
And there's no more tomorrows for these two teams. You can see that we're in Estonia at the moment right now as well, and they battled Estonia to make 115. And yeah, so run a ball already. I think that would be a bit beyond Bulgaria. So again, promising. This is what happens when you're very new as well. You tend to sometimes win sections of a game, but can find it hard to win a whole game. They definitely had Estonians on the ropes earlier on. Hey, and also, it was great to have Marco have his first day yesterday with Rico. It was really interesting getting to know a little bit more about him and his history in European cricket.
Yeah, maybe I can speak German to him.
You would be able to speak German to him, I'm sure about that. He speaks very, very good German, and we lived there since 1992.
Yeah, Austria,
which I believe is around about when you were born.
Well, before I was born, yeah. I think I will struggle though. Austrian-Australian accent is going to be a tough one. This one goes up in the air. It would be a good take, and if anyone takes it, it will be that man there, Kaiser Manir, who takes his second catch in the space of about 5 balls as Hamad Rafiq comes back on and is into the wickets. And that's Saiful Hassan, the dangerous teenager, goes back in the crease, tries to get that one going straight, and only manages to, well, not even exceed that inner ring. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall for Seaside, 77 for 3. Marco, Austria must cause a lot of issues.
Can I tell you something that I heard was true and never questioned it until I realized it wasn't? That there's a desk at Vienna airport for people that thought they were going to Australia and accidentally booked a flight to Austria.
At what point would you realise
and it gives them support?
It's like a mental health desk.
And would it have like kind of cuddly koalas and stuff?
Here's what you could have won. Well, it's Mujtaba Hakim who's in at 5 for Seaside. Oh, he's someone who can swing and swing hard, but he needs to hit a lot of big boundaries if he wants to get his side anywhere near now. The run rate is creeping up and up, heading towards that 17 mark. Brilliant over so far, which will lead to another wicket. That one sizzled along to Haider Atcham. It's a good grab from him, and Mujtaba Hakim goes for a second ball duck, and Seaside falling away here.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? Just watch it one more time in the replay. To be honest, anywhere around or over this fielder, then you're going straight to construction corner and cashing in the boundary. But instead, Atcham standing in the way. A 2-baller for Hakim. Walking sticks, 77 for 4. Just wonder if Seaside have run their race with Chowdhury, 50 off 19, just going at a very inopportune moment. No one else has reached double figures in this innings. I will say, Gilani has started brightly.
It brings Abdul Haq, the showman, out, and he's in and straight out again. That's 3 wickets in 4 deliveries for Hamad Rafiq. Abdul Haq took a big step across his stumps here, and the umpire raises the finger of doom. Got
one question: where does it hit him? Is it in line or outside? And it's really close. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Gets a long way across, but the impact, you can see the off stump there behind his pad. I mean, it's outside-ish, but really, if any of that ball's in line with any of the off stump, probably a fair decision. So I think, you know, if you're missing those, you kind of made your own bed, you got to line it. And believe it or not, this is a 3 for none over with a ball to go, and Rafiq's on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick. He won't get into the 5 for Hall of Fame, but he certainly has the chance to put himself in the Hall of Fame for hat-tricks, and it's a Danny wide ball.
That one, I can see where the umpire's coming from, but I don't think I would have given it out. I think live, because I also saw that it missed his pad. It hit him in the leg.
Yeah.
And I just feel like a fair bit of that leg was outside off, but it's a marginal one. To be fair, we've had 2 marginal LBs and one's gone each way. So swings and roundabouts, as they say in the classics. Rahat gets off the mark, but what a destroying over that was from Hamad Rafiq, who takes 3 for 2 in the 6th. That's a long way home from here, from the seaside. They are being swept out at the moment at 79 for 5.
It's 4 wickets to fall in the last 10 deliveries. In that time, they've only picked up 8 runs as well. And that's why seaside, well, it's not pretty viewing. They've still at least got Syed Galani there, the number 4 batter for them. He's running out of partners and he's only faced 3 deliveries himself. So that equation now has gone above 18, and that's thanks to really tight few overs as well. I suppose Abdul Khan, he went for 15, but he picked up that all-important first wicket of Umair Chowdhury, and well, since then it's just fallen away. We did say at the time, Chowdhury, that's probably a big wicket to fall, as it's proven to be, as Hassan comes back on for his 2nd over. Yeah, it's just a bit of a strange shot selection from Umair Chowdhury. He gets to 50, and it's already he's got 15 off that 1 over. There's just the 2 balls to come. And he goes for the big old swing, hoiks it into leg side, just doesn't get the distance on it. And after that, the collapse continued with those 3 wickets in the Hamad Rafiq over. And now you've got Feroz Rahat out there. So really going into the middle to lower order from Seaside, which hasn't really been able to fire. And that's why, well, in reality, they only sneaked through into finals day in 4th place. So going into this game, they were probably the underdogs, and so it's proved to be, as Malmo's 152 will be a step too far, it seems, for the Seasiders, and that's 3 swings and a miss now for Rahat. And you can see what he's trying to do, just trying to punch his way out of trouble. Syed Galani has come down to have a word with Rahat, just telling him maybe just to keep his cool. Can't win the game on dot balls, and those 3 dot balls have boosted the run rate to over 21 now. There will be 4 dot balls. Wahab Hassan doesn't really have to do much here apart from keep it outside off stump.
Yeah, it's just wickets that have made the difference, and really it's kind of how Seaside's tournament has gone on the whole. I think as far as the batting's concerned, not the kind of side that you would imagine going to chase down 150 in a final. They haven't had enough people be consistent enough this week with the bat. Now I do have the bowlers. I think that the mix of bowlers to kind of just cruise to victory. You can't imagine too many big overs in a row happening here. Although we have seen it done, but they're going to need basically 25 and over for the last 3.
That's 5 dot balls in a row. Will we see a lesser spotted maiden on the network? Yes, we will. That's 6 swings and misses from Feroz Rahat, which has pretty much put the final nail in the coffin for Seaside. A maiden over for Wahab Hussain. Good spell from him. His first, I went for 12, but if you go for 12 off 2, then you're in pretty good shape. As we take a look at the Ariana Grande rivalry that's coming your way in qualifying number 1, and some big additions. Delawar Khan comes back in. Nasser Bacha comes in and takes the armband. And Asmahullah Sahak as well.
Still no Nusratullah Sultan, though. I thought he might come back today.
Yeah.
He is an absolutely destructive player. But we haven't seen him this week. Maybe some issues with work and these kind of things. Balich comes back in. He said he was just ill. That was his issue. You know, and Debachan Dash comes back in as well. Salah Khan listed to open. And Wafa, the cross-handed bandit. Could see him in there as well as Atif Muhammad, the big in-swinging bowler. So that's a huge game. It's coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on ECN. But yeah, Baluch is a guy, he actually got picked for Team Europe but missed the first ever Western Shield with a shoulder injury, mainly for his bowling. But he did hit his first century this week. Actually, it was his first ECN 50, believe it or not.
Really?
Turned it into a century. He's Munir.
That one's lifted away. It just holds up in the wind. Does it have enough distance on it? Wow. Just about. I think it drops over the rope. It's Saklan Karamat, the captain, out there. Gonna have to take a look and see where this one lands. It's Karamat. Well, actually, it's gonna drop inside the rope. So it's a bit of a criminal misfield. Can't let the ball drop over you and inside the rope. That's exactly what the Malmo captain does there. Luckily for him, it's probably all academic at this point. The Seaside need 3 big magical overs to
I've got a question for you.
there. Go for it.
I don't have an answer. See how the boundary line is painted and there's a rope on the line, but is the line...
What takes precedence?
Is the line part of the boundary? So, because you could step on the line but still be inside the rope. Brain breaker for a Friday morning. I have the boring answer, but I just want to know what you think. Well, that's a case in point here. It goes pretty close to the boundary. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximal for Jelani, who's left holding a pretty oversized and badly behaved baby at the moment, because he's going to have to hit a whole bunch more of these if they're going to get even close to this.
Well, if the rope gets knocked for some reason, or it's not quite on the line, and it lands in between the rope and the line, is that a 6 or a 4 then?
Rope, for me, rope trumps line. It's 3-dimensional.
We do like working in all 3 dimensions.
Although
here.
you'd say line is fairer because line can't move.
Yeah, right. Because that one's knocked away. It's a chance on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's fumbled. It was a tough effort. Didn't quite read the line of that. It could have been a run out as Gilani gets sent back. Feroz Rahat then will be on strike. Just died on him there on the boundary. It was mopped up there by Saklan Karamat.
My more boring answer, according to the laws of cricket, is whatever was agreed.
Right.
But I got a feeling this hasn't been brought up in any kind of meetings.
I don't
In fact, there is. And the other thing is rope trumps line over it by construction corner because it had to be taken in from the line anyway. Just to stop possible lawsuits. As Rahat will have to not get a run there. It's not great for his strike rate, which is struggling anyway, but that's all about Gilani wanting to be on strike. So it's the end of the 8th over, and it's 90 for 5. Yeah, whatever's agreed. But, yeah.
Well, there's often grounds which have different features. So I've played in grounds with trees inside.
I love trees.
And then there's the local
I've had football
laws.
goals on the ground in Frankfurt before.
Yeah.
And they weren't even that close to the boundary. They're around about the circle. But if you hit them, it was 4.
There's a manhole in Frankfurt as well, like this big protruding manhole.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, I don't think they've had the rope chat here, so let's hope that the rope stays very firmly on the line. The line is wider than the rope, so I think that's why rope does trump line, because if it lands just in front of the rope but brushes some of the white paint, I think it'd still be called a 4.
But I mean, if you're standing on the line, you're going to look guilty. 9th over.
That one's knocked away nicely.
Was that a goal?
Oh, is it going to go in? Oh, it's just wide. Gilani's not joining the...
Thought we'd see more goals this week. Seems like a lot of near misses.
Well, there was the goal. Well, there is still the goal in front of the sports hall, but that's a reverse goal. So that literally hits the back of the net, whereas that one didn't go in. I don't think we've seen a single goal. I don't think I've called a goal in that kind of backward square region.
We've seen at some point. But I just thought we'd see more. Gilani on 21.
That one's clubbed high up in the air, and the bowler, Aziz, has called it. Does he get underneath it? Yes, and it's an excellent grab, tumbling away. It's the 6th wicket to fall, as Aziz had to readjust his follow-through there. Ends up pretty much in the conventional cover region when he takes that on catch. There was no one else really in the same postcode because the fielders were deep on the ring. They all just watched in hope and expectation. Aziz takes a brilliant catch off his own bowling, and Gilani, well, he was trying to lead some kind of charge for the Seasiders, but he falls for 21 off 10.
It's been a frustrating week for Gilani. Ends up hitting a ball that he probably needed a tennis racket to hit. That's actually a really good catch from Haris Aziz. Gilani, just, frustrating kind of week for the Swedish international. He's someone that we've seen actually performing pretty well for the international level, but just not really firing to his potential this week. Maybe not getting a lot of luck either.
Pratty is the new batter. Well,
a
bit of shin fielding there from the man in the deep. Less foot fielding, that went halfway up his knee, I think, but whatever works.
I mean, I'm never saying I'd go the step over, but this is one that I might, just with potentially 2 more games to go in the day. Right. Somehow keeps it inside, because they do need basically over 6 a ball at this point. Don't think the bowler would have enjoyed the step over though.
Aziz, he picked up his first wicket thanks to his own excellent catch. That one, well, the umpire contemplated giving a wide. Looked like he thought against it, but did give it in the end. I think that one was pretty close. Let's take a look. Yeah, well, it just veered off
I
the
think
pitch.
that one's like, if you imagine like a rectangle, which is the permissible zone, I think it's taking the top corner of the zone. I think it's a bit of a harsh call. They have been consistently pretty harsh on the wides.
He's just cramping Bratti up for room, and we can pretty confidently say now that Malmo will be going into that qualifier at number 2, where one of the Arianas await them. Of course, we also know then that it will be one Ariana in the final. Malmo, they've found form at just about the right time. They've been blowing a bit hot and cold throughout the group stages. They did go on that losing streak of 4 in the middle of the group stages, but they've come back strongly. They've had a few good additions as well. It's good to see that Bilal Zaygam, for example, has come back into the side. He didn't exactly fire for them. In fact, he didn't even get a chance to bat in the first innings, but he is someone who can be a difference maker. He's got the gloves on this occasion, so they have options at their disposal, and they've got good different bowling options as well. It looks like this time they will only use the 5. They've got a few up their sleeves as well, so I don't think there'll be an easy prospect in that qualifier too for the loser of the Ariana Grande. This one clubbed away into the offside. It's just a procession to end this game. Now that's the end of the 9th then. Seaside one short of the 199 for 6.
Yes, it's a very Seaside kind of innings really. They've had a lot of innings that have kind of congregated around the 100 mark. Still, it's great to see them back in the European Cricket Series, and obviously a huge season still to come in Sweden. 3 for 10, Rafiq, a real destroyer there. At one stage he was on a triple wicket maiden. And so, getting ready to move into the last over.
Looks like they will turn to Abdus Sadais, in fact. So they will use their 6th bowler. Of course, he's been seen with the gloves on this time, with the pressure off. He gets the nod for the final over. Starts with a bit of a misfiring slower ball.
So well, it's going to be pretty spicy though. Coming up, 3rd Ariana Grande of the week. So Ariana CC have only lost 2 matches this week, and they're both to Keith. Although Keith lost a couple of matches elsewhere, so they both finished on 6 and 2 a record, and Ariana CC had an extra point and better net run rate anyway. So yeah, that's certainly a bit of must-watch TV coming up. Of course, in the meantime, you can head over to Estonia. We've only got the 1 game there today.
Yeah, well, I suppose they're still...
What's going on there?
I mean, I can tell you from experience, 2 T20s back-to-back in 2 days is brutal.
I won't tell you about my Valletta Cup experience.
That's a nice shot, and it eludes the grasp of Wahab Hassan. Feroz Rahat.
Another near miss.
Yeah.
Still 0-all in the football. That's what we should have been doing. Maybe we can do it today. Let's have a football game, because you've got goals on either side of the field. You've got backward point, backward square leg to a right-hander. So still 0-all. Which side's going to win?
Should we give them bonus points and not tell them about it?
Yeah, we'll keep it a secret.
Yeah. Just at the trophy presentation, we're like, sorry guys, we've been playing a different game to you, and actually the winners are. Just a handful of balls left then in this
big handful.
Eliminator. I don't quite
like
know.
my handful of peanuts when there's snacks tables out. My handful is generous. There's 5 wides, but it shouldn't make any difference at all. Yeah, so back in 2020, I'm going to say 2023, I did the Valletta Cup in Malta at the men's, and it was 3 T20s a day, solo, and it was about 42 degrees. To be fair, the first 2 days was only 2, but then after that was all 3.
It's lifted away, should be stopped on the boundary just about.
Reminded me of when those people were running ultra marathons in like the Sahara by the end. I mean, it was a good series. And then there was no on-camera presentation because it wasn't really an ECN event. It was an ICC event. But then, of course, I said yes, no problem. But it was, yeah, I was in recovery for a bit after that.
You have to lift your legs up in the air. Well, this one's gone up in the air. Who wants to take it? Looks like Abdus Sadais.
Uh-oh.
And, well, the ball's still rolling as the post-mortem begins between Haida Atcham and Abdus Sadais.
I love it that I think Atcham knew it was his, but he backs out, probably thinking he might drop it, and he knows he's got a plausible defence. that he was looking at me funny. Anyway, 2 to come. A game that won't really die. And unfortunately for Seaside, it just hasn't panned out for them in this eliminator.
Yesterday we were talking about unpopular cricket opinions or rule changes that you would implement. And I think I would do an automatic knockout. As soon as the run rate goes above, let's call it 30, then game over.
You're starting to sound more like Corey. Corey was pro mercy rule. Well, there's another group. Dave B thinks we should play all games to 10 overs in the second innings, even if they pass the target. It's an ongoing debate.
Ooh, brutal. Final ball coming up. And it will be knocked away for a 1. They probably won't even bother going for the 2 because this game is all but wrapped up now. Seaside fall well short of the run chase. Malmo, we thought the 152 they put on the board would be a step too far for the Seasiders, and that's how it proved to be as they fall to 113 for 6. And it is time then to say goodbye to the Seasiders, who I think they were pretty happy to get to finals day, to be honest. It was touch and go whether they would be here. And they get into the eliminator, but are in fact eliminated as Malmo looking like they're hitting their stride at just the right time here. And they will be eagerly awaiting one of the Arianas in that qualifier number 2.
Well, whoever won this is always going to be a huge underdog outside the 2 Ariana sides, based on what we've seen this week. But Malmo at least have a chance. If they can put 2 almost perfect games together, we know that Malmo as well, they have beaten both Ariana sides. That's how they started their tournament before it all kind of went off the rails. So Ariana CC take on Ariana Keefe when we return in around about 15 minutes time for qualifier 1. The Ariana Grande will be on your screens, but let's go back and have a look at this second innings, and it started with a little bit of the mid-on, mid-off boot camp, didn't it? Sudais caught a ball that might have taken a bit of cloud dust on the way up and on the way down. They had a bit of help as well in this innings when you think about it from extras. A couple of minimos in there, but ultimately they needed someone to play a biggie, and it just never came. They had 50 from Chowdhury. They had a small cameo of 21 from Gilani, but most of that was after the decision, the result was already decided, and Seaside kind of symptomatic of their tournament. They end up scoring 113, not quite enough.
Yeah, Zuma Chowdhury, who, well, was a bit of friendly fire there. He was okay to continue, but his wicket was really the turning point. He got to 50 and we thought, okay, if he sticks around, we might have a chance for a big run chase, but then he got to 50 with that glorious cover drive. He raises his bat and we say, okay, the chase is on. But then the very next ball, he just clubs one into the leg side, and that really was the beginning of the end for Seaside.
Needed to play the same shot that he brought up his 50 with. And Munir, credit to him, he's been good all week. You know, sometimes it's gone his way, sometimes it hasn't, but he's always given 100%. He's got a very good pair of hands. Then there's this one, which I suppose is fair enough. Looks like it hits him in front of off stump and going on to hit for sure. And Gilani came out, he bashed a couple around. This one maybe got a little bit lucky to survive. But he hasn't had a lot of luck in the series. But for the Sprite Bottles, as they're affectionately known, Malmo, they knew with that 150 plus on the board, they had to just keep taking opportunities. They had that run, didn't they? That kind of 4-wicket run that kind of broke the back of the chase. There was no way back. Look at the old fancy footwork here from Musadak Mubarak. But in the end, it was all academic. A pretty comfortable win to Malmo. Seaside, look, if it was a normal game, they would have done enough to keep a point, but only just. In this one, they will be out of the competition. 39 runs, the margin. Looking ahead, it's not too far away now. Qualifier 1, 15 minutes from the first ball, with Ariana CC and Ariana Keefe, both with identical 6-2 records. But just repeating, Ariana CC have not beaten Ariana Keefe this week. Their 2 losses are both to that opposition. Wafa comes back in, and well, if you haven't seen him before, you're in for a treat. And also Baluch coming in, recovering from illness for Ariana Keefe. He was a Centurion earlier in the week. Let's go have a look at the scorecard. 50 even for Chowdhury, but got out at a bad time, really, as far as the health of the chase was concerned. 21 to Jelani, started with a big 6, 18 extras there. I think that's something that Malmo would want to get under control when they play an Ariana side later on today. But bowling-wise, they certainly had their stars, and it was Rafiq, wasn't it, that really stepped to the front when his team needed him.
Yeah, there was just those 10 balls of carnage, starting with the Chowdhury wicket, and then Rafiq came in and got those 3 wickets, which just stopped any hopes that Seaside might have had of chasing down this daunting total. So it will be the end of the Seasiders for this year. They've been an entertaining side. Obviously been on a few final ball chases as well. They're on the right side of one, the wrong side of one, and on the wrong side of this result. A bit of a comprehensive one in the end as Malmo beat Seaside by 39 runs. So we'll see Malmo in that qualifier number 2 as they will face the loser of qualifier number 1, and it's the Ariana Grande rivalry. It's been reignited once more, and we've only got a short break. That's coming to you in just about 10 minutes time, and it's bound to be a spectacular one. So you just have time to put the kettle on, grab yourselves a snack. That's what me and Vinny are going to do, and come back here for that one, which is going to be a classic.
Yeah, lock your doors, take your phone off the hook. This should be a good one. 10 minutes away from the Ariana Grande, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Finals day here in Landskrona. See you soon for more European Cricket Series, Sweden. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, finals day up and running here in Landskrona, Sweden, and now we're into qualifier 1, and these are the two teams that finished in the top 2 positions on the ladder after the qualifying stage. And it is, of course, the Ariana Grande with the 2 Ariana sides to do battle for the first place in the final later on in the day. So we have Ariana CC finishing top against Ariana Kif, who finished second. Let's see what happened at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the
Ariana Kif to call. Heads is called. It's come down tails.
We're gonna bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Ariana CC won the toss. They're batting.
Ariana CC win the toss then and elect to bat. And I will say that both these teams had the same record, 6-2, but Ariana CC, they finished top on net run rate. But as I said, 2 losses for each of these teams. But both of the losses for Ariana CC actually came at the hands of their arch nemesis, Ariana Kif. So we always know when these two teams play against each other, there's a very healthy rivalry, and the players know each other very, very well. Great conditions here, though, I think, at the moment. Couldn't be better for cricket, and it's what we would hope for on finals day. But I will tell you that both these teams, they want the easy passage to the final later on tonight. Plenty of big hitting and kind of firepower on both teams, and I do think it should be interesting to see whether Ariana CC can reverse their fortunes against Keith from earlier in the week. Tina Goff standing by as we get ready for the start of qualifier 1. The Ariana Grande is on the way with Ariana CC batting first after winning the toss. Over to you in the commentary igloo.
In a very windswept commentary igloo at the moment. Welcome back to qualifier number 1, and Ariana Grande is back upon us for the 3rd time in this week. And well, really, Ariana Kif have had the wool over their Malmo rivals, winning both of the 2 matchups so far. But Ariana CC, they've won the first little battle, and that's winning the toss, and they have decided to bat. They brought in the reinforcements. They put themselves in such a good position yesterday that they could really afford to rest a few players. The likes of Delawar Khan and Nasser Batcher didn't feature. They're both being brought in. Batcher will have the captaincy responsibilities. Isanullah Wafa, he's the wrong-handed big hitter. He's come back in, as has Asmor Sahak and Atif Mohammed. So 5 changes in all for Ariana CC, but all of them have just strengthened what is already a strong side. As for Ariana Kif, Salah Khan, Nasser Baluch and Debashan Dash come back in. Nasser Baluch, of course, he is the Centurion from Game 3. Since then, hasn't really done it with the bat, but is always dangerous with the ball, as is Debashan Dash, who was a big miss yesterday, actually. He's always had the knack of picking up wickets. He got a forfeit in that Game 12. Didn't feature at all yesterday on a day where Ariana Kif didn't really show everything that they could do, but still, I suppose they had the benefit of knowing that they'd pretty much already secured their place in final stage, so they were able to take their foot off the gas just a little bit. And look at that, the win predictor. Not much between these 2 sides. There's always fireworks when they meet out in the middle, and it looks like this one could be an absolute finals day thriller as well. So we're going into qualifier 1. The eliminator was, of course, won by Malmo. So whoever loses this matchup between the 2 Arianas will face up against Malmo in qualifier number 2. The winner of this contest will, of course, get that fast-track ticket all the way through to the final this afternoon. Malmo, well, maybe they're hitting form at just the right time. They put on an impressive 152 against Seaside, and we knew really that Seaside would struggle to get up to that total, and struggle they did, finishing on 113 for 6. So Malmo will be eagerly watching this one from the sidelines. I would say neither team would really want to face Malmo, who, of course, have the benefit of already having won a game today. And whoever loses this one will have to regather themselves, regroup, and go in qualifier number 2. So that is, of course, the beauty of winning this qualifier 1. You get your ticket to the final. You have a little relax as well, and a slightly longer break before the final starts at 5:15 local time here. Nasa Baluch then straight back into the side and into the action. The left armour, the wily left-hander, will open the bowling for Keith. And it'll be the left-hander facing up to him, Sami Ibrahimkil. The usual opening partnership for CC. Sami is joined out there in the middle by Ayaan Saweri. Both of these batters, I'd say, really, as we take a look at Malmo, who will be gathering themselves and talking tactics. Well, a few of them, they were having a team talk, but a few of them are more interested in what's happening out there in the middle, and why not, because they will be facing one of these sides in just a couple of hours' time. Here we go into qualifier number 1. And both of these batters have got fits and starts, really, but haven't gone big. Sami has this knack of getting himself into the 30s and then getting himself out. He's got 32, 30, 36 so far. He's due a big score. Please say the same for Saweri. He's at least got himself a half century. That was his biggest score on the network to date, 61 off 29 in the win against Seaside in Game 6. Since then, he's just been scratching around for a few runs. And this would be the perfect time to get back into the runs, and that's a perfect shot to start off for Ariana CC. Just slightly over pitch there by the left-hander, Sami Ibrahimkil. Well, I suppose it's always easier if you're a left-handed batter as well, as that in-swing turns into away swing. And that one just drifted nicely away from him, and he was able just to lean into that crunching cover drive. Gets a bit of fortune on that occasion. Doesn't get his feet in the right position. Nasa Baluch doesn't quite fire. And it's interesting, actually, Nasa Baluch, of course, you only have 2 overs. And knowing that Ariana CC would open the batting with Sami Ibrahimkil, I might have even been tempted to not open with the left-handed Nasa. I think he's so much more dangerous bowling to the right-hand batters with the ball swinging in. Here, against the left-hander, he's really got to get his lines perfect. Otherwise, it's just an easy hit to the leg side and an easy hit to the right, to the offside as well. That's a bit of a slow-motion belly flop from the fielder out there, Isan Shazad. Gets away with it though, as they just get the 2 runs. I suppose he half stopped it there. He's already scuffing the ground, saying, yeah, it hit something. Well, it's one of those positions in yoga. I think is it the tabletop position? He almost got into that one with the ball going through his legs. And has he been immediately moved? Yes, he has. And he's now roaming around on that 45 position. This one's been hit firmly, and that's the danger of the left-hand matchup. It's just hard for Baluch to really target those stumps for Sami Ibrahimkil. With that gentle away swing, he's able to just swipe through the line, clear his front leg, and that's the first maximo of this innings. Ariana got off to a decent start here. Ayaan Saweri, he's not faced a ball. All 14 runs coming off Sami's bat so far. Response though from Nasa, who throws in a bit of an effort ball to finish the first over. 14 runs then on the board in what is a big game in any occasion, but even more massive given that these 2 are fierce city rivals, both based in Malmo, and they sometimes don't always see eye to eye. One of them will have the bragging rights here, going straight through to the final, with the loser coming up against Malmo in qualifier number 2. Welcome back into the box, Vinny Sandhu. How do you see this one going? It's going to be a tough one.
Unpredictably. Well, the predictable thing is that you'll see everyone really fired up. I mean, not just because there's a natural rivalry between these 2 teams, but also because there's such big prize. I think everyone wants to go through a pretty dangerous Malmo side that, by the way, both these teams have lost to Malmo earlier in the week. So, hey, you want to have the easy passage, no doubt about that. Debo Chandash looks like he's going to bowl over number 2.
That one was just too slow, too short, and Saweri hits his first one for 4.
I think the fact that they take Baluch for 14, definitely take that. He's a rare commodity with his genuine pace. It's interesting what you said as well about, you know, was it worth holding him back to bowl to right-handers? I suppose maybe, well, I know he likes using the brand new ball as well, and it's not that he isn't effective to left-handers. Think about a right-hand outswing bowler to a right-hander. You normally say that's pretty good. As this one gets through, so wary. But the main thing is, I think that in the other teams, the other thing is the fact that he has to bowl to top-order players, which, by the way, he's consistently taken early wickets. That's why he's been one of the best bowlers in Europe over the last couple of years, not just Sweden. But also they are equipped to handle him a bit better than the middle and lower order. Right now, that's in the air. It's holding up. It's an opportunity. Can't see it. Oh, he actually had no idea where or when that was coming down. Patanayak. Now, where's the bucket hat today? Well, it's there, but it didn't do him a lot of help. Lost this one completely in the sun.
Oh, it's tough because it's easy to see from our shady igloo here where that ball lands, and we're just trying to tell him, go left, go left.
Well, he's still looking up. At what point does he know it lands? Definitely not there. That's a freeze frame that tells more than I could describe in English words or otherwise.
Oh, dear.
And let's just be happy that it did land on the ground.
I don't think the bucket hat would provide too much protection for his head.
That's a shot from Ibrahim Keel. Can this be the day that he turns the 30-odd into something more? Maximal 6 runs.
Goes into what we've dubbed golf corner as well, because that golf has been hiding behind the dugout sensibly all week. We had a BMW over next to the sports hall. That's BMW corner over there that did get dinged, we think. It was seen once and never seen again. It was a big hit.
What about? We need a horse-related one then. Because if you get it far enough over there, then you're in horse country. I don't think I've ever... I mean, I've seen people lose balls in the sun, but they normally have a pretty good idea of when the ball's going to hit the ground. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so surprised to hear the ball hit the ground near him. That's the shot for me, when it hits the ground and he's still looking at the sky.
He lost it in both space and time.
Yeah. He's wrong in 4 dimensions. Yeah. Just some random yelling. All right, Ibrahim Keel, 20 off 70. He does have a start. Dash with a comeback ball. Now, well, in the air. Dash going to have to go himself. Can't get there. Another lucky one for Ariana CC early in this qualifier.
Yeah, he's lucky that there's no one on that side who's close. Well, I suppose you do have the square leg there, but again, he's having trouble with the Swedish sun. By the time he realises...
I'd love to see a big dive there, though. Just like off the side of the pool. Because if he'd brought that down, would have brought the house down. A Dash, probably feeling it a bit. Last ball, the second over. It goes over the offside this time. Hang up, Baluch. Could he get there? Not quite. And then we have a bit of a kind of foot battle down by the boundary. I do think they keep it in. We'll have to have a look at it. In the end, he was careful not to take it with him. He actually slipped, and so he just drops it like a hot potato. And from there, I think he's all right. It's like a game of Twister. But in the end, it won't be a boundary. It'll just be a 2. And the end of the second over, 28 without loss.
They're living a bit dangerously here on the Ariana CC. By my count, that was 3 that could have been taken. Tough opportunities. All of them went to ground. I don't think there was a finger on any of those Grizzlies, but certainly not finding the middle of the bat quite yet, RCC.
Yeah, it's the luck battle, isn't it? You can't control the luck. The luck's anything, I don't know, 20%, sometimes more. I mean, the shorter the game, the bigger the luck factor. Not to discount the amount of skill it takes to succeed in this format. But those shots that fall safely could have easily gone to hand and been regulation wickets. Salah Khan to bowl over number 3. 144 expected. Remember, we had a big chase on Monday where Keith chased down 157. It goes up in the air. Might not get lucky this time. Malhotra takes it. Excellent catch. Backing back out of the circle. So Ibrahim Keel, his luck runs out once again. It's a cameo, but no more. He's out for 21. Our first wicket of qualifier 1. It's 28 for 1.
Well, I think Sammy's middle name can become Cameo because it's Sammy Cameo again. It's the 4th, 5th time in this series he gets a start and gets no more than that. This time just lifts it away. And this one, that's about 4th or 5th time lucky for Keith as they do hold on to that one. Sammy departs 21 off 9. At least got off to a decent enough start. Hasn't used up too many balls, but again, he isn't able to convert a start.
That's a good catch by Malhotra as well. It's good cricketer all around, Dheeraj. He just kept facing the ball, didn't he, that time? Didn't have so much of an issue with the sun like they'd have on the right-hand side of the field. Delaware Khan comes out at 3. He's going to play a pretty intelligent shot first up. Won't go to anyone on the field. There's no one back there on the boundary. 4 runs to get him started.
It's a nice hit, and this is, I think this is the battle of the Danish internationals, isn't it? Salah Khan against Delaware Khan.
Of course, Denmark's only about an hour away from here. So Delaware goes offside first ball. Now wants to go leg side, and what? Malhotra once again. Excellent fielding. Just good heads-up strategy. He knows he's going to get an unpredictable bounce. So he stays low and he's ready to jump. That's a brilliant stop. But it starts with him, you know, we see often, and in the first game we saw a lot of balls shooting on infielders and they had to go down. You're never going to get down in time. So it's that whole strategy of start low, spring up and meet the bounce of the ball, and he saves 3 runs there. And his teeth.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a hot spot, that cover position. We've seen the ball smash against that yellow fencing. So you're in a bit of the firing line there, but it was a good piece of fielding from Malhotra.
Cowboy shot here from Saweri, but he will get a single. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Johnny Heesum, good to see you. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. Should be a good one, this one. Hey, Bulgaria, they're closing in at the moment. We gave them next to no hope, didn't we? I think they needed 100 and 100 balls at one point. They've got it down to 36 or 40, still only 2 out. So that could be some history there. That'd be a huge chase. They were able to pull that one.
Yeah, 2 set batters as well.
That's going to be lifted away this time. Full toss cashed in. Maximo on the Khan-on-Khan action. This one is won by the batter.
Just a bit of a drag down there. Oh, actually, that was a full toss. My eyes were deceiving me. Salah Khan, he's not quite found his straps actually all week. He's dropped a few catches in the field, given that he's a player with international experience. Now would be a good time to step up.
Blustery conditions. That one is hit straight and is hit purely by Delaware Khan. Maximo has this over. It started so well for Salah. Started with a wicket. In the end, it costs 18. And at the end of the 3-over power play, Ariana CC are 46 for 1 in the Grande.
That's the danger of batting against a bowler that you know like the back of your hand. And on that occasion, it's Delaware who gets the better of Salah Khan. And in the end, it's a steady power play. They don't quite get the 50 up. And they do lose that 1 wicket. Even after the wicket fell at the start of the 3rd over. A good comeback, 18 coming off the subsequent 5 balls. Delaware Khan, he's someone that can be a dangerous player. Again, hasn't shown all of what he can do this week, but some of these big name players, they always keep their big performances for finals day.
Well, they need a wicket, so they're going to go back to Balic and hope that he can break this partnership. Does have the right-handed Saweri on strike. Attempts York first up. Saweri tries to hit it, not able to get too much of it. Interesting, he's batting out of his crease and then advancing on Balic. I mean, a couple of things is, one of the things would be that he's already quick, so you're shortening your reaction time, but then also probably less likely to be LBW the further you get from the stumps. This time goes back in his crease. It's a slower ball, but this could be a goal, Tina. Is this our first one? Oh, we're going to have to go to VAR.
Goal line technology.
Oh.
It disappeared. It was like a magic trick, that was. They clearly haven't cut the grass there. Let's have a look.
Is that a goal or not?
Oh.
We lose the ball here.
Where did it go?
I'm going to say whole ball has to pass the whole line.
It's not satisfying if
I'm
it
gonna
doesn't
give
hit
it-
the back of the net.
Is that a goal or not? I'll take however many votes I see in the next, by the end of the over. Anyway. Malich. It's hit again, and this is going to be 4 more. So Sawari chancing his arm and getting away with it. 4 carreras más.
No doubt about that one. And you can see he's standing well out of the crease, isn't he? And he's making that pitch ever shorter. So he's not someone who's shy about swinging the bat. That time he just checks it a bit. I think he saw that the ball was going to be yorking him. He still squeezes it through for a boundary.
I'll give you a bit of percentage stat as well, Tina, after this ball from Malich. It's a pretty good one. Whistles through to the keeper, but you certainly take even 22 off him. So Bulgaria were 1% at one point in that game, and currently they're what last I saw was they were 83%.
Love that. It's an absolute thriller.
Imagine that. By the way, there's a partnership. If this partnership gets broken, it could change quickly. This is hit hard. Awkward stop. Pretty good stop. That's Shuzad down there. He puts his body on the line. It's a very good how to do it. We often see a how not to do it, but he gives himself the best chance and he stays inside the boundary.
Well, if you put him in that football goal, I don't think we're scoring many.
That's true. Yeah, maybe future in goalkeeping for Akram. I mean, it's not an easy. I mean, it's a mostly good field, but there's still a few gremlins in it. Just if you walk around it, you see that. So, last ball of the last ball of fourth, I should say, but last ball for Balic. He's happy to push and run, so they'll take 24 off Nasser. End of 4, it's 56 for 1. And maybe we can have a little bit of a peek. What's happening over there? Yeah, so Bulgaria, with this huge partnership, have got themselves in a winning position. Again, you see the improvement at the emerging level of, particularly women's cricket. You see it in real time. They wouldn't have dreamed of chasing 116 in a week. Even we said at the start, okay, well, let's see how they go. I mean, they've never even batted 20 overs in a T20I before. But I will say it's still precariously placed. Oh, well, in the air, commentate 2 countries at once. Bermuda Triangle forms. And, yeah, that's a good one. So, look, you've... classic Sophie's Choice on ECN right now. You've got the Ariana Grande on one channel. You've got Bulgaria perhaps making Bulgarian cricket history on the other. Well done to Rico and Marco over there. Okay, so Sadiq Sahak will be the new bowler, and he gets hit first ball and hit a long way. Maximal. It sounded like it hit something that was metallic. It sounded like a gong. I don't know if I imagine that or not.
That might be the next innovation, the Maximo gong.
I would just like to have sound replays. Yeah. Umpire getting in on the action. I like fun 6 signals. Bring them back. That was one thing when we first had ECN in 2019, the ECL. And we had umpires we'd pulled from pretty much because they turned up. And we had some proper dancing umpires as well. Of course, there's Anton in Dreux. He takes his umpire dancing to strange new places. So Sahak, another guy we've seen break into the national setup. Ariana CC winning the early exchanges here, despite the loss of Ibrahim Kill for 21.
I suppose the benefit for Ariana CC, I was talking about the left-hand, right-hand matchup. They do have several left-handers in their top order, so they always have these left-hand, right-hand combinations.
All right, high. And this is a chance for Akram Shazad, and he takes it. A very important one because, oh, well, you could see that Khan was up and away. Delaware skies this one, but Akram Shazad has other ideas. takes the Skyer, and an important blow for Ariana Keefe. They have Ariana CC 62 for 2.
We were right on the line of that one. You could see it wobbling in the air, so it wasn't an easy grab, and he showed off his goalkeeping skills earlier in the over. This time under the high ball, and it's a big wicket as well to break that partnership.
Good technique as well. So he's got the pinkies together. There's a little bit of luck that goes into it. Kisses the ball and throws it back. He couldn't have got away with that in 2021 when I was last here. But, so, yeah, it's important to have your best fielders in the best positions. Here's Waffa batting with his hands the other way around on the bat, just ECN things.
I will say it took me embarrassingly long to realise, because he was hitting it so well as well yesterday. He picked up some important runs at big time as well for ACC, and he needs to do the same here. Yeah, he got 69 off just 28 deliveries in that game 15 win against Malmo. And they're trying to avoid having to play Malmo again, but that's a mini Tortuga.
Yeah, and this is the one we were talking about. You know, I like the strategy here, but you can't stop absolutely everything. Malhotra went back to the bite, but this one ate him alive, and that'll be 4 runs.
He did well to actually, he lay down. He just went down the wrong line, actually. It would have hit him right in the chest, though, so I think he did well to get out of the way of it.
Sneaks past the keeper that time, the goalkeeper. This one still on the way up when it gets to the keeper. It's good pace from Sahar.
It's an absolute thriller going on in Estonia as well. That's why if you do have 2 devices or 2 screens, make sure you get both on there, because it's going to go down right to the wire, I imagine. Meanwhile here, this one is also just developing nicely.
Let's have a look at what's happening at the moment. You can see we've already got 2 venues. I mean, at one point we had 3. That's geez, there's been plenty of stuff happening, and we are kind of multi-screening at the same time. We've had a dramatic run out. Anders, how good are you at finding the replay of this last ball in Estonia? But yeah, we've had a run out over there. We actually had a run out that was out but not given. But of course, they can't use replays in ICC. Sometimes I call it Amish cricket. But yeah, so now they have lost a 3rd wicket. So
big wicket as well.
It's a huge wicket over there. But actually, she went to put her bat down in her crease and just missed the crease. And the throw came in, it was a direct hit. So Estonia, in a sense, also battled with themselves to keep the ball straight enough, not give too many extras. 18 off 18 required. You have my permission. I'll give you a 10-minute leave pass to get over there, because you'll still catch the second innings of this one. As you can see, the wind has really picked up at the moment.
And we need like the big screens that they put on international tournaments. We need a big Landskrona.
Yeah.
On the side of the sports hall would be the perfect
Actually, it's
position.
begging for it, isn't it?
Malhotra, having been peppered in the field, he's on to bowl here for the 6th.
Well, they're going to go up and over the offside. That's a good shot from Waffa. Again, how he gets this unnatural pace, I've tried to think about this for a while.
I can't get my brain around it.
There are certain shots that seem to spring off the bat harder, and I was trying to work it out, because when your top hand becomes your bottom hand, I'm still not... He does have his dominant hand on the top of the bat, so it creates, I don't know, some sort of extra bat velocity. Let's get the physicists on it. Meanwhile, he's going to slam another 6, this time straight down the ground. So, I mean, he's got a range of strokes he can play. This time, he unloads on Malhotra. Straight over, long off for 6. Again, looks like a high grip. And just when that bat comes through, it's coming through so fast.
Well, getting the hand-eye coordination right for the right way round of batting is hard enough. So I can only imagine all the synapses firing in his brain, all the signals going like, what is going on?
There's always different stories about how people ended up at this cross-handed grip. Sometimes it's been because of a childhood injury, for example, that they've just kind of had to because they weren't comfortable holding the bat another way. Sometimes it's by choice. There's more of them than I ever imagined. Now, he's very good at this shot, and he's going to get 6 more. So, Maximo, 3 of them coming in a row in the 6th over off the bat of the cross-handed bandit Wafa. We see how, yeah, just when he unleashes his wrists, it absolutely flies. He's very good over point. The other thing is cross-handers. I've even noticed, because I'm like, okay, there's got to be like a clear weakness. For me, it would be a Yorker. A Yorker that's straight because it's the unnatural plane that the bat takes. But, you know, I've seen some that are strong leg side players. I've seen some strong offside players, some strong straight. So Wafa's one in particular that he likes hitting over point. He's wanting you to bowl tram line so he can just go pop over to the left of screen. So where he misses the last ball of the 6, Malhotra goes for 20. And in the first innings of this qualifier one, Ariana CC, they're 88 for 2 after 6.
They've got a good foundation here to ACC to push on. Only lost the 2 wickets. They've got some big hitters still to come. Kader Sadat, we know he can hit a long ball. Baz Ayubi, he's been elevated up the order a few times. He captained, of course, yesterday. He can come in and feature in a little cameo. So they've got license here, really, with these 2 batters both set. Aryan Sawari in particular, 23 off 15. I feel like he has to go sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so Stanley's in the chat, and I wanted a Stanley update. How close did he get to the igloo? Stanley's a proper... We have lurkers in the chat. He's a proper lurker.
He's a real
He's a live lurker, isn't he?
He kept on saying he was in the tree line somewhere.
He's in the trees somewhere.
Sorry. Is he a bird?
Are you human? Stanley? No, he's saying he hopes that we've enjoyed Landskrona, and we absolutely have. We're not going anywhere yet. We've still got 2 days of ECSW. Okay, so here comes Salah coming back for the 7th over. This game very much in the balance. Ariana CC, I will say they have put some big scores up, but a couple of big scores haven't really held up, particularly against Ariana Keefe. Stanley asking, we have matches this afternoon? Of course we do. Well, they're going to come through and, oh, we have the old outside of the foot job. And we'll get through for 1. Yeah, Stanley's like, do we have matches this afternoon? Of course we do. In fact, the 3rd match of the day will start at 2 o'clock local time, and then the final starts at 5:15 later on. So, yeah, from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and then basically 5:15 to 7:15 we'll have matches. And of course, this match will keep going until about 1 o'clock. Take this one out. Oh, yeah. I mean, I might. So we've got 2 foot injuries here on the same ball.
Is the batter stretching? Or
well, didn't he hit it into his foot in the first place? I think he hit it into his foot in the first place, then had to run.
Oh, he can't even put weight on it.
Oh, jeez. He's gone down.
Here. He was down for a long while, just as we were watching the fancy footwork.
Ran the 22 yards, which, man, I took my eyes off him. But, yeah, that's no good for Sawari. And you can see, I know lots made about the rivalry between these 2 teams, but really, in a sense, this club was just getting too big for one team anyway. So, you know, he's going to retire hurt here, so he can come back if required. But maybe not a bad thing, because he was going at 150 strike rate, which I think in this game you want your top batters going 250. 250 equates to a team score of about 150. Let's have a look at it. Does he hit it? Hits on his foot, right? Let's have a look. Actually, don't even know he hits it. He just slams into that right foot. And then...
He still hobbles.
Yeah. He hobbles through for the single and he hobbles off. So, retired hurt situation. He's been given retired out, but he's definitely not out. That is out, though, with Wafa holding out next ball. So, they tried so hard for that single, but it's going to be... a wicket the very next ball.
Yeah, suddenly the game changes in just a couple of balls with Saweri. Well, he wasn't going all guns blazing, but certainly building an innings. He retires out, and then the very next ball, the reverse hander waffer, he was going well, 21 off 7. And suddenly, big 2 scalps. Ariana CC, the platform they've built is just shaking like the gantry in the wind here. It's 3.5 down, 4 down, whichever way you see it.
Tell you what, at the moment they're giving him retired out, which can't be right. Break your foot and then get your average killed as well. Upstairs first up, and Sadat misses out. Keeper coming out here at number 6.
I do fear for Salah Khan if the wind picks up anymore, because he's absolute not a piece of meat on him. He's got a glorious haircut though. His headband flew off with that effort ball. He's stick thin. A lot of power though for someone with a thin frame, and he might get another wicket here, and he does as Shahzad just stumbles forward, and Salah Khan picks up another wicket. It's certainly the 2nd wicket in the over, as well as, of course, as his contribution in that retired hurt. And it is now 4 or 5 down. Certainly it looks like that Saweri might not come back anytime soon, as he was really struggling. In any case, Kadir Sadat, he will struggle no more as he goes for 2nd ball duck. Just faltering here now, Ariana CC. Haven't got to that magical 100 mark yet, 90 for 5. Just see their innings tailing away just a little, thanks to the 3 wickets picked up by Salah Khan. Still got 1 ball left, as it's Arabzai who comes in to face the final ball of the 7th.
It's so weird. So apparently the captain said, well, I'm retiring him out. Not even giving him the option of coming back. That is mad. So you've burnt a wicket for no reason. So they've said to the captain said, I'm retiring you out.
Why?
I've seen that one before. 90 for 5 after 7. Okie dokie. Seeing everything now. Anyway, right here we are almost halfway through qualifier 1 with Estonia happening right now. They're down to the last over.
Yeah, it feels like Estonia might hold on here. Bulgaria need 12 off the final over. They've been cruising around about a run a ball as we go live as well. So we're well into the final over.
Yeah. Oh, it looks, I mean, Runikova stuck at the wrong end at the moment. Estonia, are they going to hold on? They've gone back to 1% now. What's happened here? Oh yeah, that looks like maybe it is the set bat that's out trying to steal the strike back. So Bulgaria, look like it could be a bit of a heartbreaker over there. Back to Sweden though, and this next one will be hit. Gujer. Well, he's been an impact player in the series, hasn't he? And he's gonna smash his first ball through square leg for 4.
Just a bit of a loosener there from Usman Safi, who's often deployed in the latter stages for Ariana Keefe. It has meant that he's picked up quite a few wickets just bowling those last few overs. He's got 4 for 14 in game 3, including 3 wickets in an over. That one just a bit of a loosener from him. Gujer happy to just spin on that one away to the boundary.
It's going to be called a wide. So, umpire thought about it. If the umpires aren't sure, they'll not call it a wide. It's always tough with the left-hander going across. Yeah. Oh, always take off for a run. They decide against it in the end. Yeah, that Bulgaria game, the partnership getting broken by the batter just not having the awareness to get her bat back in her crease. She put her bat down, essentially. It was out. And the ball hit the stumps. That could prove to be very costly. And this is the kind of ball, it's very, very hard for the umpire to make a call, because you're trying to work out when does it pass.
Sometimes I go on the shadow. See the shadow of the ball? That can help you a little bit. The umpire's not really looking at the ball and the shadow at the same time. We're forensically looking at these calls. Safi keeping things reasonably quiet. This game's gone back to a 50-50 now.
They just need a big finish here, do ACC. They've lost a couple of wickets, 2 in that Salah Khan 7th over, and the retired out as well. So
the retired out, where not often you see a retired out, someone has to be carried off the field. Like genuinely not faking. All right, up in the air. Is this going to carry? It does. And Arabzai is going to go without scoring. And this is why it doesn't make any sense if he was retired out. Because if you lose your wickets here, you've lost a genuine batter. Like, that's assuming he's okay to continue batting. But unless it's a bone break, you'd imagine he'd be all right to be able to come back. But now collapse is on. And it's 97 for 6.
Just went for a big swing there. And they're just struggling ACC because they don't have a set batter. In fact, Sawari was the set batter.
Because, and I don't want to harp on it, but if he hadn't have been hit in the foot, I doubt they were going to say, right, you're out. So the injury caused the retirement. It's literally the definition of retired hurt.
So it's a bit of an insult to injury in the end.
We'll see if it costs them in the end, because they're 97 for 6. They should only be 97 for 5. Safi, very wily here, is bowling a good over. Only single digits so far. Hello to Terry Richmond. Good to see you in the chat. Probably will be another wide. Safi just toying with that wide line, loses the battle a couple of times.
Tell you what, Bulgaria, they killed themselves a bit because there was at least 4 or 5 runs that they ran short in that run chase, and then they ended up just a couple of balls short. That'll be another learning for them, I'm sure.
Well, that one's hit hard, and that's a very tough bounce with the fielder down there. Had a decision to make. Shahzad probably thought to get it on the full was his best chance of stopping it. He's probably right. But this bounce is just short. It will go to the boundary, so Sahak is off the mark, and it will be the end of the 8th over as well. It's 102 for 6.
It's a bit of a mix over there from Usman Safi. 3 wides in it, 2 boundaries, and of course that wicket. Still probably take the 1 for 12 off it though. Haryana CC, they look like they were perfectly positioned to go big. Remember, they were 88 for 2 after 6. We thought they could boost that to maybe 120, 130. They've still got 2 overs here, but the batters are dropping like flies.
So, Ghulam Mustafa as well saying collapse is the beauty of ECS. saying yeah, always, I mean, in cricket, everyone loves a collapse, except the batting team probably. The mad scramble for pads, etc. And I've got time for this one, but back when I was playing grade cricket, there was an incident. I was batting number 4 and we bowled the other team out, so we had to bat about half an hour, end of day 1. That is one of the worst LBW shouts I've ever seen, and I've been doing this a long time. Check it out.
Another set of stumps,
just
maybe.
Missing.
Just missing, I think just pitched
Although we have
leg.
been questioning space and time. I love that. I think the fielders went up and then Sahak felt obligated to at least turn around.
Don't turn your back on your mates.
And ask the question. We're bowled. And that Yorker in there, jammed out by Sahak. Left to settle for 1. I won't go into it, but let's just say the other team, our arch rivals, they were giving our openers heaps. And one of our openers, very mild-mannered guy, wouldn't say boo to a fly. You know, he but he was getting a lot of abuse. But no. Half an hour to go on day 1. Eventually gets out. I think gets caught behind or LBW, can't remember. The deep square leg comes in, and as he's walking off, gives him one more comment. So this, I don't condone this, by the way, and this doesn't happen on a cricket field at any level, never mind a decent grade level. Drops his bat, and he struck him.
Strikes with throat.
Struck him with batting glove to face, and he was wearing batting glove. And yeah, and then they want 2 here. They kind of made up their mind straight away. Good throw, would have been curtains, but tried to do the right thing, bouncing it into the keeper, but it almost went straight over Happy. So well done to Gujarat. He will get to keep the strike. Anyway, I won't go into it. He got a lengthy suspension. But I was sitting there. I wasn't a huge fan of getting my pads on early, especially batting 4. I was like, I'll be right. Had my whites on. Watched this with my jaw on the floor. The number 3 then, as I'm still watching, now I'm next in. He's out first ball. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm timed out. I'm the answer to a quiz question now. All right. Unleashes on this one. Very high in the air. Gutierrez going to survive. Finds a bit of grass. And they will get 2. That time the throw did come to the keeper, but not in time. Anyway, somehow, I don't know, because there was still a bit of like commotion, I think under the radar, I'm sprinting to get whatever the minimum equipment I think I can scrape together. And I made it. Anyway, unfortunately, I mean, he made a mistake. He knew it. I think, so our player got suspended for 12 weeks. But interestingly, the player he hit got suspended for 4.
For being punched.
Well, no, I think for creating an atmosphere in which he got punched.
Do you think being punched with a glove, a batting glove,
That's
is
what I said.
better?
And then he said to me, and he was remorseful. You know, he was. We won the premiership that year, and
Right.
she didn't play. Whoa. Well, that is something you don't see very often. This stump has been shattered by Sahak. And I just saw a cartwheel and was a little bit surprised because these aren't the kind of stumps that come out of the ground. So have a look at that. It's every bowler's dream come true as we have an impromptu stump shattering. It's 109 for 7.
Yeah, it wasn't even a very particularly quick delivery.
I love they're trying to fix it, but it's definitely... Oh, no, okay, no, they've got a replacement.
Just knock on the top, it'll be fine.
He should get to keep that. How slow can we get this? This is art. Out the way. Oh, yeah. I thought I was in Estonia there for a second. Bang, hits the weak spot. And cartwheel central.
He's not what you'd call the quickest of bowlers. It must
Well, he is now.
He was, if he retells that to his mates, absolutely 100 mile an hour, obliterated off stump.
That was an amazing bit of television. All right, last ball of the night is Batcher. He wants to get funky, and he gets it pretty good straight away. And it'll be 4 runs to finish the ninth, 113 for 7. And he gets the ball he wants here. So 113 for 7, confirming Estonia they have picked up the win there. It's a matter of inches, I think. That run out on the 3rd wicket that caused 3rd wicket might have just caused that downward spiral. Salakhan 3 for 20. Sahak with 2 for 22, including a stump shattering.
Have you ever shattered a stump? I mean, I know you weren't a bowler.
No, I've seen a few. And it also, that's a proper shatter. I've seen, like, you know, the top of the stump have a... You've done that?
Yeah, I've done the top of...
With you, yeah.
Probably about, I don't know, 3 inches of the top.
Yeah. From, probably a week and a half, actually, away from Romania and their ECS. We'll be playing for CCB, I'm sure, United CC Bucharest. How are you hitting them, Ramesh? Want to run hard here. 2's the call straight away. Well, that shows you what's possible when you run hard from the get-go. They do get back for 2. Unfortunately, Ramesh, I won't be able to make it to Romania because obviously can't be everywhere. I would like to, but I will be watching. I know that Rico is going to be over there. I think Phil G will be there as well. Yeah, Ramesh, look forward to seeing how you go. Oh, he just locks up here. Once a wide, can't believe it. I heard what you said yesterday, and this comes up quite a lot about, you know, when batters ask for a wide, that's not even close.
At least there's just an imploring look.
Yeah, he's more disappointed with himself.
Yeah.
You struggle so hard for 2, and then you leave the next one. Now it's sliced away in the air. Is that going to carry? Oh, no. Well, it does. And now we might have a run out. No, we won't. Probably smart to hold on to it. They'll get back for 2. But what I was going to say is, isn't it funny that we actually make the bowlers yell at the umpires when we watch something? And this is my non-cricket friend said this to me. He said, how come you're allowed to just yell at the umpire? And you have to. It's like part of the game. Like, rah! But if the batter... Oh, they want to go here. It should be out. Oh, it's a terrible throw, actually. They will get a bye where they shouldn't have had one. If the batter so much as kind of raises an eyebrow, everyone's calling for him to be suspended.
That's true.
Hashtag equality for batters.
The yelling is very much in the parameters.
My
of the
suggest
laws.
is like a special wide appeal where there's a sentence that they get to say to appeal for a wide. He's not missing this. We can't miss from 0 meters. And then he chips up afterwards. So a pretty entertaining finish from Happy, who he goes when you ordered Jonty Rhodes on Temu to finish the 10 overs. And Ariana CC, bit of an underwhelming finish, wasn't it? They're going to finish 122 for 8, but they do have the runs on the board here in qualifier 1.
Yeah, probably just about a par score for ACC. I think given that they started well and they got that platform to boost on, 88 for 2 they were after 6. Oh, they then suffered a bit of a collapse and lost 4 wickets in quick succession. So actually in the end, it's not a bad little recovery for them. They will have a fearsome Akif lineup to face up to though. But it started well, didn't it, with the openers both going big early on. Sami Ibrahimkil and Ayan Saweri, and Sami in particular. So that one, we've got the little spot the ball competition out, and certainly someone who didn't spot the ball was Sambit Patadek before it landed on the floor.
Well, I'm glad that, say keep your eye on the ball, I'm glad the ball wasn't on his eye. Then we had a little bit of the foot wrestling out there on the point boundary. That was a good catch by Malhotra. I think did his best in a slightly awkward part of the ground. But Sammy, you said it, didn't you? You said, can he turn this into a big score? Short answer was he couldn't. And actually all of the top 4 making either 21 or 24. This is the one that went to VAR. I don't think we have enough now to say that that's a goal, so it remains 0-0 here today. This was a good catch taken by Akramuddin Shirzad. Gets the ball a kiss and throws it back. And Malhotra couldn't do too much about that one. Waffa came out again. He was one of those top 4 that made a start. He made 21 off 7, including 3 Maximos on the spin with that cross-handed grip. Like I said, I don't even say it's the wrong way around anymore. This is apparently how you retire out now, even though it took about 3 or 4 people to get him off the field. They said, well, we're actually happier with you out. In the end, okay, they probably wouldn't have used him anyway, but there was a chance when they were losing wickets quickly in this period. It coincided with the score slowing down. It looked like they might need him to come back.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a strange one, wasn't it? Because the top order, they all got starts, all 4 of them going 21 and above, but none of them got beyond 25. In the end, it was a bit of a cameo from Guja. He got 9, and then Sahak at the end. It was Shahak who splattered the stump, but Sahak scored 13 of his own, and that's certainly going to be one that will be on the social media later today, as that stump is consigned to history. And hopefully also it's a little souvenir for Sadiq Sahak. In the end though, the wicketkeeper tumbles to take the run out as Kadir Hardeep Burke even. He takes the run out, tumbles away for his trouble, but it's all smiles again between these two sides who of course know each other pretty well, but only one side will be smiling come about 45 minutes time, because Hakif have 123 to chase for the win. ACC, you feel like they'll have to bowl and bowl well, and as we take a look at the batting scorecards, and it's just a case of one of the top 4, had they gone big, maybe that 122 would have been converted into something more like 140, 150, as we saw with Malmo this morning. For Malmo, that 150 was enough. Will it be enough here for ACC? A decent bowling effort though from Akif, because only 4 wides bowled, and they took their chances when they came. They were throwing their bodies on the line. In particular, Salah Khan, he took the 3 wickets in those chaotic middle overs, and Sadiq Sahak took 2 wickets and took 1 stump home with him as well. Usman Safi, he's generally a reliable bowler as well for Ariana, as he picks up a wicket towards the end. But I think this one probably delicately balanced at the halfway mark.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't quite look like enough, but 122 it plays, doesn't it? And Akif, well, they will have the chance to reply. I think they are favourites, but this is ECN cricket and anything can happen. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Mo with Tina. We'll take a quick break, then back with the second innings of Qualifier 1 when we return to the Landskrona Cricket Ground for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
A warm welcome back to sunny Sweden, where we're into the run chase here in qualifier number 1. Ariana CC, they won the toss, decided to bat and have put on 122 runs onto the board. And it'll be their fierce cross-city rivals in Malmo, Ariana Keefe, who have to chase it down if they want to book their ticket in finals day, or in the big final of finals day this afternoon. Of course, both of these sides finished top of the table, 1 and 2, which means they have the double chance to get to the big game this afternoon. The loser of this one will come up against a resurgent Malmo side who won the eliminator this morning against Seaside. But of course, neither of these teams want to play another game before that final. And it's now down to Ariana Keefe to see if they can chase down the total, which we'd say is probably around average. But maybe average is not quite good enough when it comes to the business end of this series. It just was a mixed batting innings for ACC. They got the top 4 off to fits and starts. Sami Ibrahimkil, he's continued his run this series of getting starts but not quite kicking on. And the same was the case for all 4 of the opening top batters for ACC. Ayan Saweri, he got to 24 before he was bizarrely retired out when he was limping off the field anyway. Could have been retired hurt. The captain said, nope, we don't want you to bat anymore. And he finished on 24. Delaware Khan, again, a player with international experience, didn't quite kick on. He was only there for 7 balls, got to 24 before he fell. And the same again for the reverse hand bandit. Sanola Wafa fell for 21. And with those 4 at least getting a few starts, it meant that Ariana CC do have something to defend, but in reality, they probably should have got 20, 30, 40 more runs on the board as we go into the run chase here. And it starts off with a wide as Mohamed Atif opens the bowling for ACC. Salah Khan, who we saw with the ball in hand, will now have the task of opening the innings for Ariana Keefe, and he's joined at the non-strikers end by Isan Shahzad. So we have another left-hand, right-hand opening partnership, as we saw, of course, for ACC. And the left-hander just wreaking a bit of havoc with the lines here from Mohamed Atif. Wides have been a bit of a feature of the game so far. It certainly wasn't a faultless performance with ball for Ariana Keefe. They bowled 4 wides, which is actually not a bad return, considering there's been 3 at the start of this innings so far. They just bowled 1 or 2 too many balls that were dispatched to the boundary by ACC. He's changed his angle here at Mohamed Atif, but the result is exactly the same, and a few early sprints for the wicketkeeper Kader Sadat. He does get his line right, and it's miss-hit away into the leg side, and the stop is put in there by Sami Ibrahimkil, but we're going to have to check this one because he does take a chunk out of that bite of the boundary there in front of construction corner, and yeah, I think that's going to be a 4 as his left leg just goes over the rope. And we'll double check that. I'll take one more look. It was miss-hit away by Salah Khan. There you go, super slow motion. I think, yeah, I'd say that is conclusive enough evidence that it is a 4, and the umpire then duly obliges with the single. So the first boundary of this run chase, and in fact, it's been an expensive start. The first legal delivery has gone for 7 runs, not the beginning that ACC would have hoped for, with a probably below par score on the board. Certainly can't afford to get off to a sloppy start. It was a good effort there in the outfield by Sami Ibrahimkil, but Mohamed Atif needs to find his line, and quickly here. And just drifts down leg side, probably would have even been a wide had Salah Khan just stepped inside of that. It's interesting that Khan has been boosted up the order. He's a player with international prowess, has featured for Denmark on the network. In fact, his highest score did come in an international game. That was 31 not out for Denmark against Hungary last year. So he's not what you'd call prolific with the bat, but also has the natural advantage of being a left-hander. That's something that's already troubled Mohamed Atif early in this bowling innings. He's found his line here, has Atif, and there's a few ugly swipes and misses for Salah Khan. At the other end is Ihsan Shahzad, who's had a few innings so far where he's got off to a decent enough start. 29 off just 8 deliveries in the win against Malmo earlier in the series, in the group stages. You'll just have the one ball to face up in this first over as Salah Khan gets himself off strike. It's been a quiet but steady start here for Ariane Keefe. That run rate is comfortably below 13. We've already seen one unsuccessful run chase earlier in the day as Seaside fell almost 40 runs short of the Malmo total, but Malmo did put an imposing 152 on the board. This one target 1-2-3 certainly a little more chaseable as that's flashed in, and the fielder there does well to keep all of his teeth in the right place as that one jumps up at him viciously. Would have been comfortably home in any case. He just throws up his hands, manages to save himself. So at the end of the first then, 9 runs coming off it. 3 of those were wides, as we've had, well, this will be the 40th match without a golden ball if we do tick over, and it was certainly in golden ball territory with that score pretty much average for the week so far. Of course, I'd love to have a golden ball on finals day, and I know Vinny would love one as well.
Yeah, well, happy 1 week golden ball anniversary, because it was qualifier 1 last week where we had a golden ball, and that just tells you we've had 39 matches since then. You played in 3 of them.
Yeah,
we're just talking T10s. And not a bad start, although this isn't a great bit of fielding. Only cost him 1 run. So, yeah, I suppose you just don't want to get blown out of the water in the power play. Defending it kind of, it's going by the numbers, it's an average score. I think, yeah, 12.2 and over is an average score, but I think you're hitting an above average batting lineup. No doubt about that. For Atif in the first over, even though he didn't go for too many, but he found it hard with this wind. The other way to how he normally swings the ball.
Yes, the wind and the left-hand, right-hand partnership is not the easiest set of factors for the bowlers. And the wind's been a strange one here. It's picked up, and the igloo was almost caving in on us earlier, and now it's just got a bit stiller again.
So, yeah, 39 matches. And that doesn't even include the T20s.
Too many.
The weekend.
Have we had a super over on the network?
1. Medina Cup last year with France versus Belgium, and you'll love this because we actually saw there was a run out in that game just then that was given not out, understandably on the field. It was pretty close, but the replay clearly showed it was out. But the ICC don't allow you to use technology unless you spend like millions having every single bell and whistle. So I think it's still ridiculous.
Yeah.
You should be able to mutually agree. Right? Oh, in the air. Oh, he's got him one-handed. Batcher. Oh, one-hand bandit time. He's got a heavily bandaged left hand, so he's only got the right to play with, but it's good enough. Claw machine stuff here in qualifier 1. This is the European Cricket Network, and a key for 11 for 1.
Why use 2 hands when you go with 1? He had absolutely no desire to use his left hand here. It's just about whether he could get there in time. It just held up a little in the wind, and Batcher in full flight just plucks it like he's picking apples off an apple tree.
I probably felt he was safer. With the 1 than trying to get the broken hand involved. And Shahzad, well, he was hopping mad, wasn't he? Just have a look at his reaction as well. This is some great television once again. That's gone, and then a little bit of giddy up horsey at the end of that, but you're on your bike. It's 11 for 1.
That's what we pay the big bucks for, the free subscription to European cricket for stuff like this. And well, he's clearly not happy about it, is Ihsan Shahzad, as there's
Yeah, he probably doesn't like, maybe, I mean, you're always annoyed when you get out anyway, and then maybe you start hearing certain things or thinking you hear certain things. So yeah, as we say, there's big rivalry between these two teams. Essentially came out of one team, but this is a natural thing though in Europe. I'm not so used to it where I'm from, because generally as more areas develop, they'll get a cricket team. But here, where there's kind of one level of competition, typically, not always, but in Europe, typically that's the case. You'll have basically a team gets too big to be one team, and they got to split. So they split along kind of, maybe friendship groups or something like that. It just happens. I've seen it happen in lots of countries now. So like in Prague, where we'll be in about maybe a month's time, you've got kind of almost 5 or 6 clubs you can trace the origin to Prague Cricket Club, who still play, right? But here, a bit of spice in it, end of the over, 12 for 1. This is how the ladder finished, with both these two teams winning 6, losing 2 games, but Ariana CC lost both their games against Ariana Keefe. They did have 1 extra point and a better net run rate at the end. That's why they finished at the top of the table.
It was a big early wicket to pick up Ihsan Shahzad, going for just 2. You can see how much it meant to Nasser Bacha, of course, captaining the side again for ACC. Baz Ayubi did a good job in his stead over the last few days, but Bacha comes in clutch with that one-handed grab. As Mal Sahak comes back on here. I know he just finished that one, so it's going to be back to Mohammad Atif, and he starts with a big 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's fighting a wind that's going right to left, but he's a natural left to right swinger. So Patanaik this time does get one that does come into him a bit. He likes that shot, doesn't he? He loves being able to kind of wrist it up and over the leg side. They're going to be fighting with everything they got here, Ariana CC. Now goes up and over the leg side again, but doesn't go too far. This time he has to take it with 2. Oh, Bacha. A bit like Outcast in the noughties, shaking it like a Polaroid picture, but instincts taking over. It is the end of Patanaik, and Mohammad Atif has a wicket as well. The score is 18 for 2.
It would be more painful if he dropped that one. He takes it and then the pain hits. He gets handshakes, very much right-handed handshakes from all of his teammates as Patanaik. Well, he didn't see the ball earlier with that drop catch, and he saw the ball being taken on that occasion, as that's the second wicket to fall for Akif, and it's a big power play here for ACC so far. He
knew this one was heading to his right hand, so it was kind of, it was probably going to hit mostly right hand. The left was there as support, but he's still pretty worried about it, wasn't he? But they do take it in the end. New batter out there is Baluch. First one hits him on the body, was climbing over the stumps.
He's a prime example of the highs and lows of European cricket, because he hit that monster 112 not out in game 3, and he hasn't been able to buy a run since then. 2 occasions he's hit his first ball to the rope and has been out next delivery. This time he misses out. It's a good time for him to find his run scoring form again.
Doesn't quite get this one. Drags it. Goes to the one-handed fielder. Bacha actually going to come back for 2. Oh, wow, that's close. Oh, I think he thinks he's on his way. He's halfway to the boundary. He hasn't turned around yet. Salah Khan in jeopardy. There's a bullet throw in. They just decide to take a risky 2. He's not exactly motoring here. Here comes the throw. He's gone. Good night, Charlene. And Salah is going to be run out here. Dramatic scenes. And just like that is 19 for 3. Ariana CC with a wicket from nowhere.
It's from nowhere, but he was going nowhere with that running as well. First one, they ran hard enough, and then he gave the nod for the second one. He knew he was going to the danger end. Baz Ayubi, who throws it in. I've mentioned he's been a great fielder. It would come from misfield, actually.
Get half the run out there as well.
He picks it up.
Oh, what a throw.
Baz Ayubi, he's an absolute pocket rocket in the field. He covers the ground so quickly. But it was just a bit sloppy there from Salah Khan. He saw the ball coming in. He just didn't put on the afterburners. And this one's chipped in the air. It will go the distance just about, thanks to the bite. So Hardeep Vert comes in and goes straight on the counter-attack. He is in a bit of form. The previous game he played 83 off 32. And he needs to fire here to dig his side out of a hole. They're still in the power play here, Akif. At least got into the 20s, 25 for 3, 1 ball left.
Well, Batcher does get something he likes here, but he could be in trouble. Big moment, it's gone! It's another one! And that's gonna be Atif, who is gonna get another breakthrough. It's chaos at the moment. Oh, scoreboard almost not keeping up, but it'll be 6 and out. And I think it's Haradeep Virak, isn't it? Must be. Because I'm just trying to do the sums. Who should have been on strike anyway. I can tell you it'll be 25 for 4.
It just wasn't the right shot at the right time. He hit the first one brilliantly.
That is Baluch. I thought it was.
Baluch.
I mean, they had Virak on strike, but it definitely is. Here's Baluch. I know that kind of swing anywhere, and it's a good catch taken down there. So yeah, so it will be 25 for 4. We'll say it. It will be 25 for 4.
Yeah, I think they're just double checking that the right batter is out, and certainly looks like Nasser Baluch was dragging himself off the field. The top 3 before him. It's a big trouble here. It's a perfect power play for ACC. They have their rivals rocking here. And Usman Safi comes in to the fray. In fact, he will be at the striker's end. So that one's just knocked away by Haradeep Virak, who is still out there then. That's, I suppose, a silver lining for Ariane Keefe. He can hit it big, but he's just been rocked here by those 4 wickets to fall in just 9 deliveries.
We're about to have a scoreboard explosion because I'm sure Baluch is out. Hardeep's still there. Now, we'll get away from the fielder. So, almost an own goal there. Actually went pretty close to the football net. So, who's keeping up with this? 4 early wickets, but you wouldn't count Ariane Keefe out. Maybe if they were chasing 150 or something, then you'd say it might be a bit beyond them, but certainly 123 still in their zone.
Do you think in some strange way that ACC had more fuel by the fact that they've lost twice to Ariane Keefe? It's easy to say now, but...
You already have a pretty full tank of fuel, no matter what. But definitely it wouldn't have sat well losing twice to your arch rivals during the week. And apart from that, they've played some good cricket. Here comes the scoreboard change, I'm sure. But yeah, you can see. This is one time that you might want to have the dugouts a little bit further apart, and yeah, maybe some sort of privacy screen. The other thing is, yeah, Ariane CC, they've got so many on the field, but they've also got a full bench just for numbers.
I think there might be a bench clearance if they win this one, certainly if they win the series. It was something I was talking about yesterday and the day before as well. It was a question that came in from the chat that, is it strange to play the same team over and over again? Obviously Germany, Greece at the weekend, we played each other 7 times. And if, for example, there's a bowler that just keeps on getting you out, I'm sure these guys know each other so well. It's just a mind game.
Yeah, but then it's funny because it's not often we have teams play each other so often. Okay, we've got a 7-match ECI this weekend, plus the 3 T20s, that's 10. But so basically the same team's playing 4 days in a row, which you think is crazy, until you realise what cricket was in the first place. You play the same team for 5 days. Okay, granted, you probably don't bat like 10 times. But then look at the Ashes. 5-6 tests. Playing for months against the same opponent. So I remember this came up when we had the ECC Challenger in the men. We had 4 teams play for 3 days. We had a lot of teams, you know, Estonia Iron Man played 6 times in a week. And like, that's crazy. But not really when you think about where it comes from. Anyway, reaches for this construction corner. Watch out, grab the hard hats. That one has disappeared. Maximo Safi with a counter strike.
Did you have a bowler in your time that just always got you out?
Didn't bat for long enough. No, I mean, I wasn't really... I was a lower order batter. So, and the other thing is in the grade competition in Perth where I played, there are 16 clubs.
Right.
And it's not like you really play any more often than any others. So to be honest, I didn't have two things. Probably didn't bat long enough and didn't play the same teams often enough to have a rivalry. Yeah, that's probably my best take on it. Really played some challenging bowlers in my time. Last ball, the fourth, attempted Yorker. Safi, see the man to turn this around, and we will see. At the moment, Ariana CC on top. It's 37 for 4.
Yeah, just a quieter over, which I suppose is exactly what Ariana Keefe needed. They still managed to get a handful of runs from it, but those chaotic first 3 overs with the big wickets coming, all 3 of them in over number 3, means they're very much behind the curve. They're at least going more or less in the right direction. Still a long way to go, though. I suppose the benefit of them is batting second is they know exactly what they've got to do, and ACC didn't exactly get away from them in those final couple of overs, just trailed off a little themselves. Just need to get a partnership going, do Keefe.
So Wafa's getting a bowl here. And I think you asked me before, have I ever tried batting with my hands the other way around? Well, you should have tried today, maybe one of the breaks. Well, I remember went out there with Wafa in 2023 when we were playing at Mashta just outside Stockholm, and I had a go. I mean, like I said earlier in the week, I could hit the ball.
Yeah.
And I was determined to hit a 6 on our 50-meter boundary. I got close-ish, but couldn't manage. They were working against each other. Right now, Ariana CC, quite heavy favourites to hold this off, but something tells me we're not done with the twists here in qualifier 1.
Certainly these two sides always serve up roller coaster type games. Of course, remember Ariana Keefe going 2-0 into this game against their rivals.
Cool. Almost 5 down. Wafa goes pretty close to knocking out the top of the stump. We've already seen one stump shattered here, haven't we, on finals day?
How many stumps do we have? How many shaft
That's a
rigs
really
would we
good
need?
question. How many broken stumps can we handle? And I don't know. I know we carry at least one spare, obviously. I don't know if we have a second. Heavy kind of ball here from Wafa. You're cool. Knock it out for a single.
At some point, would you have to start sacrificing the stumps at the non-strikers end?
I think that's happened before.
Yeah.
I think that's happened before. Again, maybe early days. See, I think it's like our 200th tournament or something like that, maybe more. So you should have the hang of it by now. Chopped on. Speaking of stumps, that is going to be a stump rattler as Safi started brightly, but he gets a thick inside edge. Maybe even goes onto the body, but whatever happens, it rolls onto the stumps, and Keefe are a bit of a shambles in this second innings, 39 for 5. Yeah, it does hit that back pad and then just roll on top stump.
It was an unfortunate one for Safi, but he never really got himself in the right position to hit that one. Just not too bouncy enough to go for that swat. And he manages to swat it away onto his stump, so he goes 12 off 8.
I remember earlier on, Ihsan Shirzad was hopping mad. And he won't be the only one because they've lost 5 wickets now. We're not even finished with the first half of this innings. Wafa likes what he sees. Again, that's the luck factor. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. And if you remember, I'm not saying it's just luck. That's the reason that Ariana CC are ahead. But earlier on, when Sammy was batting, there were a few sky balls that could have got caught. They just fell into open space. That inside edge could have gone anywhere. Could have been French cut for 4, but instead it's gone onto the stumps. So it's the end of the over. It's 40 for 5 after 5. They'll need 83 in the second half. So this is where we are at the moment. We're in Sweden, and of course Estonia is in progress, although they're finished for the day already. Must be nice. But Romania is the next stop after Estonia finishes on the 25th of May. I know Ramesh Sathisen, national captain, or at least former national captain, was in the chat earlier today. I'll be doing the Medina Cup. So Medina Cup's pretty interesting with it rotating. Medina's actually a part of Malta, but then it was in France last year. This year it's in Belgium, and traditionally they're the 3 teams that play. Although I don't think France are in it this year. I think Portugal instead. All right, that is going to be 6, and Shirzad is not done yet. 5% seems a little bit light on with hitting like that. Maximal to start the 6th over.
That one went straight over us here in the igloo, goes down on one knee, and it's a glorious shot. A few more needed from where that's come from though, from Shazad. They've got two batters out there who are certainly no slouches. I don't know what's to come after this though, so if they are going to get there, these two need to do the majority of the heavy lifting.
Pretty good comeback actually. But yeah, it's going to be a long way back, and almost like you need a double click here. He's still got batting to come. Sadiq Sahak hits him all right. Dash, who can open the batting, he's actually listed at number 9. Malhotra's listed at 10, and even Darmenda. It could be a no ball. I think it is. So they genuinely bat all the way to 11. We'll say that. Darmenda might say he's not really a T10 player. He's a bat. Yeah, it seems like. Well, it's over. Definitely over the fielder's waist. Probably over the batter's waist as well. And that one, oh, we've got another injury.
Legs up, let's go. Give it a rub. Where's the magic spray?
Well, I'm a little bit worried. I hope this isn't a leg bending exercise. With that kind of vigorous. Oh,
it's the top of the knee, isn't it?
Yeah. But was it off his glove into the knee?
Yeah, hit something.
So that throws it back, and then, I mean, football is played in this part of the world. There's a bit of a football type reaction here. Okay, yes, it hurts. Left knee, there it is. Then I like the way he'll throw the ball back, and then he's going for the, I need some help.
Man down.
Eventually someone came to his aid, but
they didn't seem overly concerned.
Unbelievably, he will be fit to continue. Free hit as well. So where as a keeper, I'd probably back off. Don't need to be up to stumps. Can't get a stumping. Pretty good comeback from Ibrahim Keel. Got whacked first ball, but hasn't given away too much since. I don't know why. 93% 7. I just feel this one could still go the distance. Shazad, it started brightly. Oh, it's excellent bowling. Excellent bowling. Just his sixth sense there, Sammy said that Shazad wanted to charge, so he fires it in shorter and faster. And on one knee, the keeper does the rest. And so it will be a wicket for Ibrahim Keel. You see, it just kind of seam on, and definitely got the bails off before the bat came down. So a 6th wicket down. An unfortunate end for Akramuddin Shazad. It's 49 for 6.
I haven't even got to that 50 mark yet, so the target still seems a long way off. You're saying, Vinny, that they've still got a chance. They just need a few more, well, any magical overs. The highest they've got off a single over so far is 13. That's not going to be enough, not by a long stretch. And Dash does come to the crease. So the silver lining is they do have batting all the way through. But currently it's just a procession of batters coming in and going out. Usman Safi currently top scorer, and he just got the 12.
All right, well, this game could still be changed. Debachan Dash comes out at number 8, and he whacks a 6 first ball, pounces on that short one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rank delivery there from Ibrahim Keel, just drags it far too short. He's a much better bowler, as that one goes just wide of the left-hand post. He's a much better bowler when he just tosses it up there. And that previous delivery shows exactly the ball he should have delivered. That one just got a bit greedy, tried to go for another quicker delivery, and just drags it down. And Debachan Dash not going to miss out on that one.
There's a rate 16 and over required. I can see that happening, you know. That's the difference is this 6 out isn't a normal 6 out. Well, that's going to go for 4. I was just waiting to see a fielder there, and there wasn't. There were 2 fielders that looked at it. They looked at each other, and they had to decide who was going to chase it. So another 4 runs. Watch that 3% grow here. That, to me, that 59 for 6 plays more like 59 for 3 at this stage. When you've got, I mean, you've got 10 genuine T10 batting threats, and even Darmenda, the captain, he's also a guy who I would say normally in most teams about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So 59 for 6 after 6 will have to be a big finish though. Will Keefe counter strike here and just get a bit of panic in the Ariana CC unit. Looks like they're going back to Waffa in the 7th over. Okay. This is where if you're WAF and you can bowl a single digit over here, you really push that rate up to around about 20 and over from here on in. Here we go. Can't get under the first one, Verk. I'll have to settle for a single, but yeah, a couple of things self-inflicted here. The run out, obviously, that was certainly avoidable. Even the wild swing from Shirzad to charge and get stumped. The ball by Wafe just got on you a little bit quicker than he thinks. Hello to Terry Richmond. He's also he's a referee / umpire in various sports. Have you done much umpiring / refereeing?
Certainly not in football. That would be...
Tell me all the sports you've refereed / umpired, even for like one match.
Oh, I think
like an organised game.
Cricket, probably tennis. That was just like a...
That sounds like an easy gig.
Sitting in a chair. Anything sitting in a chair is an easy gig.
Uh-oh. Now the foot's gone down, or the podiatrists are on call 24/7 here, because that's another ball that's gone bat to foot. And Verk, who's the Ariana Keefe keeper now, finds himself dealing with some discomfort. Do you know how many small bones there are in your foot as well?
Well, he's got one less now.
Do you know that babies are actually born with more bones than an adult?
Where do the bones go?
They actually fuse together so that multiple bones become one bone.
I read an interesting thing, or seen it with babies as well, that you know when babies lift their arms above their heads, they've got such weird body dimensions that they can't join their hands above their heads. And imagine that as an adult, that your head is so proportionally big that you can't join your hands above your head. But that, babies can't do it because they're so pudgy.
I never knew that. I never knew that.
You need to watch a video of it because it's a delight.
Just thinking, so I haven't umpired a lot of cricket, but I mean, I have umpired cricket. I umpired a lot of hockey growing up, a lot of field hockey, because I was 8 years older than my brothers, so it was like an easy gig. Indoor cricket, yes. I umpired football once, as in
soccer,
association football. I wasn't going to use the S word. All right, that's a pretty good shot, actually. He just plays it on length, and he's going to put it behind point for 4. So Verk fights back, but still a pretty good over this from Wafa. He only goes for 6 in it, had 3 dot balls in the middle. So 7 overs down, it's 65 for 6. And Wafa will finish with figures of 1 for 9. Quite remarkable.
It's been a brilliant spell from him as he... we take a look at what's going to come up, and it's still on the line here. Malmo will be awaiting the loser of the Ariana rivalry here.
His 2 overs, Wafa went for 3 and 6. Amazing. Of course, next game coming up in about an hour and a half. Till then, you have to amuse yourself, because Bulgaria's finished in the air, not carrying. It will just be 1 to Sami Ibrahim kill.
What is there to do in life apart from watch cricket?
I know you could always catch up on. If you missed the Estonia-Bulgaria, you could go back and catch some of that. I bet they're having a great afternoon in Estonia there. Hopefully the weather's as nice as it is here. Oh, low full toss, whipped away, straight to the field. That sums it up really for Keefe. Yeah, that 120, I said it was kind of underwhelming, but it looks like it'll be enough here. Yeah, I know there's some places still snowing in the North Europe. I know there are crew, a lot of them from Riga in Latvia, where there's still snow. That's a good shot. Construction corner, watch out. Maximo 6 carreras as the fence does its job.
We haven't seen that at Builder Friends there, or haven't heard them either today. I don't know, Friday is maybe they have a 4-day week. I know that the employment laws are very nice in Sweden. I think they're looked after. Maybe they're just having their lunch.
Yeah, we get a long lunch break today. Looking
Yeah.
forward to that. Slow ball, but whacked. Debashan Dash. You might have to file this under too little too late, or maybe not. I mean, look, 50 off 15 balls required. After that, you could say they got some sort of chance. The difference here, like I've said all along, they do have genuine bats that are at the crease. Fuchs found it tough going. He's 9 off 11, but now it makes it 44 off 14. Patcher bowling out of his non-bandaged hand as the next one will also disappear. Maximo, is there one last twist? It's a Category 3 storm at the moment. Debashan Dash with 3 sixes on the spin and still 1 ball to go in the over.
Well, he's threatening here. It's almost easy for him to just swing and swing hard because they've got nothing to lose apart from, of course, the game. As the dugouts very much close together. The nails are being bitten on both sides.
Come back, you know, they needed about 20 and over start of the over. They get 21 off that one, thanks to Dash, who, okay, gets a perfect York. At least he jams it out, he keeps the strike. So end of the 8th, and the score is 86 for 6. Yeah, I got asked to umpire soccer/football once. I had never done it. I'd played a little bit, but it was from my school, so I was like, you're paying me? Yep, sure, just make it up. But most of it's just running around telling people to get up.
Yeah. Must have been men's soccer.
Obviously. What else have I umpired?
Have you done any?
There's a few that are mentioned here. Sepak takraw, have you ever heard of that?
I've not.
It's this crazy hands-free volleyball they play in Southeast Asia. All right, big moment here. Right back to the line, and it's going to be 6. Maximo for Dash. I can't wait for the percentages to come back because I think they were down to about 3%. But this game is very much alive. In fact, they've got it down to about 3 a ball now after it climbed over 20.
It's a big 9th over, isn't it? They've gone to the man with international experience, Delaware Khan.
We've killed the percentages. Doesn't know what's going on anymore. Dash 37 off 9. He's the difference maker. He has to be a little bit careful. He knows he can't get out, so he doesn't feel confident going through with the shot that time. Yeah, what were you going to say? Sepak takraw, though.
Yeah,
check that out on the internet.
You're going to tell me what? I was going to ask if you've done any sports that are individual sports. You know, when it's just 1 or 2 people that you're umpiring rather than 2 big teams.
Good question.
For some reason, tennis comes to mind, or table tennis, or
I mean,
badminton.
I've definitely kept score of like a table tennis game.
Yeah.
Never been a boxing referee.
Apart from in that one game where you went in at 3.
Yeah. Dash needs to go now. And he's just going to have to go off the field as Delaware gets this one to whistle through. Little edge. Sadat does the rest. Akif really down to the bones at 92 for 7.
He had to go for it. He faced up the previous delivery, didn't get any runs off that one. It was a good delivery from Khan, and this one just chased him down the leg side. He tries to still stay leg side of it to work it down the pitch, but he manages to feather one through. It's a nice take from Kadir Sadat because that one was wobbling in the air.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
Where I used to work and when I was hosting, when I was first getting into hosting, which I got into accidentally when I was in my probably early 20s to mid 20s. And I was in charge of like the fun bit of the venue I was working at the time. Malhotra, one of the better number 9s going around. I mean, this is pretty slippery from Delaware Khan. So one of the things is I would have an organised rock, paper, scissors, best of 3 for a prize, and I'd really hype it up. It would take about 25 minutes. I was the host/referee. Do you know there's competitive rock, paper, scissors? Oh, Malhotra gets some of this one. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. So we will go to the last. And we've seen this done before. Are you with me when Seamus Deploy took 32, actually 34 off and over to win a game for Hungary? In this one, it'll be 25 to win for Ariana Keefe. It's 98 for 7 after 9.
I've heard if you play rock, paper, scissors against a man, you should go paper because men tend to go rock first because, you know, macho, rock.
Makes sense. I've heard you're meant to mirror your opponent's last move.
Yeah, because they don't go the same thing twice, I guess.
But there's competitive rock, paper, scissors. Look it up on YouTube. They play like best of 500. So it's like a test match. You're just trying to out-psych the other person.
Do you go on rock, paper, scissors, go? Or what was your
actually
rule?
20 minutes was trying to decide that out of the 25. All right, well, they need a big finish. He's still there, so that's something, but he just hasn't been able to fire at all. But Malhotra coming off the boundary. Virk has hit 1-4 in his 12 balls. Yeah, I was there after 3, not an on 3 person.
So 1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, show. Well, that's going to be 4. So, again, keeping the game alive. 20 off 4 now. Yeah, now I'm getting into a real rabbit hole. But when I went to Japan, they have a different version, or like an add-on rule to rock, paper, scissors, where they say, Achimita hoi, which basically means then now you can look that way, and you get like a chance to get back in the game if you point the direction that they look, that the winner looks. Look that up. Don't know what you're Googling, though. Need another one. Well bowled, though. They're going to take one.
I think you're giving the makers of Squid Game an idea for the next series.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Well, that's what they were doing in 1994 when I was there.
Do you want to know quickly what it is in German?
Go on.
Rock, paper, scissors. Schere, Stein, Papier. Stein, rock.
Yeah.
Papier, paper.
Yeah.
Schere, scissors.
So it's literally
Schere,
word
Stein,
for word?
Papier. Yeah.
Yeah.
You do get schnick, schnack, schnuck as well.
Nice cheap game for the whole family. Well, that's a low full toss, and that's going to disappear. So I need 3 6s to tie. There's one of them. Vergu hadn't cleared the rope in a dozen deliveries before that. Still keeps this game alive, although it's on life support.
Yeah, you can go schnick, schnack, schnuck in Germany and xing, chang, chong as well. That's the 2 variations of rock, paper, scissors.
Just stop you there. It's on 7-second delay. All right. Maximo or bust? Oh, well, I get 4. So it won't be 6. And so all that means is that this needs to be a legal delivery, and game over, and Ariana CC will be the first through to the final.
He gets a premature handshake from his teammate there.
Is it better or worse as a bowler to say, just don't bowl a wide?
Well, now it's in your head. That's the problem.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Last ball. It will be game over. It will be a hit. And I think they will get 1. So in the end, only 7 runs between these 2 teams. Ariana CC with some revenge for earlier in the week, where they went down twice to their arch rivals. Again, handshakes exchanged, and you love to see this this rivalry, but you do just hope it stays in the right spirit. Of course, these 2 played a famous golden ball here back in 2020. Will we have another one before the end of the day? Time will tell, but right now what I can tell you is that Ariana CC are the first team through to the final, and Ariana Keefe will have to take on Malmo, who actually beat Ariana Keefe in the very first game of the competition back on Monday morning.
Yeah, it was a pretty comprehensive win as well, wasn't it? They lost by 7 wickets, did Keefe, on that occasion. They're going to have to turn this one around, as we know now the identity of one of our finalists. It's Ariana CC. Can it be then a rematch of the Ariana Grande, or will Malmo upset the apple cart?
Can I tell you the parallels of Jersey?
You can.
So Malmo are basically a bit like the Eastern Royals, who beat the Commanders in the game 1. That turned out to be the matchup in qualifier 2. But then there was revenge that was handed out. So there's a few parallels. But what we did have was a golden ball in qualifier 1, that we weren't too far away. Keefe, that's the first time they lose the Grande this week. Will there be a 4th edition? Time will tell. But this, I suppose, underwhelming target of 123 was out of reach of Keefe, thanks to some bizarre cricket, including that one-handed catch. And you can see the emotions that it elicits from the batter. They then had to be held back. In the end, the wickets just continued to fall, didn't they? That was a 1.5-handed catch then from Batcher coming next. So that the lineup just kept turning over, didn't it? And then this, Batcher had a hand in another one. Would you believe it? As Yubi gunned down Salah Khan, who was kind of running into what looked like a gale. But anyway, it wasn't to get too much better, as Baluch, he hit his 6 and was looking like he could be the man to turn around, but he went very second ball that he faced. And from there, it never really got too much better for Ariana Keefe, despite some late hitting from Dash, who top scores with 37 from number 8. It wasn't to be, and they fall 7 runs short.
Just kept on losing wickets at regular intervals, and every time someone looked like they would build up a head of steam, they just lost it. As Mansafi, he was clean bowled by Sanala Woofa. Waffa and Hardeep Burke. He's the only one that really contributed until Dash came in, and it was a final overs dash to the finish. We thought, well, he could be the one. We certainly didn't think the win predictor was all signed, sealed and delivered, but in the end, a bit of friendly fire made happy into one unhappy customer. Hardeep taking one right on the boot. He remained unbeaten. Dash then came to the party, and we thought this could be the start of a resurgence for Ariana Keefe, but then he went for one big hit too many. There was 5 sixes in his 37. In the end, though, caught behind. It was a good delivery from Delaware Khan, the international, to dismiss Dash, and that was the hopes dashed of Ariana Keefe, as they did take it deep, went right down to the wire. That final over, bowled by Asmal Haq Sahak, went for 17, but it just wasn't enough as Ariana CC hold their nerve against their rivals and take this one by 7 runs.
Yeah, Waffa rightly is judged player of the match for hitting a 20, but mostly I think for his bowling. We'll come to that in a second. Devachan Dash with 37, the top scorer. I mean, they could draw their lineup out of a hat, really. They got a lot of players that can change the game, but as you could see there, none of them were able to make too much of an impact. The top 4 all falling for less than 10. 21 from Virik, who stuck around for a while, but just couldn't get the production that he was hoping for. Now Hotra tried his best at the very end, but wasn't able to make too much of an impact with the bat. 2 for 21 Atif, but for me, Waffa were the best of the bowlers. They're 1 for 9 as that rate was hovering around the 16. He pushed it up. Wickets also to Asmal Haq Sahak as well as Delaware Khan, who bowled with a bit of fire towards the end, and Sami Ibrahim Kill chipped in with 1 for 19. We'll take a break then. Extended break, actually. We'll be back in around about an hour and 15 minutes time with the next one. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Enjoy your break and then join us, because there's plenty more still to be written here on finals day in Landskrona. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. We're halfway through finals day here in Landskrona. Great to be back. In fact, it's our first finals day here since 2022. Let's see who walks away with the trophy. But first, we have to know who will play Ariana CC in the finals. So we've got qualifier 2 coming up. Ariana Keefe to take on Malmo. Well, these two had an interesting kind of week and they haven't played each other since opening day. But first, let's see what happened at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the two captains.
Malmo to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It's come down heads.
Gonna bat first.
Good luck. All the best. Good luck. Malmo have won the toss and they're batting.
Malmo win the toss then and elect to bat. And it seems a long time ago on Monday morning, actually, in match 1, Malmo beat Ariana Keefe in what has to be described as a bit of an upset, although Ariana Keefe did come back and take all 4 points in the last match of Monday's action. So they did get their revenge. And Malmo, they started with 2 wins and they kind of completely fell off the horse and had a really tough middle of the week. They were able to claw a 3rd win. They actually got them into finals. But I think they like batting first now. They went through that phase of wanting to chase. But I think if you look at the numbers, there've been more teams winning batting first. And we already saw that Ariana Keefe, they lost a lot of wickets on the chase in the earlier game today. But I can say that Ariana CC are waiting for the winner of this game. 2 teams will show, but one will have to go after qualifier 2. Let's go over to Tina Goff now. He'll take you to the first ball with the news from the toss that Malmo, to stay alive in the tournament, batting first after winning the toss.
Thanks very much, Vinny. Yes, it's all on the line here in qualifier number 2 between Ariana Keefe and Malmo Cricket Club. Of course, Malmo, they've come into this game on the back of a win after they got the best of the Seasiders in that big eliminator this morning. Malmo showed that they're no slouches with the bat, and that's probably why, on the back of that win, they've decided again to set the score. Taking a look at the 2 teams then, Ariana Keefe, they are unchanged from their loss to their city rivals, Ariana CC, just a couple of hours ago. As for Malmo, Kaibir Nizami comes back in for them. And he'll bolster both the bowling and the batting ranks for the Malmo side. Of course, for Ariana Keefe, they are coming into this one on the back of that defeat. And it was a close one, wasn't it? 122 was posted by Ariana CC. At the time, we thought that's probably just below par. We saw earlier in the day that the par score across this week has been about 125. But they were able to hold the fort. And Ariana Keefe, despite a spirited comeback towards the end, that was led by Devashan Dash, scoring 37 off 12 when he fell. Looked like there was going to be an increasingly unlikely run chase, and that's how it proved to be. Went to the final over, but Ariana CC won in the end by 7 runs. But look at that. If you want a thriller, then this is the place to be. Pretty much 50-50 between the 2 sides. Of course, they've had varying fortunes throughout this series. Ariana Keefe, before today, probably came into this as the favourites between the 2 sides, but anything is possible on finals day, as they came into this finals day in 2nd place, only actually behind Ariana CC on run rate. Malmo, meanwhile, they had the day off yesterday. All their work was done in the first 3 days of the group stages, and then they had a bit of a nervous wait yesterday with both Seaside and Hissingens below them in the table, picking up points. It wasn't guaranteed that they would be here on finals day. In the end, though, they did manage to comfortably qualify in 3rd place. And they did half the job this morning to get to the final by winning that eliminator. But of course now it's do or die for both of these sides. Ariana Keefe on their 2nd of 2 chances, and Malmo, well, they just need to keep on winning if they want to lift that coveted ECS trophy. And of course, Ariana CC are eagerly awaiting the winner of this contest in what will then be, I'm sure, a dramatic final this evening. That'll be in, well, just about 3 and a bit hours time. But we've got the big contest to come before that, as the wind just starts picking up here in Landskrona. It's been whipping around all week, and at the moment it's just slightly overcast. The sun is trying its very best to come out. Certainly not the Baltic temperatures that I know we've been having over in our Estonia-Bulgaria series in Eastern Europe, but here skies are trying to clear up. The wind is just gently gusting at the moment, and it will be Musadak Mubarak and Abdus Sadais to open up for Malmo. The left-handed Nasser Balic will have the ball to start with. He will be facing up against two right-handers. He had the tricky task of bowling against Sami Ibrahimko in the previous game. I said at the time, I don't think it's quite the best matchup for him bowling against the left-hander, but he's got the hooping in-swing for the right-hander here and almost squeezes one through on the very first delivery. Sadak Mubarak, his eyes lit up, almost undone by that nice little in-dip that Balic does get. Mubarak, someone who can be dangerous at the top of the order for Malmo. Didn't achieve it on the eliminator this morning. Went for a second ball duck, and there's a big appeal on the second ball again for Mubarak. The wicketkeeper absolutely convinced. Saw as soon as that was caught there by Hardeep Virk behind the stumps, he was charging in. Was a big swish. I don't think Balic was too convinced. Even he turned around and just asked Virk what on earth he was doing. Wry smile to the umpire. So Mubarak just needs to settle down here. He can score runs. He's proved that throughout the series so far. Got 71 off 22 deliveries in game 15. And he does get himself off to a blistering start here. It's third time lucky for Mubarak as the beautifully constructed net in front of Constructors' Corner does its job there. He just chips that one. I thought at first it might have been the world's biggest bump ball, but it just comes right off the middle of the bat. He gets underneath it, almost shovels it to the rope. The first Maximo of this qualifier number 2. Just an overcorrection there from Nasser. He doesn't want to give anyone any width outside that off stump. If he tries to straighten up, that swing's always going to take it down the leg side. He's got to be careful here as well because he doesn't have much protection on the leg side at all. There's just the one sweeper at deep mid-wicket, but anything behind square, it's going to be sent straight to the boundary. Well, that one's going to be sent to the boundary and up and away. It is pretty much over the fielder at deep mid-wicket, but he's got no chance of stopping that one. As well, we haven't seen the horses trotting around in that part of the field, and probably for the best with Mubarak hitting that one up and not quite beyond into the former dugouts there. I was going to say into the stables, but they would be the narrowest horse stables you ever did see. Well fielded off his own bowling there from Nasser. He just stuck out his hand, and well, we've had enough injuries today already, haven't we? We've had a few hits in some delicate areas. We've had legs lifted up in the air. We've had blinding sunlight damaging the eyes of some of the fielders. On that occasion, Nasser just stuck out a palm. Oh, and there's always another injury as that one tortugaed up. Akram Shahzad did well to get his hand on it. You could hear the slap of that through the effects mic, and he did well to take the sting out of it. Otherwise, it would have whistled away to the boundary. So a few just let-offs there for Nasser. The end of the first, then it's 14 for no loss. And we're deep into finals day here in Sweden, qualifying number 2. And it's all or nothing for one of these sides as they will go through to face Ariana Sisi in the final. So we might have the return of Ariana Grande between the two sides from Malmo. But of course, there's a third Malmo side who want to get into that final as well. Malmo, we'd probably call them the underdogs going into this game. A solid start from them. And anything can happen in this blistering format. I think Shazad's going to have a few blisters on his hands after that one whistled past him, as the second over here will be bowled by Debashan Dash. It was more of a dash with the bat in the previous game. And, well, the side from Ariana certainly bat deep, and even though he came in late in the piece in that derby, coming in at number, I think it was 8 he came in at the end. It certainly wasn't over as he scored 37 off 12, but when his wicket did fall, that was the death knell for the run chase. This one's clubbed down the ground. It's going to go all the way. It's Adnan there, whose hospitality has been second to none this week. And he's turned himself into a boundary rider as well as he goes on the run to catch up with that one. But again, it's Mubarak who's in the runs. He stole that single off the final ball of the first over. Abdur Sadais yet to face a ball at the non-striker's end. Akram Shazad in front of us, just checking that all his fingers are still attached. And well, he'll need all of them to go and collect that one. It's back-to-back sixes from Musadak Mubarak, who looks in the mood. He's probably fuming with himself that he missed out earlier this morning. It was a tight LBW decision that went against Mubarak. Clearly fueled by that sense of injustice. He's started strong here. And it's going to be 666. The devil comes out, and it's a great crowd catch there. And the man with the cap to his side. And that one was hit to the side there by Mubarak. Dash just not finding his line at all here. Mubarak just swivels away on that one. And it's nicely caught, unfortunately, for Ariana Keefe. It's about 10 meters beyond the boundary. And hello to Rico, who's joining us in the chat. Great job over in Estonia. And you and Marco. This one's clubbed over mid-on. It's not quite got the legs on it to go all the way, but it's another boundary, and this over's already gone magical. 22 coming off the first 4. Yeah, Rico had a bit of a thriller earlier today between Estonia and Bulgaria, with the guests so close to their first ever T20I victory. But Estonia took the spoils, winning all 3 of the internationals between the two sides. The good news, though, for Bulgaria is that they do have the right to reply in the ECIs, 7 of them coming your way across the weekend. Enrico, yeah, you missed a few big hits, both off the middle of the bat and into the middle of the body. And worth watching those on replay. I don't need to, I think, say any more than that. But hello to Rico, hope you're well, hope you're enjoying what I've heard is a glorious hotel as well in Estonia. It's some sort of wellness hotel with a big swimming pool, spas, and water slides. So I'm not saying I'm jealous, but I'm a little. This one goes high up. It's going to go all the way for Baxamo. This is a big, big over for Malmo. It's worth 28 in the end, and this has been a blistering start for them as they move to 42 off just the first 2 overs. This is the exact start that they would have wanted, would have been envisaged by Saklan Karamat when he called correctly and decided to have a bat. Ariana Kif just need to get themselves together pretty quickly here. They don't want to be chasing anything on 150 and beyond. Still a long way to go, though, with only the 2 overs down. And as we take a look at what is happening tomorrow, as Rico putting his feet up, maybe on the bed or in the water slide this afternoon, but he's got an early start tomorrow morning as we have 4 ECIs coming your way. And joining me in the commentary box again is Vinny Sandhu.
One expression I like, what goes around comes around. Now today, they're already putting their feet up, but tomorrow they start at 8 o'clock Central European time. As Rutledge comes back, they're gambling on bowling him out here, just trying to break this opening partnership. So they sent him face the ball until that one, which he digs out off the toe. But tomorrow, we have 2 games, and in fact, they will be halfway through their second game by the time we bowl the first ball. So how do you like them apples, Rico?
We need to just find a water park to...
So that our games are middle of the day and kind of spread out, so it does feel like a whole day. Have a word to the authorities. Is Baluch. And he's castled him. Mubarak, well, he had a good start, but Baluch has the last laugh. Not quite a stump smasher, but definitely a stump knocker over. It's the first wicket of qualifier 2. It's 43 for 1.
Just a dead-eye Yorker there from Nasser. And he knew that Dash would be looking to go big down the ground, and particularly on that leg side. He wasn't there to be hit. Zero footwork to speak of for Dash, and his dash at the crease is... Oh, I'm talking about the bowler now. Dash was the one that got dashed all over the place in the second over. It's Mubarak whose time at the crease is over, but he was equally dashing in his 41 run. Need to put my teeth in, Vinny. 41 runs he scored in 13, including big sixes, 6 of them. His time comes to an end, and Haider Atcham is in at 3.
I don't know why he would have taken him out in the first place, but anyway, here's Atcham. And that one will just slide across. So Baluch, they do gamble to bring him back, and yeah, gets the desired result. Basically like having 2 new batters here, because Sudas only faced the 1 ball.
No, he did his job in the one that he did face. He got the single. The very next ball was the wicket to fall. Mubarak, I would say though, 41 off 13 is a decent stint for any opening batter. But Baluch, he's found his radar here, and he's just going for those toe-crunching Yorkers every single time. If he doesn't hit the toes, he wants to hit the stumps. This time though, he does some damage to the finger of Hardeep Virk. I think he wore this one right on the thumb.
Yeah, it's a nasty one for the keeper. At least does stop it. I'm happy he's not so happy at the moment. Might have to write some inverted commas around that name on his shirt.
And that's just flicked away nicely. Just uses the pace of the ball. It's nothing more than just a little swish of the bat there from Haider Atcham. The pace that Nasser is bowling means that one's always going to be sent into orbit. That's just the one shy of the 50. So they could get a 50 power play here.
It was a slight rolling cutter from Baluch, but he just kind of waits on it nicely and gets that contact point perfectly, doesn't he? Atcham off the mark with 6. Last ball for Baluch. Last ball of power play coming up.
He goes for his customary fuller delivery. Misses the stumps, but Atcham misses it as well. And it will be a dot ball to finish what was otherwise a very good power play for Malmo. They do lose that early wicket, Mubarak. They get to 49 for the loss of 1. And they're well set here. So they had that one big magical over. The second one, Debashan Dash, 28 runs coming off it. It'll be interesting to see if he comes back to bowl the next, but it looks like they're going to change it up and go to the international experience of Salah Khan.
Yeah, so Rico's one up me again. I think he wins because he said he's going to contemplate that while he gets out of the thermal spa pool and gets set for the watermelon body scrub.
What's the watermelon?
Do they have designated scrubbers there? I wonder.
Do they scrub with watermelon?
It
Or is
sounds
it
interesting.
watermelon
I'll actually be
infused?
at this hotel on Monday. I
You'll
arrive
have to-
Monday, and I do have a Saturday off in Estonia. I'm just contemplating what to do before I do finals day next Sunday there. So we're going to get Salah Khan now to bowl over number 4. We're out of the power play as well.
First one is flashed through the vacant backward point region. There is a fielder out there at 3rd, but he's pretty fine. I think it's Ihsan Shahzad out there in the deep. That one just zips through Abdul Sadais. He's been biding his time at the crease, hasn't had too much of the action, but gets in on it here at the start of the 4th.
Ariana Keefe actually do have an ECS title they won in 2020 in the series here during the Wild West era, as I call it. And it was a bit of a one-sided final, to say the least. And they took on their arch nemesis, Ariana CC, in an Ariana Grande final.
Got him. It's the second ball, and revenge is sought by Salah Khan, and it's sweet for him. As the first one was cracked away to the boundary, but the second one, we had a cracked stump earlier. I don't think that quite dislodges middle stump, but it comprehensively castles the batter. And it's a second wicket to fall. This time Abdul Sadais goes after facing just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, top of the stump's kind of length. I know it's something that actually Corey mentions. It's not a bad length to bowl because it's not an obvious drive. It's not an easy ball to pull. It's the kind of one, he kind of stayed leg side of the ball. If he'd gotten in front, if he hit him on the pad, you probably couldn't have given it out. Probably looks like it's going over. but he just has to play it from outside his eyes, see? So just the footwork there didn't work for the pull shot, and he pays the price. The stumps get splayed at 53 for 2. More about the history in a second.
As Mohammed Rafiq comes in at 4. Just chips that one. It's going to be a misfield. Is it going to go all the way? The chase is on. That's bucket man Sambit Patanek, who does manage to get hold of the Grizzly. They run through for 2.
Yeah, so Ariana Keefe beat Ariana CC in the final in 2020, bowling out Ariana CC for 49 and then chasing it down in 5 overs. But there was heartbreak ahead for Ariana Keefe in 2021. They did make the final, but they couldn't chase down the 126 target against Gothenburg City, finishing on 104. And Gothenburg, or Göteborg, how they say it here, they aren't in the men's tournament this year, didn't qualify, but their women's are part of the ECSW format series. They'll have 4 matches against Malmöhus. Again, Malmöhus, distinct club from Malmö that you're watching right here.
Yeah, this Malmö very much hooseless.
They are hooseless. That's incredibly clever, and I just hope enough people picked up on that.
Let's hope so. Oh,
Your brain, the way it works, I love it. They are hooseless.
well, that was certainly a hooseless delivery there from Salah Khan. Almost a no ball, but it does pitch on the blue strip. Will be a wide.
Ariana CC, that we know they're already in the final. Okay, they made the final in 2020, got rock and rolled, as we just discussed. Then they had more heartbreak ahead in 2021.
Oh, might be heartbreak here, but it does land short of Sadiq Sahak, who looks like he's borrowed the bucket hat from Sambit Patanek. There's multiple bucket hats going on. That one, lucky escape for Hamad Rafiq. Doesn't quite get a hold of it.
So the bronze final, in the bronze final, Ariana CC won it, but they actually finished second in there on the table, but couldn't make the final.
This time it's going up and away. 6 runs to finish the 4th over. Malmo move on to 63 for 2.
Yeah, so Ariana Keefe, they won it in 2020. They lost the final in 2021, and we didn't see them in 2022 in these 3. Ariana CC, they lost the final pretty comprehensively. They came 3rd after losing their semi in 2021. And then I suppose the real disappointing one was in 2022 for Ariana CC, where they actually topped the group, but again, they weren't able to make the final. In fact, they lost they won the bronze final, so they won it by 2 runs against Evergreen. We've had some great team names here as well. I know we only got 5 teams this time, but I'll take you through some of my favourites. Mentioned Malmöhus, Helsingborg Stars, missed them. Obviously, it was tough to qualify for this tournament. We've had Lund, which is a city, one of the oldest cities in Sweden, but means something else in another language. But no, we couldn't change it because
It's a pretty old city, I think.
it's a station we go through. Not quite a feeling when you pull into Lund station. Never quite know how long you're going to be there. It was me last night when I was on the midnight special. It's a hard day's night. And yeah, Landskrona, I've seen them before. Landskrona Zalmi, Malmö Kings. We've had a lot of clubs involved here.
Slower ball by Sadiq Sahak, who's come on to bowl the 5th here. And that one crunches against the blue container. And it's a nice ball for Hamad Rafiq to get his first boundary of the game.
Yeah, well timed. Called Rafiq, my canary down the coal mine. And if he's there, the innings is in good shape. If he's gone, sometimes not. Sahak, he is the stump smasher from before, and he got to keep it.
Rightly so. There he goes again for that crunching slower ball Yorker. It's just worked away. He's got a brilliant head of hair, does Sahak as well. Straight from a L'Oreal advert, especially when it's swirling in this Swedish wind.
True. Sweden is a land of good hair.
It is.
As well, isn't it? Maybe that's why I don't feel like I really fit in.
got him. It hits the pads. It's unfortunate for Haida Atcham, as the ball was just chasing him down the leg side. He gets a fist pump for his troubles from Sadiq Sahak, as Sahak is into the attack, back into the wickets, and it's the third wicket to fall for Malmo, 71 for 3.
Yeah. Hits the leg at the back, and there's the Sahak attack. Once again, the stumps are disturbed. This time, not quite as violently as before, but it's another handy breakthrough for Ariana Keefe. They have seen the back of Atcham. It goes for 12. It's 71 for 3.
I will say being blonde in Sweden is a bit of a blessing and a curse, because everyone keeps on talking to me in Swedish.
Do they? I was going to
like,
say, I was going to ask what your experience is. By the way, we have been made to feel so welcome here. It's been an awesome time, and yeah, we're looking forward to the weekend, at least being able to explore a little bit more of the area that we're in. I mean, I was here, but it was 4 years ago. So it's also interesting to see how, I suppose, how much more lively it is back in 2021. It was still kind of Corona times, and not everything was like it is now. Oh, it's a good Yorker. As Hassan comes in, he's a good hitter as well. So they'll also feel, Malmo, okay, if they can just get even that 130 on the board that's expected right now against Akif, whose batting failed earlier. And for Akif, it was one of those T10 innings where everything that seemed to go wrong, or anything that could go wrong, did go wrong. But then maybe it's enough. Malmo, I think, probably is pretty relevant that they had the day off yesterday as well. I think it was a good time to have the day off, even though they had a nervous wait to see if they would get about 358 more days off because they might not have even been here today.
Yeah, it was touch and go, but in the end, because Seaside and Hissingens played that 4th game of the day, it was always going to be a case of them taking points off each other. And Malmo were the lucky recipients then of that 3rd position. As well, they wanted to put the throw in, but it decides against it in the end, so they just go through to the single, and Malmo finish halfway stage 73 for 3.
Yeah, really good game here. I was a bit surprised actually to see it so close at the win predictor. I thought maybe Ariana Keefe had the wood a little bit more over Malmo, especially because they took 4 points off them last time. But it is also true that Malmo beat them in match 1, so I think it was 51-49 at the start of the tournament. But hey, great to have you with us. It's a beautiful day in Sweden. We still have more cricket to come on the weekend with our first ever ECSW Sweden, and another first ever with Sweden sending a team to the ECCW in the emerging division this year. So they'll be taking on the likes of Malta, Croatia, Czechia, and Greece, I think, are the other teams in there. So, and we've seen quite a few of those teams recently. So let's see how the women stack up here. And of course, it is club level, so it might not be quite international level, but I still think that it'll be a really good showcase of the game. Because actually in Sweden, there's quite a thriving women's game. With the fact that you've got so many clubs across the country, so obviously got quite a few around Stockholm, you've got quite a few in the Skåne region here where we are. So there is a real kind of pathway to be playing regular cricket as a female player, and yeah, the pathway into the national team now as well. It's good when you have that structure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I have seen the squads, and I think there's a few Danish national team players as well, obviously just around the corner from Denmark. So there'll be some decent cricket on show. Of course, there will be more newer players to the game as well. I'm looking forward to that. Also, of course, looking forward to that for the fact that we have slightly shorter days as well. So we're going to have to find, well, Rico's told me if you're not fancying a watermelon scrub, you can also have a grapefruit one. So maybe we've got time to go over to Estonia. Well, that one's been scrubbed to the boundary. Hamad Rafiq, he's still there. The Canary is flapping away as he hits Salah Khan for big 6 runs.
Yeah, interesting kind of innings, because although they've lost wickets, no one's ever been guilty of wasting time in the innings. So Mubarak 41 off 13, Sudais 5 off 3, 12 off 6, 18 off 8. Rafiq now, Hassan, he's only just getting started, but that's why the run rate's in pretty good shape.
Tries to go again. Doesn't know if the grunt there was from the bowler or the batter. It was an effort ball and tried to just muscle it away. Just gets through for the single. Yeah, I think tomorrow, if I could choose, I'd probably go early start, early finish. We're kind of
definitely
floating
because
in the middle.
we've got a big social calendar.
We do.
we're representing ECN at a huge event tomorrow.
That one's huge in itself, as this time it's Wahab Hassan who gets in on the act. It's just his 4th delivery. The tall figure of Wahab muscles that one away for 6 runs.
Yeah, well, I said Hassan was probably the only one that didn't have the strike rate down, but I knew if I gave him a second, he'd probably sort it out. He's big hitter. He's pretty good at hitting that ball off a length, actually. Just kind of swats it up and out of the ground. And comeback ball now for Saleh Khan. Last ball, actually, of his match.
Nice attempted big hit again. Hassan fuming with himself that he doesn't make contact on that one. Flies through to the keeper. Still a good over, though, for Malmo. 15 runs coming off it. We move to 88 for 3 after 6. Yeah, the social engagement tomorrow, I will say, there's absolutely no better place to be tomorrow than in Sweden. I think it's...
Yeah. So, yeah, we are, I say we're representing ECN, not technically,
Unofficially.
but we have secured tickets to, like, the Eurovision watch party in Helsingborg.
It's the place to be.
It's the place to be, and I actually have been there. Actually, Rhino is so unhappy that he couldn't be on this tour because we had a bit of a history there. It was actually run by a lady. It's at a karaoke bar, by the way, but like a big one. And it was run by a lady who actually lived in Australia for a while. So she had us there as her almost, what's the word? Like song slaves, making us 2 Aussie songs. Is that a Meg?
He goes for the nutmeg here. Rafiq tries to get something on it. Sadiq Sahak has come back for his 2nd over. I think it goes straight through the legs. Yeah, it was almost an intentional hit there from Hamad. Manages to nutmeg himself, and it goes through to the keeper. Good bowling here from Sahak, not giving Rafiq any sort of width. He knows if he just misfires to the left or right, he's going to end up in the shrubbery. This time, though, goes straight through the middle. What were your songs of choice then in the previous
Yeah, well,
appearance?
I didn't get choice because she would actually say, now you're singing this. You just basically put them up.
Dear, what I've got myself into.
Oi, almost deflected straight into the umpire. And it will just stay inside. Upton almost wore that one. How many they run there? Is that only the one? This is amazing. Look, it's the deflections. Because it actually jumps when he thinks is out the way.
Yeah, goes
but it
into
gets
the
deflected towards him. So I'm glad no one got hurt there. A lot of John Farnham, if you know it. If you know John Farnham, he was quite big in Germany for us, a bit before your time.
I was going to say, I don't.
I have to educate you.
God.
A lot of his songs are about, like, you know, you're the voice, and that's freedom, and that coincided nicely with the kind of the falling of the Berlin Wall. Spoiler alert, came down.
No, I haven't got to that season yet.
Season of Earth.
It was a rocky one, that was.
Bit
the
of
80s.
Horses by Daryl Braithwaite come out.
Doesn't he play for the West Indies? So that one goes into the leg side.
Yeah, don't know if there's any relation between Australian 60-something singer Daryl Braithwaite and Carlos Craig, take your pick. But then also, did you know that Daryl Braithwaite had a hit with a song called How's That by Sherbet? You must know that
I do
song.
know that one. That's played at cricket grounds up and down the UK. Should be cut off here. It's actually a good over from Sahak. Just the 5 singles coming off it. End of the 7th then. Malmo 92 for 3. Ariana have done a good job of reeling this in. It was 63 for 2 at the end of the 4th. They haven't quite been able to push on. They've got 2 set batters now. Got the platform to try and go big in the final 3 overs. And we're going big this year, 2025. So much more action to bring you up and down, left and right through the continent. And all the way through, of course, to the ECC men's in September and the ECC women's, which we just mentioned. Coming to you for a bit of Christmas cricket at the end of the year. Of course, the expanded format as well, going from the 2 divisions to the 3. And the Meltle Shield will hopefully be in an expanded format as well on the back of the success of the Western Shield, which feels like about 3 lifetimes ago, was only, I think, 3 months ago. And that will be returning alongside the Meltle Shield in the middle of September. Returning here after bowling in the earlier game, Usman Safi. He's someone who's always brought in the latter stages. You don't often see him before overs 7 or 8. He's coming in here to bowl the 8th. First one whistles through. Ahmad Rafiq is just going for big boundaries or nothing here. This time he hits it away. That's an outstanding catch. What a dive that was. That was destined for the boundary, and Sadiq Sahak goes tumbling away to his weaker left side and reels that one in from absolutely nowhere. What an effort that was.
Nothing weak about Sahak today. It's another Sahak pounce. How he took that, I've got no idea. He took it almost like a slips catch with this kind of a dive. Have a look. Spots it. Oh, has he got it in one hand?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a one-hander.
That's an amazing catch. I didn't see this live because it was too quick, but look, it goes in the left hand. He goes with two. He just hurls himself at the ball, and that is an absolute all-time catch from Sadiq Sahak. Has to be one of the plays of the week, if not the whole year. Has the unlucky man is the canary down the coal mine, Ahmad Rafiq, who's out for 22, 93 for 4. What a moment.
It's the bucket hat power, isn't it? As he flew away, his hat flew off and it flew into his left hand, his right hand there just for decoration. This one is hoisted into a similar area. Two of them are steaming in, and Sahak, oh, he collects it after a hurdle job there from Akram Shazad. It's all happening here in the 8th.
So here's the big question, Tina. Which would he have enjoyed more, breaking a stump in half as a fast bowler or taking an accidental one-handed outfield catch?
Oh, I think the one-handed catch, there's more skill involved in that. I feel like there was a few structural integrity questions about the stump.
See, I think for me, it's the stump.
Really?
Because, I mean, there's a lot of good catches in the end. By the way, that's a very good catch. It needs a couple more varies, needs a couple more superlatives. But you don't see many shattered stumps in the year. So for me, it's a simple supply and demand thing.
I don't know. I think both of them, oh, he's had a spectacular day so far. There might be another catch here. Salah Kar settles underneath it. This one, much more regulation for the man from Denmark, and it's the second wicket to fall. Usman Safi, he comes in as the pinch bowler again and picks up 2 wickets in the over. Still one more to come of the 8th. Malmo struggling here, 95 for 5.
Yeah, it's a fairly simple catch. Munir just couldn't really get under this, could he? So it's a short stay for Kaiser. Out for 1 off 2, and Malmo just had a bit of a precipice here. It's 95 for 5.
This one much more comfortable. Salah Khan, well, he had a few troubles catching earlier in the week, but I'm sure he's grateful for that regulation one served up to him by Kaiser Munir, who comes and goes facing just the 2 deliveries. It's the captain who comes out, Saklan Karamat. He has 1 ball left of the 8th. Safi doing the damage here. And this one is up in the air again. It would be another spectacular one-handed effort in the end. Oh, Dash, it's Malhotra even, who goes rummaging into construction corner, isn't able to reel in the catch and isn't able to catch up with the ball. That one goes away for a little fortunate boundary to
like
end the 8th.
Low-budget Shawshank redemption here. That was a bit of an easier escape for the ball. It's the end of 8 and it's 99 for 5. Big 2 overs coming up.
That was a great over though from Usman Safi. Even with that 4 at the end, he gave away just the 6 runs and picked up 2 wickets. He will probably come back for the 10th, I imagine. And the 9th here will be bowled by Malhotra, who's just dug himself back to the right side of the yellow fence and has ball in hand here. Hassan been there for a while, 11 off 8. Now would be the time to go big for Malmo, just 1 shy of the 100 mark. Going back to the stump versus catch question, I will say, I'm not sure quite how quickly Sadiq Sahak bowls, but I think it would be more satisfying if you're a fast bowler and you obliterate the stump and you know it was pure power. That was...
Well, you can't say it's not. I mean, power's in the eye of the beholder.
It's true.
100's up. Here's Karamat, the captain.
I just think a lot of bowlers can hit off stump. But
let me
people.
rephrase it. To have your highlight of the day not be breaking a stump literally in half, it would have to be a pretty good catch.
Yeah.
Not just a regular kind of classic, but a super classic, which I think that one fits the bill. Is Malhotra in the 9th.
That one goes through the batter and the wicketkeeper. He wears that one on the finger, I think, happy. And they want to come through for 2. It'll be an easy 2. As Karamat, the captain, needed some persuading to run back through for that one. But Hassan makes the right call. He's going to the danger end. They get through comfortably here. Oh, right off the thumb, that one.
I think this is one of those times that Hardeep, the keeper, expects that he's going to hit it. So I thought maybe this was a fox. Did you have any foxes in your team? Do you know what I mean by that?
I don't think I do.
Allow me to introduce you to foxing.
Please do.
No, it's not a crazy new dating trend.
Peel on this one. The wicketkeeper is interested. The bowler is begging.
Bowler didn't believe it, but then he tried to sell it because Hardeep, he was short, or at least he was trying to make it seem like he was short. But the bowler kind of said, "Oh yeah, how's that?" But of course, the bowler's near the umpire. They didn't think it was out. Foxing chat coming after this ball.
This one is going to go up and away. Not quite to the foxes, but maybe to the horses behind us. So that's a big hit off the bat of Wahab Hassan. 1 ball left. They're going to try and get to that 120 mark, I'm sure. They're 1 short of the 110. 109 is up.
You might have a different word for this, but a fox is when the fielder deliberately chases slowly, hoping the batters are going to take on an extra run.
So it's not quite fake fielding, but it's goading them.
It's what's less than fake? Disingenuous fielding. It's the end of the 9th over though. Malhotra does a pretty good job there. Just goes for, what was that? 9 to his figures and a couple of buys in there. So 11 off that over. 110 for 5 after 9. So I had one particular guy that I played with. He was an expert foxer. And he would, and same as if you, every time you throw back, you make it look like you got a terrible arm. And then when you need to,
absolute bullet arm.
Yeah. Actually, we saw actually, I think one of the Greek fielders was used that strategy to pick up a run out against you guys last weekend. But yeah, a good bit of foxing. And then, so you basically, we used to call it the forward escort, where you're just kind of running beside the ball and they think it's 2. And then as soon as you hear them going for 2, you pick it up, you zing it back in and you run them out.
I think it's a fair enough tactic. At what point would that go into deception? You know, if you're like running and you pretend to pull a hamstring, everyone stops.
This
and
is
like,
why
no, joke's on you.
You don't need your own fake fielding law. It just comes under unfair play if it's too unfair. But I think a little bit of, because do you have a case as a batter? You say, well, he acted like he couldn't run fast, and then he did run fast.
I suppose it's the same as that one pings up, and again, that one was going fast to the boundary. Salah Khan couldn't do much about that one.
Well, we needed to get Shirzad down here. He was our goalkeeper before. This is one he had to tie at full length. I call this one a trampoline Tortuga because it's basically one bound doink, and it's like off a trampoline.
Well, how long would you have to play the long game of deception if you're a bowler, for example, to just bowl slow, and at some point you're like, oh, actually I could bowl 90 miles an hour, and then you use it.
Yeah, because you might as well say if you don't bowl a slower ball, that's deception.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get out of our rabbit hole. 4 balls to go there, 115.
Out of the foxhole we come, as that one goes up into the leg side. Settling underneath it is Akramuddin Shahzad. Takes a comfortable one. It's not always easy when that boundary rope is breathing down your neck. He takes it well. Wahab Hussain, his little cameo comes to an end. He goes for 23. He had to go for it, in all honesty. He previously faced a dot ball. It's pretty criminal in the final over. He does go. Malmo, 3 balls to go, 115 for 6.
Yeah, a brilliant catch on the boundary as well. Good judgment. Just played it safe with the feet. Meant he had to kind of matrix himself a little bit. But Shirzad, that's why he's not in front of us, because he's gone over it too long on. So he knows he's close. He just knows he doesn't want to take another step back. But yeah, expertly done. 115 for 6. As Wahab Hassan walks away for 23. Zygam gets a hit.
Steps right across to the off stump. Just knocks it away though. And gives the strike over to his captain. Well, they should get to the 120 here. Again, past score throughout the whole series.
Similar kind of score to the one that Akif didn't chase earlier on in the day. 3 for 12 for Safi. Karamat trying to make a difference.
And comes out with the deception, the slower ball. Yeah, 1-2-2 was the total that Ariana CC successfully defended against Ariana Keefe just a few hours ago. Keefe on that occasion got to 115, and it's 116 on the board here. Final ball coming up from Safi. It's clubbed high in the air. It won't have the distance on it. Will it be taken? It's Salah Khan settling underneath it, and it bursts through his hands. They should run through for 2. And Salah Khan on his fielding woes. I thought they were over. They continue here. It was a tough one. Went high up in the air, just burst through his hands, and a bonus 2 runs there for Malmo as they finish on 118 after the 10 overs.
Yeah, look, in the end, again, an underwhelming kind of total, but it's a total. And we saw that Ariana Keefe's batting faltered earlier on. We do see teams getting rolled here more often than some other places. I just think it's because they are kind of uber aggressive, and sometimes like playing with dangerous chemicals. Sometimes it can blow up in your face. Anyway, let's have a look at Mubarak, who was on the wrong side of an LBW. It was probably a 50-50 earlier in the day, but he certainly made hay in the power play with 41 of 13 balls, including 6 towering sixes.
Yeah, it was a brilliant start, and we thought they'd be on for a big, big total here. Dash went for 28, and even then, after the power play, they had 49 on the board for the loss of just 1 wicket. It was in the middle overs, though, that they just faltered a little as those partnerships were broken. Abdul Sadais, he went early on in the piece, and then that was Haida Ashtam being cleaned all ends up by Sadiq Sahak. Salah Khan got in on the action. We saw him dropping a chance on the final ball, but before that he did pick up a wicket and also picked up a catch as Kaiser Munir fell for 1. That was Haida Ashtam. That was the one that dismissed him, and well, Salah Khan, you couldn't really keep him out of the game. And then the middle order just fought back a little. Hamid Rafiq, before he was dismissed by this unbelievable catch from Sadiq Sahak, who's already got a highlight reel of his own today, and that one was right up there. I'm sure that one will be seen for years to come on social media. That was the regulation catch for Salah Khan before he dropped one on the final delivery. Breakaway attempt there from Dheeraj Malhotra, who then came into the attack. He got in for a bit of tap, but it was Saklan Karamat, the captain, there at the end. And well, the boundaries kept on flowing, and that's why they were able to scrape themselves up to a total. But when the chances came, they generally took them apart from on this very final delivery. Could have been a catch, ended up being 2 more to the score. So Malmo finish on what's probably still a below par 118. But Ariana Keefe will have in the back of their minds the total was pretty much similar. They weren't able to chase down in that qualifier number 1, but it's all or nothing now for Ariana Keefe. Either they chase it down or we say goodbye to them. And well, the run chase is coming up, and I think it will be a tasty one. I feel a little tingle.
Yeah, well, maybe. I just think Malmo, they're a little bit light on for runs. Could lightning strike twice, and could all of those Ariana Keefe batters fail? I mean, the thing is that they literally have an 11-person batting lineup. So someone's got to go on with it. That's the difference. 3 for 14, Safi, I thought was great. Sahak, what a day. 1 for 15. He smashed his stump, and he's taken one of the catches of the year. Salah with a wicket, and Balic with a wicket. 1 for 21. First up. And Malhotra, he's a good, honest player, isn't he, Malhotra? He'll give you whatever you need. He ended up bowling a pretty tight 9th over in there, though. Didn't take a wicket in that over, and he went for 11. We'll take a break then. 118 on the board for Malmo, and that means that Ariana Keefe are 119 runs away from another Ariana Grande final. Or can Malmo? They're a team that consistently surprise and kind of maybe we shouldn't be surprised anymore because they love the big moments. Can this be another big one? Can they defend 118 to make the ECS final? Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you in just a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of Qualifier 2 here in Landskrona. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as the sun is out on a Peacock Friday afternoon here. The beautiful Skåne region in Sweden as we get ready for the second innings of qualifier 2 with Malmö coming out to defend 118 for victory. Ariana Keefe, well, they had a similar sort of chase they weren't able to complete earlier. They'll be hoping that was a blip, not a trend, as they are batting to stay alive in the tournament. So we're getting ready for the second innings with, looks like Wahab getting ready to go. One thing about Ariana Keefe's batting lineup is it's long. They could bat all the way down to number 11. Conditions here in Landskrona, 16 and maximum of 17. Feels a bit warmer than that at the moment, actually, at the moment. Let's get going here. I need a good start. Ariana Keefe, Sambit Patanaik is on strike. His son Shirzad at the other end. Sprite bottles, will they go flat or will they fizz their way into the final? We're heading for another Ariana Grande. Here we go. Oh, big grunt first up from Hassan, but Patanaik deals with it, just tucks it away neatly for 4 runs to get us going. Yeah, Malmö never really look like they're too worried about the outcome. They play their game, and their brand of cricket does suit this T10 format. Good start from Patanaik, though. He'd love to chip in with a big score here. I still like him at the top of the order. Oh, well, that one probably would have gone straight to mid-on if mid-on was in the circle. As it is, Munir was pushed back. Yeah, so Keefe, I just mentioned that they rolled Ariana CC for 49 in the 2020 ECS final. But actually, Ariana Keefe, on occasion, their batting's imploded as well. One notable game was in their group final against CIYMS. That was in the European Cricket League, and it's a huge honour just to make it to the European Cricket League, but I think Ariana Keefe, that one really hurt them on that occasion because they topped the table, I think on net run rate from memory, but chasing 103 for victory in that group final. 18th of March 2023, they got bowled out for 25. Oh, pretty good Yorker, but Hassan is ropeable because somehow it's been squeezed out for 4. This is an incredible bit of cricket, really, because if Hassan could have kind of written in pen a spot on the pitch he wanted to land, it's probably there. But it just squeezed away. And the result's going to be 4 runs. That's Naik. Couple of boundaries. One was more lady luck than anything else. Hassan with a comeback. Another attempted Yorker. Slight overcommit there from Shirzad at the non-strikers end. But you can see Hassan's got a pretty simple strategy here. He's thinking, I don't want to give you any length to work with because you're probably going to hit me for 6. Might have the occasional bouncer just to keep the batter on their toes, but for the most part, he's just trying to hit that block hole. Nice ball the first over. Tries again. It's hit very hard, but Rafiq does well to stop it. Geez, that was an absolute bullet as it went past the bowler. End of the first over, and it's 11 without loss. All kneecaps were left in intact there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff comes back into the commentary box, and they say life begins at 40. You'll know in 14 or 15 years when you get there, Tina. But 40 matches since a golden ball, or as we say in ECN, 1 week.
You charmer, you, Vinny. Yeah, well, time flies when you're having fun, and it's just been a week since that last one. We did have a lot of fun, well, you did as well, in Jersey. That was an absolutely thrilling tournament.
Photo finish golden ball. Yeah, it reminds you of, you know, the 100-meter sprint or like a big horse race, how they have the actual photo and they have, okay, this is how we decide. Harris Aziz
comes into the attack here for the second over and gets crunched away on the full into the yellow fencing. I don't hear the drilling of our friends over in the construction corner quite yet, but it's Friday.
I wonder if they have our Australia-style rules with work, unofficial rules, which is when you go to lunch on Friday, I'll see you Monday.
Well, I'll back that. I mean, they've been hard at work. There was a lot of bashing and crashing going on in that part of the ground the last couple of days.
Serious question, though. I know that in this part of the world, they've dabbled with a 4-day working week. So still a 40-hour working week, but you work 10-hour days instead of 8. And that you only work, say, Monday to Thursday, of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thoughts? I know it doesn't really apply to us who are not doing a standard job or working week.
I'd be up for that, 100%. That's chipped down to the ground. Well, more of a chip. It's more of a drive, and it does go all the way. Sambit Patanek, the bucket hat man, he's got off to a great start here. Yeah, I will say I'd go for the 4-day week. I mean, if you're going 8 hours, you might as well go 10.
There's efficiencies to it. Yeah. So they think it's actually better for the environment because there's less commuting and stuff. That gives you, I think it's all about having 3 full days to explore your passion or whatever.
Whatever. This one goes high up in the air. There's 2 fielders converging underneath it. A bit of communication required here. And it's a good take by the man running around from 45. He grabs hold of it immediately, then launches it back into orbit. He certainly had control of that one, and it's the first wicket to fall. Sambit Patanek, he goes 6-6 out. Goes for 1 big hit too many. It's the first wicket, 24 for 1 halfway through the second.
Yeah, tries to pull the ball. He probably should have cut here. This is a risky shot, trying to pull from that far outside the off stump. And look, to get this win for Malmö, they are going to have to do a couple of kind of superhuman things, or they're going to have to take a couple of half chances. This one, I know it looks easy on TV, but it was just an awkward one. It was swirling around, but in the end, it was taken. Wahab Hassan does have a good pair of hands. He holds on to it. 24 for 1. Let's say hello to Debachan Dash. And with his good form earlier, they've pushed him up to number 3. He's a guy we've seen open and even bat as low as 8.
Well, that is the beauty of this Keith lineup, is that they do have flexibility. As everyone can bat and Dash. Well, he came in for a bit of flack in his second over as he was whacked away for 28. So he'll be looking to seek revenge here. Oh no, just slightly too wide. I did hear this, and I don't know if it's one of these apocryphal tales, that it used to be that Friday afternoons were the time when there was most car crashes because people were trying to dash home for the weekend. And now it's changed to Thursday because people, of course, work from home. And if you're going to work from home, you do it on a Friday and on a Monday. Of course. Can't work from home really, though, if you're a construction worker.
Work from a home.
Someone's home. Well, it's apparently the residential, what is it, a retirement village here?
Apparently, yeah.
Swedish pensioners for years to come.
I wouldn't mind living right next to the cricket ground, as long as I wasn't going to get any broken windows or anything.
Well, they'd have to reinforce the glass, surely.
But you just can walk down and watch some cricket anytime you like.
I'd ask for a balcony view.
Yeah, great idea.
Well, they've started doing that at hotels up and down the country in the UK. They've
I've
got
stayed
these
at the Rose Bowl.
Have you?
They call it something else now?
The Utility Bowl, I think it is.
Change it every year.
Yeah.
But I've stayed at the Rose Bowl.
Was a game on? There's concerts as well. You can buy out the
Unfortunately, it was
suites.
actually the Australian women's team were training.
Oh, that's not a bad view.
That's around, and of course, this is pre my ECN days when let's just say, didn't really have any profile. And I was there working with a Dutch guy who didn't know a lot about cricket. It wasn't a cricket thing we were there for. It was something else. And when he said, he just went up to me, you must know Vinny. You're from Australia. Actually, what it was, I did know one of the players played for my club. Anyway, Dash. Swings and misses. Just a different innings, different mojo here. Malmö playing their way into some sort of chance. About 25% at the moment. Also, Phil G's in, by the way.
Yeah.
Tina.
Just wanted to say hi to him. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Phil. I know you've been working very hard. And happy Peacock Friday to you. Looking forward to Phil joining us again. I'm guessing his next one will be Prague. Phil was actually originally meant to be here. Sorry, Phil. Shall we tell Phil what we're doing tomorrow night? This is right up your alley.
He's going to be heartbroken. That one's right up Dash's alley. It's just a tiny bit of width on offer by Aziz. And that one goes straight into BMW corner.
Let's check in whether this is 4 or 6. I'll say it's pretty close. Hits about waist high. Here comes the ball. There goes the ball. And 4 runs. So 1 bounce and 4. And that will finish the over. So it's 30 for 1 after 2. So they're ahead of the rate, but they have lost 1 wicket. But Akeef, I think they know that they've got the batting. They're just going to keep throwing the bat. Yeah, Phil, so tomorrow night, Tina and I are going to a Eurovision party here in Sweden, with Sweden being the hot favourites. And we haven't really had a chance to talk about it yet. Maybe we will in a moment. But first, let's have a look to tomorrow, where we will be having 2 matches of our ECSW. First ever ECSW in Sweden. Malmö is taking on Gothenburg City, or I never know which way to say it. It's Göteborg is how they say it.
Bless you.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say the people of Gothenburg actually made up the pronunciation Gothenburg to just make them a bit more viable for international trade in the early 1800s. So we're not offending them if we say Gothenburg. I know that. But yeah, Gothenburg City taking on Malmöhus. And as you said, Tina, it's not the same club as the club you're seeing right now. This Malmö are hoosless. I don't want stealing that one. Little bunt to point. So I haven't watched the second semi-final of Eurovision, but I did watch the first semi-final. In fact, I watched it the night when I first went on my mini break. And can I just say, it did not disappoint. It's time to talk about my favourites. And by coincidence, they're the 2 countries ECN are in right now. Sweden, their favourites.
Yep.
It was a sauna-based song, and it was awesome. I know you've seen it too.
I've seen it, and I've also seen the translation of the lyrics. So I'm just going to give a little chorus.
Would you like to...
Not singing it.
Yeah, you can give it a literal translation of the Swedish sauna songs, and it had a good vibe to it. Had everything. It had surprise kind of intrusions of the stage, stage props being flipped over. Wait for after this ball, because I don't want it to be interrupted. And then we have to talk about Estonia as well.
We do. That's my favourite.
It's my favourite too.
It's Kaiser Manir who's come on for the 3rd over here. This one gets launched high. It's going to have the legs on it. Previously just gone for 3 singles. Doubles up on the 4th delivery as Dash knocks that one away for 6. So I think the Swedish song translates to something like "Let's go saunering."
Yeah.
And it starts obviously in the English translation. Oh well, the clock is ticking, now it's time. All worries will soon be gone. Best remedy for body and soul, 4 walls in wooden panels.
Sounds like haiku.
It's quite mysterious.
Big woof from Dash. Continue.
We're gonna sauna, steam it up and let go of all stress today. Sauna brothers, we're the ones who glow. 100 degrees, oh yes. Just sauna. Throw it on till the sweat just sprays. Oh, sauna, yeah. And then capital letters, sauna. Pause.
I will now... Would you like to continue? Because I will also put a link to this in the chat if people want to read it. Oh, that's going to be 6. That's an uppercut. Is that a goal? It's a goal! 1-0 to that side of the ground, which is the underdog side.
Well,
and so we got an away goal here. We were calling it, will we have a goal today? We're scoring, and there's our first goal. And, well, whether they realise it or not, that's a big moment in the day. Well, it's all happening in the 3rd over. It's 45 for 1 and 1 goal in the power play.
Well, that goal's been the wrong way around all week, so someone knew, someone cottoned on to what our game was and turned it around. So
Football Friday.
Football Friday, Peacock Friday, Finals Friday. And that one, back of the net from Debashan Dash. So that is a 6, but more importantly, it's 1-0.
It's an away goal.
It's an away goal.
Everyone loves an away goal.
To the Sports Hall. It's the Sports Hall versus the Horses. And the Sports Hall's winning 1-0. So that is the end of the power play as well. Pretty
Wouldn't
much
the
on it.
Horses be winning because they'd be going that way? No, let's not go there.
Darn. Don't do football.
Anyway, that goal won. Because I thought that's the underdog goal because the other one's the leg side to the left-handers.
Would you say the Horses hoofed it in?
Hoofed it.
It's a hoof up the pitch. And they got the goal.
Do you know?
They've got to keep their defence stable, man.
There was a horse race in America that went a bit viral because the horse's first name was Hoof and the second name of the horse was Hearted. And as it was coming down the straight, you can fill in the blanks. Rafiq getting a bowl here in the 4th. Well done by Munir just to smother that. Okay, so you can feel free to look at what we're talking about in the break because we do have a 1-hour break after this before the final, so you can check that out. Do you have more lyrics for me?
I do.
Okay.
Is that one? That's not going to be another goal, is it? No. That was more towards the corner flag, but it goes out for a goal kick.
Maximo's a Maximo, but Dash has got the hot hand, and even though he's been a bit hit and missed, there's been a few hits, and he's willing to go offside, and he's got the ability to clear that rope. And the spinner's not really doing us too many favours trying to get this in. Down the ground. 50's come up, by the way. What do you got for me?
We're going to go, I haven't said this one yet, pour some water, let's get more steam. Tick tock, how long can you last? 90 degrees, we're almost there. Darn it, turn up the heat.
Oh, he's decided to just go switch it for no particular reason, and he's diddled the keeper, and it's going to be 4 byes. Well, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Suddenly, Shirzad looks more A.B. de Villiers, Jacques Callis, take your pick. It's not a wide because he switches, which means he's got 2 leg sides, or 2 offsides. And somehow that goes for 4. So what a weird over. It's going to be 57 for 1 after 4, and they're ahead of where they need to be.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Vinny, but I don't think Australia got through.
I actually like the Australian one. I don't expect Australia to ever get through because who's going to vote for them? Who's going to vote for us? New Zealand?
It's very much block voting, isn't it?
Yeah,
and they don't have too many neighbours.
But I thought the guy did a good job. It's called Milkshake Man.
It was, my gripe with it was that it was trying too hard to
But
be
I
Eurovision.
like that.
I think
We're trying to fit in.
if we're going to go proper Eurovision, then we have to talk about Estonia. That one's knocked away into the offside. Chance of a catch. It would have had to have taken it on the run. It was a decent enough effort there in the deep. It was Kaiba Nizami out there. Spilt it. It could be a big moment because it's Dash who's looking in good form on finals day.
You know, if they're to defend this, they're the kind of catches they need to take, especially with Dash as the set batter at the moment.
This one goes this time on the leg side, and Kaiser can only watch that drop over his head. And it's always the way, isn't it? A dropped opportunity and gets double punishment. This time it's Shazad who sends it to the rope.
Yeah, Shazad, maybe stick to right-handed. We might do it. I suppose he did get a boundary for his team by confusing everyone.
That one's floated up nicely, and there's shouts of catch it, but it'll only be caught. Well, it'll be dropped actually by one of the Sprite bottles on the sideline. And Abdul Khan, the leg spinner, is coming in for a bit of punishment here. It's exactly the kind of over they needed, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I like his bowling actually. Abdul Khan, he's got to pitch it. He's actually got to spin it. There's a quicker ball now. Might have worked.
Goes up in the air. Hamad is settling underneath it, and he takes a good catch and throws it away. Maybe he's hurt himself there, or if it's just in a bit of anger. And the finger waggle goes, and Izhan Shazad does go 1 and out, and Ariana Kif lose their second wicket, 70 for 2. But they're right on the run rate here.
Pretty good catch. I love how Rafiq points at the sky. But where else would it have come from? He throws it away very quickly, and yeah, the quicker one does the job for Abdul Khan, so Shirzad has to step aside for 16. And the score is 70 for 2. He gets offered some free practice as soon as he walks off as well. It's Bus as well. Was in the middle. practicing a bit of cricket earlier.
It's the left-handed Salah Khan who comes out. Was involved in a few incidents in the first innings. Took a catch, dropped a catch. He's got the chance here to try and see his side over the line. They're not too worried about the run rate here. Still got more than half of the innings left. Run rate is below 10. Just need to make sure to not give Malmo a little opening here by losing a few wickets. There's no doubt about that one, as we say hello again to Construction Corner, and I heard a bang. I don't know what that was.
I know that I grew up playing a lot of backyard cricket. I know the sound of ball on roof tiles, and that's it. That has gone many miles. Goes with the spin, Salah Khan, and it's bounced off the roof. Has it come back? Well, so that's a very good get. I don't know how far we can track this, but this has gone a mile. Look higher. Anyway, Maximal is in really good shape here, down to 8 and over required.
And just tracks it down, the left-hander, causing a bit of havoc for the bowling lines here. And this one's already gone magical from Abdul Khan. That'll be another 2 to add to the collection.
So the Australian entrant, his name was Gojo.
Okay.
I liked it. We were never going to win it anyway.
Right.
I would have liked to have heard it again, yep. And I'm going to throw a bit of shade here. I know it's not my job, but I will say one that I thought is overhyped. And it's mentioned as one of the favourites here. As it's the end of the 5th over, it's 79 for 2, with Dash motoring on 25. Quick look ahead, and of course tomorrow we'll have some women's cricket here in Sweden, but we already had some in Estonia over the last couple of days. And the good news is that we have 15 countries competing in the 3rd edition of the ECCW, which will be our final event of the year at the Cardamore Oval. It's gone from 1 division to 2 to 3, so 5 to 10 to 15. I still think there might be a way that we could sneak a 6th team per division. This is my Mr. Maximo, MMBC. I used to Mr. Maximo's big call. I have a feeling we could probably make it them 7 days each, but it will also be a logistical nightmare getting teams in and out in the same day.
That's not our problem though, is it? We just come up with the big ideas.
Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, the Netherlands one. Just a guy singing a song. It was a nice song. Seemed like a cool guy. You're not wowing me.
No. I'm just looking at a few of the entries, and some of them, I think, are taking themselves a little too seriously. I will say you...
Go look up the Netherlands one. Did you see that the other night?
Claude. Singing C'est la vie. Okay.
Throwing a bit of French in there. Claude, not bad, but you're a middle of the pack runner.
That one's crunched away. Dash. If he stays out there, I think he's going to make short shrift of this chase. It's almost down to a runner ball now for Ariana. Takes it down to 27 needed now off 26 balls, and Dash, he's dashing along nicely here.
The other thing is that the Dutch, from what I hear, they just... Oh, wait 1 second, because there's going to be an edge that's going to fly for 4 as well. This game is going to be over before you know it, the way things are going. Dash has been thrown up to that number 3 position. He's come good. He's had a good finals day. And Rafiq can't take a trick at the moment. I believe they just selected him to represent Netherlands. Didn't go through any kind of trial by fire, internal fire. I mean, everyone still knows the curious case of Jorge Gonzalez in Spain, who I think was absolutely robbed when the public voted for him in some sort of... Oh, hold on. This could be gone. Maybe not. Maybe yes. And this time the sun isn't the friend of Malmo, as Mubarak basically bails out. Oh, the lifeboats are here, and I think the ship's going down. Marianne O'Keefe motoring to this target.
Less than a runner ball now needed for Keefe, and Dash, he's flying along, 41 of 14. There's a big appeal, and he will go. The commentator's curse strikes again, but Dash has done the majority of the damage here already as he goes for 15 ball, 41 with Ariana Keefe just needing a runner ball 23 to secure their place in the final. But well bowled from Hamad, just hung it there outside off stump, and a nice catch So it just takes the underside of Dash's bat on the way through to the keeper.
Pretty good catch, actually. He was in a perfect position there, Zygum. He's really impressed me with his glove work this week. Dash out for 41, but a pretty impressive 41. It's broken the back of the chase. It's hard to see it, barring a huge collapse. Something approaching what we saw from Malmo in 2021, which I'll bring up for an 8th time now. Then I still think Keith have got this in hand. Hello to Caleb Langford watching from Isle of Man. Hey, Caleb, nice to see you. And hello to Jason as well. He wants to know, has the audio gone on the stream? Maybe hit the mute button again, Jay, and that'll sort it out. If you did hear that, then it means the problem's solved. So yeah, Jorge Gonzalez was robbed. Good song, though. Also a bit of he was flammable. He's wearing so much oil. He's over 7.
Bowled him. It's 2-2. Oh, a little fight back is on here as it's the change of the over. So Wahab Hassan will pick up the wicket on this occasion, and it's Salah Khan, who's been out there a while, has mostly just been languishing at the non-striker's end, and he goes for 7 off 4. So it's two brand new batters at the crease. Maybe just a slight opening here for Malmo.
Well, the last 5 balls have gone boundary, 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 wicket, wicket. So that's about as much of a 180 as you can do. Whether it's possible from here or not, I don't know. But it'd have to be an epic collapse. And Baluch is coming out, Centurion earlier in the week. Been a little bit out of sorts maybe since then. But he's an excellent player. Yeah, so Jay said it was just his AirPods crackled out. And yeah, Jay's ECNHQ, in charge of all our social media.
A big hit to start off from Nasser Baluch. Does he get enough of it? Yes, he does. Well, the Centurion's coming in a little deeper here. He's in at 6. The good news is that he flies away for a boundary on the very first one. Does have enough on it. Just levers it away. Gets underneath that delivery from Wahab Hassan. At least avoids the team hat-trick, with Ariana now needing just 17 runs.
And Caleb saying he's just about to go off to play for his school. So Caleb, best of luck. Hope you go well. Right now, 17 runs away from a win here. Ariana Keefe.
Big swing and a miss, though, on that occasion.
I'll try and take it deep from here. I'm going to circle back to Eurovision in a moment, but while it's on the top of my mind, Phil G is commentating in Romania as his next one before he does Prague, of course. Of course, Phil. So he's actually on with Rico. So the next week we're in Estonia, then we're in Romania. Phil G's there. And Ramesh, who's going to be playing in that tournament and plays for the Romanian national team, they're having a bit of a chat, talking about Romania. I think it might be Phil's first, or is it? Oh, it was there. It was there to be caught. It was a bit of a bullet. But Aziz, again, we talked a bit about goalkeeping today. This one straight through his fingers and into the back of the net. And what's worse, it's 4 runs.
He saw it coming, didn't he? Because Baluch went across very early. Aziz was just waiting. He fell to his knees. He could have just stood tall and taken that right in front of his eyes. It's a big moment, though, and Wahab, he knows that maybe that was the final opportunity that Malmo had to get through to the final. Just came off the toe of the bat of Nasser Baluch. And, well, good news for him, as he wasn't caught. He gets through for another boundary, so now just a couple of hits away. Ariana Keefe, 13 runs needed. And just clubbed right off the toe again.
So Phil, I somehow imagine Phil has commentated in Romania, but I'm starting to get the Mandela effect. Like, I believe things are true that haven't happened, because obviously having done over 5,000 matches now, that'll happen. So Phil, have you commentated in Romania before? Let me know. And yeah, beautiful ground there. It's in a real village, and there's also a lot of youngsters, the surrounding youngsters. A lot of them get into it. Good Romanian players there. Okay. Before this game comes to a conclusion, let's talk Estonia. Now, I don't really get political, but I don't mind campaigning for Estonia using the powers of the chat, because I'm gonna put the link there again. You watch it. I've never been so glued to 3 minutes of television in my life.
It's art.
That's not the European Cricket Network.
Of course. Final ball of the 7th. It's knocked away. First delivery from Shazad, and well, that one should have been stopped. And maybe that just takes the remaining air out of the defence here for Malmo, as it's Abdul Sadais who goes down in the long barrier. He didn't read the page of the textbook that says, keep your legs together, and it goes through for 4 runs. So this is the equation, and we can just about start writing in pencil, and it will be Ariana Keefe in the final. And of course, sets up the 4th Ariana Grande, the biggest of them all, coming up.
Like Rocky 4.
It's the best one I've heard.
Yeah. Have you watched any of them?
No. Well, no, I've watched the first, I think.
Okay.
And I feel like I've watched them all.
Yeah, Malmö. Fortunately, it looks like the exit for them, but they've been brave. And even to qualify for this tournament, 15 teams were in the qualifying, only 5 made it here. So they've done very, very well. Finishing 3rd. 7 to win. So how do you describe this Estonian one? This guy called Tommy Cash. It's kind of like it's meant to be kind of a humorous take on like Italian culture. Or you don't try and make sense of it. Just enjoy it.
I think that should be the slogan for all of Eurovision, to be fair, as that one gets sliced away for 4 runs. So now they are just 1 hit away. 3 runs needed here for Keefe to set up that grandstand finish, grandstand final against Ariana CC.
But there was so much going on during that 3 minutes with camera angles, with lighting, there's a bit of meta stuff in there. It was amazing. Watch it in the break and vote for them tonight.
Wow. It's gone up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? It should be taken. It's Shazad underneath it. It's Ahmad underneath it. And Hamad takes the catch. So a bit of play fighting there in the middle, because I know both sides know it's just a matter of time before this game comes to an end. But he went for the big one. He saw his name up in lights and didn't get the distance.
Thing is, if you can't win, at least try and get a personal one-up, which is actually what he's done there very well. And wants to let him know about it. Archam does get Baluch, but the scores are tied. Pretty good catch, Rafiq. He's got an excellent pair of hands, doesn't he? He's got excellent judgment. And he says, yeah, I got you. Where do you think you're going? And then Baluch smartly just using some good pace to get away from the zone. Malhotra can take Ariana Keefe into the final here. Any score wins it.
Big appeal, I think it's been given. I thought it might have been going a bit high, but it was a convincing appeal there from Acham. He does get 2 in 2.
I mean, it looked pretty straight, but it just felt a bit weird. Turned, actually genuinely turned. You know what? I'm not going to say it's definitely not out, because it might have hit him in line. Is it high?
Yes.
Well, that's one way to put it. But missed the ball. It's your funeral. Malhotra walks off for a golden, and it's 118 for 6. Hey, what's even better than a consolation wicket and yell at the batter? A consolation hat trick.
You can yell again at them if you want. I mean, he yelled at the umpire there.
Gee.
The umpire put his finger up.
Come on. All right, Safi. It's the weirdest hat trick ever with the scores tied. Could be a hat trick, could be the end of the game.
And it will be the latter, as it's just punched away to the leg side. There was a fielder out there, but Kai Benazami got nowhere near it. So it is Ariana Keefe who have the last laugh, despite that little flurry of wickets for Haida Acham. It is Safi who knocks away the winning runs, and that sets up what will be the biggest grande finale of them all. Ariana CC against Ariana Keefe. And we say goodbye to Malmö, who've been an entertaining side throughout this series. They just came 1 short in the end, as Malmö then weren't able to defend what was probably a slightly below par score. Ariana Keefe, though, they've got a bit of time now, thanks to that early finish, about 1:45, just to get their tactics together. Of course, on the balance of 3 games, Ariana Keefe have got 2 over Ariana CC, but this is the big one. All bets are off. And, well, I saw in the chat there, Estonia 70 for 1 to win Eurovision, but I think the odds are a bit slimmer with the 2 in the final.
That's great. I'm walking off. No way, 70. Get all the money we have. No, here we go with the Ariana Grande coming up, and we've got about 1:45 until we'll be back with that one. Well, it's for the trophy. It's a rematch of the 2020 final when Ariana CC got rocked and rolled for 49. Revenge is best served 4 years later. 5 years later, as they say in the classics. Anyway, let's have a look at this one. Need a lot of things to go their way. Now, this one did. It wasn't an easy catch. It was held. But then a couple of these half chances went down. It was Dash, actually, that got the promotion. Good kind of just field-based batting order. He hit the ball well this morning, went back towards the top, and did the damage with 41 runs to set up the chase.
The UK in Eurovision 200-1, and the odds were certainly against Malmo here when they only put 118 on the board. And Ariana Keefe, well, there was a few hairy moments. We had one hit the back of the net as well, but we know that they have immense firepower up and down the order. And the boundaries just kept on flowing. It was mostly Debashan Dash who was doing the damage. He hit 5 Maximos and 2 4s on his way to 41. In the end, he went for one big hit too many, and he was caught by Bilal Zaigan, but at that point the damage had already been done. When you have the likes of Salah coming in, Khan, he wasn't able to contribute too many. Even Nasser Baluch, who of course was the Centurion earlier in the series, he contributed with 17. But that's the danger of Ariana Keefe. They have so many batters that they just need 1 or 2 of them to get a couple of runs, and they'll make light work of a total that was certainly below par. We got funky as well. That was the moment that could have at least put a bit of a twist in the tail. But that catch went down, and despite Haida Acham picking up 2 wickets in 2, it wasn't enough, as that one was the first to go. And then the LBW for Malhotra, he was sent away for a golden duck. Nasser Baluch had a little bit of a send-off of his own. The finger went up, but it wasn't enough to stop the Ariana Keefe runaway train. And they're pulling in to final station. The next stop is Ariana CC. One of those 2 sides then. We know an Ariana team is going to lift the trophy. Will it be CC? Will it be Keefe? Well, only time will tell. As for Malmo, though, they fall at the final hurdle. There was always going to be an uphill battle for them, having to go through the eliminator this morning. And then, of course, falling just the 1 short. So we take a look at the batting scorecard, and just really shows the power that Ariana Keefe have. Someone like Usman Safi probably would be a top 5 batter for any other side. But in the end, it was Shahzad who hit the winning runs, and Safi in there at the end as well. But I think going into the final, Ariana Keefe will need someone to go big. They can't keep on just chipping away with 20s, 30s and 40s. They need a half century, I think, if they're going to come up against a powerful ACC side.
I'd even love to know who's favourites in this final, because when the supercomputer comes back to it, I reckon it might just spit out a 50-50 and shrug its robotic shoulders. 2 for 10, Acham with a couple of consolation blows. Wickets for Abdul Khan, Rafiq, I thought was pretty good all series, as well as Haris Aziz with 1, Wahab Hassan with 1 again. Been lion-hearted, and Munir there went wicketless, but remember he started with a really impressive 3 for on opening day. But this wasn't to be. Malmo 118 not holding up. Ariana Keefe chasing it down with 13 balls to spare. We will be back in around about an hour and 45 minutes with the big final, and it is going to be unpredictable. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be very Euro, so get your vision here on ECN, because it will be the Ariana Grande to bring us home in this men's series. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We're going to dance our way through and see you after the extended break for the final of this European cricket series in Sweden, Landskrona.
we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. ocean, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and the ocean, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Day 5 is finals day here, and we're down to the final match. 5 teams started this journey in this European Cricket Series. 2 teams survived, the 2 Ariana sides. It's a rematch of the 2020 final. That's a long time ago, but I'm sure the memory is fresh. So get ready, get set. We've got a Royal Rumble here. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Sweden Landskrona final, and it starts right now. Hello, welcome back, and here we are. It's finals time in Landskrona. The blue pitch certainly has hosted plenty of action, but don't be blue. There's more cricket coming your way this weekend with the Women's Series, the first ever ECSW here in Sweden. And this is the Ariana Grande matchup that I know a lot of people wanted to see. These two have had some really good tussles this week. It was actually Ariana Keefe earlier in the week that won both of the matches in the qualifying rounds, but today it was Ariana CC who were able to win their way through to the final. The first time of meeting here on finals day in Ariana Grande 3 for the week, but Ariana Grande 4 is the final. So Ariana CC to take on Ariana Keefe. Stefan Gooch had the coin a little bit earlier. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Ariana Keefe to call. Heads is the call. It's come down tails. Good luck. All the best for the final. Good luck. Ariana CC have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Ariana CC have won the toss and they have elected to bat then, and it's been a bit of a trend actually this week that teams batting first have won more games. It could just be a coincidence, but there does seem to be some sort of scoreboard pressure around. That's kind of what happened earlier in the day when Ariana CC, they put a kind of 120s target on the ball. It wasn't a huge score, but they just were able to get some key breakthroughs and won the key moments in qualifier 1 to restrict Ariana Keefe to below that first innings score. But earlier in the week, Ariana Keefe, they had the wood on Ariana CC, including a big 157 chase. That was when Nasser Bluch scored his 100. But yeah, it hasn't really happened for him with the bat since then, but he's also a pretty important force with the new ball. I wonder if this is the game that he can just kind of break through and kind of destroy the top order. I guess we'll see. Now, 5 years ago, it was this matchup in the final, the first ever ECS final on this ground. And on that occasion, Ariana CC, they were destroyed in the first innings. They were all out for 49, and Ariana Keefe were able to chase it down in just 5 overs. That's a long time ago now, but I'm sure Ariana CC, they would love to get one back here and have their first ECS trophy. The last 2 years, they've been in the 3 versus 4 matchup. They haven't made the final. So this is actually the first one they've made since all the way back in 2020 in ECS cricket. Anyway, I know that they were Swedish T10 champions last year. So 2 teams that can't wait to get going. They're quite a pairing, and I think we're quite a pairing in the commentary box for this one with Tina Goff and myself, of course, to take you through this final. News from the toss is that Ariana CC have won the toss. They want to have a bat. Over to Tina. Let's get ready for a cracking final here in the ECS Sweden Landskrona.
Thanks, Vinny. I'm certainly ready for what promises to be absolute grandstand stuff here. It's the ECS Sweden, we're in Landskrona, and it's the final. And again, it's going to be the Ariana Grande rivalry that's reignited for the 4th time this week. Ariana CC, they won the toss, decided to bat. They bring in Yusuf Babak. He's more useful with the ball than with the bat, and otherwise both sides remain unchanged. Of course, we've seen them in action already today. And well, Ariana Keefe, they had to go the long way round as the first Ariana rivalry was ignited in qualifier number 2. CC got the best of their Malmo rivals. That sent Keefe into the qualifier number 2. And they just about held firm against Malmo, who, well, they won the eliminator this morning. They were 1 step away from the final, but it was Ariana Keefe who dominated that one in the end, going home in, well, 8 overs was the winning margin of 4 wickets. So Ariana Keefe against Ariana CC. It's heating up in the igloo. It's also heating up out there in the middle with the Swedish sun beating down on this late Friday afternoon. Perfect cricket conditions and just about to get going in a few moments' time. I think Well, the win predictor says it's going to be a thriller. I'd agree with that as well. There's some key players, especially for Ariana CC with the bat. We've spoken already today about Sami Ibrahimkil. I'm sure he'll be out there at the top of the order, the left-hander. He always gets off to a few starts here and there and just never quite able to convert. Now, it's pretty much now or never for him. He's got into the 20s, into the 30s, hasn't quite kicked on from there. In fact, he's never scored a half century on the network. The closest he got was 46. That was back in 2022. Can he break that curse in the final? And, well, there's going to be a few more batters at the top who I'm sure will ably support him, but Ariana Keefe, they've got quite a fearsome bowling lineup as well, led by, of course, Captain Dharminder Singh. They've chopped and changed their captain throughout, but Singh is leading out his side. Barshan Das, he's picked up wickets at key intervals. He's also will be, I'm sure, a force to be reckoned with the bat. He's already gone a few times today. He's also gone big, though, with the ball. That one over that he started with in the previous game went for 28. I'm sure he'd like to avoid that. But as Vinny mentioned in the intro, it's going to be Nasser, the left armour, with the ball. And this matchup, left hand against left hand, comes out again to start off the final, as it will be Sami Ibrahimkil who will face up the first ball. He's joined at the non-strikers end by Kader Sadat. We're just waiting for this final to get going. It promises to be another thriller between two sides who, of course, know each other very well. Kind of friends turn to enemies and, well, somehow turn back to friends again. There's always a bit of spice involved between these two. So far, it's remained amicable, but with the ECS trophy on the line, anything could happen as we go in to the final here in Landskrona. And he looks for that big, booming Yorker first up. Does Nasser, just manages to misfire down that. Well, would be the offside for the right-hander, but for the left-handed Sami Ibrahimkil, he just watches that one go harmlessly down the leg side. It's been a mixed day for Ariana Keefe, of course. These two came up against each other early in the day in the first qualifier. As that one's again misfired by the left armour. Ibrahimkil leans into that one for the first boundary of this final. And that sent Ariana Keefe then into qualifier number 2. And Malmo, well, they put on 118 on the board, which was a modest total. Ariana Keefe, they weren't without their troubles as they chased it down. It was thanks to the big hitting of Dash, 41 off 15, as well as a couple of contributions from Nasser, the bowler, bowling the first over here, and Sambit at the top of the order. That's the first wicket, and that's the booming Yorker he was looking for, and he executes it perfectly. The third time of asking. Sami Ibrahimkil will be 4 and out then, as he guided the first one away to the boundary. This time he's being all ends up by a ball that's, well, good enough to beat most batsmen, this time from Nasser. And the bails sent into orbit there by Nasser as he picks up his first wicket, and Ariana CC lose a one early in this final, 5 for 1. What a big wicket that is. Sami, we've said, he's often dealt in cameos, never been the main protagonist. Looks like he'll just play a walk-on part here as he walks off the pitch, 4 for 2. The perfect start for Ariana Keefe. Worth taking a look at this one. Didn't really move much, just straight as an arrow, up and down, hitting pretty much the base of middle stump, which brings Delaware Khan out in the 3rd position. Oh, you can hear how much Ariana Keefe are up for this one. This one seems to have damaged Delaware Khan. We'll have to take a look at this on the replay. I'm not quite sure where that hit him. Let's have a look. I'm not sure what he did there. Oh, it was on the on the reverse throw. The ball was gone, and a bit of return fire from Happy, who, well, didn't make Delaware Khan too happy there. It looks like he's gonna just flex it out. Doesn't quite have to get the legs up in the air. He took a moment to compose himself, check everything is still where it should be. not one you expect to come when the ball's already gone past you through to the keeper. You think you're out of harm's way. And then comes the grizzly growling back at you. He gets himself, well, to the relative safety of the non-striker's end. And Kadir Sadat then will be able to face up first ball. Sadat, of course, also left-handed, so they have an embarrassment of left-handers do ACC at the top of their order. Of course, Sami Ibrahimkil, he's already back in the shed. Big appeal, and the finger of doom goes up immediately. Well, Kadir Sadat goes as if to say he wants a review on that. Unfortunately, Kadir, not possible in this series. I think he's trying to intimate there was a bit of bat on this one. It was a full ball again. And, well, it seems like maybe it was bat against ground. You can see that puff of dust. It tends to suggest that the bat has made impact with the AstroTurf. It certainly went firmly into his back pad, and well, if there was no bat involved, which the umpire seems to suggest there wasn't, I think it's a fair enough decision. Kadir Sadat, he goes for a golden derrick, and this is the dream start for Ariana Keefe. Hits him on his back leg. There's no doubt about that sliding down, especially with the gentle away swing that Nasser bowls to the left armour. He's absolutely fired up, as are the whole Ariana Keefe side, as they pick up their second wicket in this first over. Still one ball to come. That will be faced by the reverse hand bandit, Isanullah Wafa. There's a chance, and it should be taken, but it bursts through the hands of Dharminder Singh, the captain of all people. And not only does it burst through his hands, it also goes for a Maximo. What a let-off that is for Wafa. Should have been on his way back to the dugouts. Dharminder Singh, he grabs hold of it and it just bursts through. I think he doesn't expect it to come with such power. You can see the frustration written across his face, and that does bring the end of an eventful over. 12 runs coming off it, but importantly for Keefe, the 2 wickets as well. This is where we stand. It's the Ariana Grande final. Probably the final on balance that this series deserves. They finished top 2. There was quite a big gap between the top 2 finishers and Malmo in 3rd, and of course Seaside in 4th. So no surprises really sprung in the finals day so far, but I'm certain that this final will have some twists and turns to come. Ariana Keefe have turned to Salah Khan here to bowl the second over. Warm welcome to everyone tuning in the chat for what promises to be, well, about 90 minutes of non-stop rock and roll cricket. See Paul's there, Dave's there, Golam, Tim Harmer, Johnny He crew. It's great to have you all with us. I hope you're enjoying this fiery start to the final. The perfect start to, of course, the Eurovision weekend as well. Can't go through the final without mentioning that here in Sweden. Before the party starts tomorrow, the party will be starting for one of these sides out there in the middle. You can see how much it means to both sides as well. Don't want to leave anything out there in the middle. No full toss. Salah Khan gets hit to the boundary. It's not often a bad option for a bowler. It's a tough one in the power play with no protection out there on the offside for the left-hander. Delaware Khan whips that away for his first boundary of this final. Reminder, Ariana CC, they won the toss, decided to bat, and might have been ruining their decision at the end of that first over. Could have been a lot worse for them were it not for that drop by the Ariana Keefe captain, Dharminder Singh, out there on the fine leg boundary. As well, there's national pride at stake here as well. Both of these sides, well, they used to be the same team, and as is often the case across cricket in Europe, the number of players get too big for the size of the club, and they split away from each other. Look at that. That's what we want to see in a final. Exactly 50-50 according to the supercomputer. As that one's going to find its way to the boundary. The dive was put in by Dheeraj Malhotra. He kind of fell down in stages here. I think he might have just underestimated the line of this ball. It wasn't hit particularly firmly by Wafa with his reverse hand grip. Malhotra, it did just bounce up on him just a little bit and rolls away into what is now a very quiet construction corner with our friends, the builders, I'm sure, enjoying their weekend. Again, Salah Khan tries to go for that ambitious Hollywood ball, the perfect Yorker, which, to be fair, Nasser was able to execute to perfection in the previous over. That time, though, just slightly overpitched by Khan, the man who represents Denmark on the international stage. Delawar Khan looks like he just wants to take the attack back to Keith here. He's stepping left, stepping right within his crease, trying to change the angles, especially with Salah Khan cutting across him as the left-hander. That's more the better length. If you're going to go for the ambitious Yorker, but you don't get it right, go back to that slightly back of a length delivery. Works well for Khan on that occasion. As we get to the end of the second over, 25-2 the score. And well, we also got to the end of the T20 internationals between Estonia women and Bulgaria women. But the end of that just means the start of the ECIs, 4 of them coming your way tomorrow. Quite an early start for the blue crew and the commentary team there. Rico and Marco will talk you through the action there, starting at 8 AM local time. 4 ECIs followed by another further 3 on Sunday. So it's a long old shift for Estonia and Bulgaria. I think there'll be a few sore limbs come Monday morning. But for now, Estonia are on top. The cricket club are trying to get back on top of this final as that one's lifted away into construction corner. Delawar Khan continues his counter punch alongside Isenala Wafa as Nasser comes back for his second over. As we go on a little ball hunt, I'm not entirely sure. Spot the ball where that one landed. It's difficult to pick it out in the camouflage of the building site. Baluch here just needs to settle down, just go back to that stock delivery. I think if you try to go for that big Yorker every time, the batters will see you coming. Well, when he does execute it, it's pretty difficult to get away as they just are able to scamper through for a single. That's perfect cricket conditions here in Sweden. I think we couldn't have asked for better weather, given it's still very early in the year. And we're, of course, pretty far north. I know they've been struggling with some Baltic conditions over in Estonia. In this perfect cricket weather, also the perfect time to reintroduce Vinny to the box. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going well, and yeah, we couldn't hope for better weather here, could we? 17 degrees. This must be what spring feels like. I know we've had our ups and downs. I mean, you got to expect it, that the weather's going to be variable when you're playing so early in the year in Europe, but it's really nice to come here. And obviously, when we come to these northern countries, it's when the days are getting longer and longer, and yeah, it's a real good feeling in the air. Baluch, though, he's got 4 more chances to add to his wickets, and he won't get one here. It's hit straight. It'll be 1 bounce 4. Thought for a second it might be dragged towards the fielder. Ariana CC. Interesting, even with those early 2 wickets, the fact that they are going at 15 and over, they're still favourites in this game. Dharmender just dropping that catch on the boundary. That was a bit of a momentum shifter potentially, wasn't it?
Well, it's the difference between 6 for 3 and 12 for 2, which is now turned into 38 for 2.
Yeah, left-hand, right-hand, cross-hand combination. Now this is in the air. Baluch goes back and he'll take the catch. So it will get Delaware, who was uncomfortable before, but I bet he is even more so now. It'll be 3 for Baluch in the final, and Ariana CC 38 for 3.
That was a well-held catch. It's a difficult skill, especially as a fast bowler. He's putting every single effort into getting that ball down the pitch, and then he's suddenly going to do a 180 turn, ends up catching that one almost over his left shoulder. It's a great grab to pick up his 3rd wicket, and it's the end of a dangerous batter, international batter in the form of Delaware Khan, as he has to go for 18 off 9.
Yeah, again, trying to pull from outside off against a bowler with this kind of pace, it's a bit of a risky shot, isn't it? Because if it's on you a little bit quick, or if it bounces a bit more than you think, it's probably just going to go straight up in the air, and that's basically what happened. Well, Gujjar's been in pretty good form this week. He started with twin 50s, and this is one time I think you can at least be a little bit careful to Baluch. Just don't let him blast through you here, because there's still 7 overs left in this innings after he's done. That's good footwork there to get inside that. Hello to all of our viewers. Thanks for being patient. I know it's strange when we don't have any cricket on for a while. Oh, by the way, last point on that drop catch, because Dharmender is the skipper, no one was going to give him any dirty looks or say anything, because he knew it was pretty tough catch in the first place. Now, Dharmender is the regular skipper. I know sometimes Baluch would captain when he wasn't in the side this week. Dharmender's kind of the godfather of the club, involved in the Swedish national men's setup as well. Well, that's what being careful looks like when your name is Gujjar. That one's going to be carved away for 6 over backward point. A maximal to get him going.
And what I was surprised with that catch is that it was the captain lurking around on the, what would it be, kind of a fine leg, given that you really want your captain in the thick of the action.
Honestly, Shehzad's down in front of us at long off. I think I'd have him down at deep 3rd.
Yeah.
I just think that is more of a catching position than long off. But now watch this probably get hit straight to long off. Last ball for Baluch in this tournament. Doesn't get the swing back this time. It's still a good return from NASA with 3 early strikes and a very entertaining power play. Ariana CC 45 for 3. And Tina, they've almost passed the 49 that they scored in the final 5 years ago when these two teams met.
You haven't mentioned that one yet, so I'm glad you brought that stat up.
Yeah, 49 all out happens. But did I mention how many Ariana Keefe were all out for in their final against COYMS?
Tell me.
I think it was 26. Leave it with me.
Both of these sides are very much all or nothing. They don't die wondering, so they could put on a big score. They could also wobble. I mean, talking about the importance of that catch, we could have seen a big old wobble if it was 6 for 3 at the end of the first, but they've rallied here quite nicely. Put a little partnership together, these two. They're not going to die wondering as we go into the 4th over, and Sadiq Sahak, the stump murderer, comes in.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good shot, though. It's going to head towards construction corner. So, yeah, Wafa, again, look, for a guy batting with his hands the other way around, it's a pretty traditional cricket shot. Let's watch it on the replay. But have a look. It just sits there and then foot to the pitch of the ball. Pure.
The bit
in its own way.
The bit I can't get my head around is when the arms cross.
Yep.
That's the bit that feels unnatural to me. Because they
always say, scientists are still looking for it. Looked up that scorecard. It was 25 they scored against COYMS. But my point being this: in T10 cricket, every single team, and I mean every single team, will have innings where it just goes completely wrong, and it blows up. I still think the best tactic is keep attacking. Don't have to be totally crazy, but keep attacking. I've seen a lot of early wickets, obviously. But yeah, there's the occasional one in Pack OK, obviously European champions back in 2022. I've seen them get bowled out for like 40. I've seen them get bowled for 60. In domestic cricket, this is as well. Wafa on 15. Oh, a tough chance if you want to call it that. Back at Sahak, who gets a finger or a finger and a half on it. It'll only be a single. We'll bring up the 50 for Ariana CC.
Just got dug out, and it would have been a spectacular one to add to his collection, of course, of spectacular catches after he took that special one on the boundary earlier today. Didn't quite get hold of that one, though.
Good ball here from Sahak, right in the block hole. Kujia has to dig it out. So, well, it is the final of the men's series. It's 24th game of the week. Haven't had any interruptions, which I think is wonderful. Touch wood. But tell us, what are some of the favourite things from this week? And some of the things that we'll remember from our experience. Construction Corner is an obvious one. CCCC.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to CCCC joining ECS in a location near you.
I mean, Sahak's probably responsible for a couple of moments today. The smashed stump, the ridiculous catch out on the boundary, obviously the Bullet 100, but other things like, a keeper keeping with a broken hand. Not something you see very often. An outfielder with a broken hand, same guy, taking a catch. All right, this is going to be up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Good jet. Be hoping he finishes the tournament how he started it. Maximal 6 runs, and we're at 50-50.
I think generally this pitch just has a lot of features. So we've got the
blue pitch.
The blue pitch. I don't think I can go back to green, Vinny. I think
it's very hard. Once you go blue, that's the end of you.
That's the famous phrase. I think it's from the Bible. That
actually it is. Corinthians. Fake step, real miss. So that's the end of the over. It's 58 for 3 after 4. And another broken hand story. We saw Bacha take one-handed because he got a broken left hand.
Yep.
And also deflect indirectly a run out where Bazayubi would throw the stumps down.
I'll tell you what though, one thing that hasn't happened, which we still need to happen, is Stanley making an appearance.
Yeah.
Come on, Stanley.
Where is Stanley? Look, is that a guy just lurking behind? Is that a person or is that a camera?
Could be both. Stanley did say he was on his bike, so I don't know if he's an on-foot person.
Is this Stanley? I think I've got a sighting. It would close the loop. There's someone lurking at the fence, and he asked when the games were. Is that Stanley on the phone? It looks like a Stanley.
Talks like a Stanley.
Stanley, talk to me. Get out the old Zoom. Well, jury's out on that one. Anyway, all right, this is up. It's in the air. Balic is coming in. He's going to get there, and he's going to drop it. He had 3 bites of the cherry, knocked it up. He tried to take it as he was falling. Then it got away from him. And Waffa is dropped here in the 5th over.
It would have been a spectacular one. He made, about 20 meters, tearing off the boundary. And it looked like, for all the world, that he was going to take it on the 2nd attempt.
Look how close he is. He's well inside the circle. I thought second time he was going to get it, but all the technique goes out the window. Once you're on the juggle, you're on your own. That's in the textbook. Next one will swing away, and that'll be it. That'll be a wide. What a great series, though. It's been a great experience being back here in Sweden for the first time since 2023, and being back at this ground for the first time since 2022. I haven't been here since 21. It's great ECN history here as well. One of the first Golden Balls between these two teams as well, by the way.
I'll tell you what, there's also still 2 games left to decide. Not only the ECS final, but it's the horses versus the sports hall. And I believe it's, we worked out it's 1-0 to the horses, isn't it?
Yeah, horses with an early hoof.
Horses feels like it should be a team name in the ECS somewhere.
Well, we've had stallions.
Yeah.
We've had quite a few stallions. Isn't it interesting that you have a lot of stallions? That's a good call, by the way. I think it's definitely okay. But you never have
ponies?
Hanover horses.
The Prague ponies?
Maybe. All right, up in the air. Another catching opportunity. This one will be taken. So the drop doesn't cost them anything at all, really. Not in real terms. And look who it is, the Salah Khan. That takes the catch down there, deep backward point. Waffa, well, he's crossed now because he's got to go in the final at 61 for 4.
So I had a chat with Salah Khan before the game, and he said, "You've been killing me in the commentary box. I've dropped catches, and I had my national team coach on the phone saying, don't drop the catch." I think that point was to me because he got the catch. And Salah Khan, well, if you take the catches, I'll say well done. If you drop them, I'll say not so well done.
Got in trouble for that old adage of calling it like it is. But that was a good catch. slight sun issues. But yeah, he takes it without too many dramas, and he's the old finger gun straight at tee off next to me.
I'll take it, Salah. You took that one. Well done, you.
Batcher comes out batting with a broken hand, which is fairly normal for this tournament. Do you think we could maybe one day just have one-hand cricket where, because I think we've had I think this is ECN and we've had 7,000 plus players. I think we've had 2 players that have only had one arm.
Yeah. Well, you only need
Pretty
one
good.
arm to bowl.
Yeah. It's a good shot, this one, actually. Proper straight drive. And is that going to get away? It does, but he's going to keep it in. I think this is a really good stop. Because the thing is, once you dive, you don't really know what kind of bounce you're going to get. He's fine there. Yeah, no issues. And he never touches the line at all from this point on. So, it's the end of the over. It'll be 63 for 4 after 5. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me. It's been a great week. And I suppose one of the other things I'll remember about this week is it's Eurovision week, and we talked a little bit about it. We talked about the ECN Song Contest and what we might have if the ECN commentators were to be in it. But yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. And also, I think we'll also remember from this week the first ever ECSW in Sweden.
Yep.
And of course, in 2024, Sweden joined the big party. They joined the Euros of cricket for women.
I'm looking forward to catching up with some of them in the World Cup qualifiers, but the weekend promises to be a great festival. Not only Eurovision, but also we've got Gothenburg and we've got Malmo who's coming here. Only 2 games a day, so we're going to take it nice and easy breezy, but I think it's going to be fiery out there in the middle.
I wonder if they'll play their iconic theme song. Oh, that'll be gone, actually. It's going to be Salah Khan, who's having a good final. Gurjer's been a destructive hitter throughout the week, but he tries to swing across. That gets a fairly healthy edge through to the keeper. Happy does the rest at 63 for 5.
Into the attack and straight into the wickets in his second over. Just a chunk off the bat there, and certainly enough to send him on his way as the keeper, Kadir Sadat, takes an easy catch. And of course, it's Hardeep Virk for the other Ariana side. There's the 5th wicket to fall.
Checking out the replay. And, yeah, fairly simple catch behind the wicket. I was going to say, I wonder if Malmöhus will play their iconic theme song, Who's Let the Dogs Out.
Nice.
Stay tuned.
Nice.
Cooking that one up for a while. Here's Bazayubi with the bat. It'll flick away just over the field. That'll go away for 4. Wasn't too far away. Baz lives dangerously, but he's off the mark.
Oh, they don't mind how the runs come at the moment. It was a nice partnership building before Gurjer did fall for 13, but at the moment they just haven't had anyone to push on. Khan goes for 18, Waffa for 19, Gurjer for 13. Otherwise, just single-digit contributions. At least they've still got a bit of time left here. It's only just ticked over into the 6th over.
Oh, well bowled. This is good zip, isn't it, from Salah? All it needed was a catch and a point, and he seems to have gained another 10% in pace. Now, if Kenneth saying talked a little about the Eurovision. Oh, hold on. Is this Stanley now?
Bark if you're Stanley.
Yeah, bark twice if you're Stanley.
Oh, they've looked over.
I think Stanley's a lone wolf. I think I can rule him out.
Lone boxer.
All right, that's in the air. One bouncer. Big throw comes in. Geez, I think that might have been out if it had hit. Now they're on the overthrow. This could be out. And wow, I think it might be. So Bazayubi, I think, is going to get run out here on the old kind of double play, but the second play counts. So that's out. He's out fairly comfortably in the end. Wow, what a crazy bit of cricket. And Batcher straight away with the apology, but Bazayubi's going to have to go. He's already been given out. So it's going to be 68 for 6. And oh, the ghosts of ECS finals past, perhaps rearing their head. Yes, I don't think he realizes he's been given out yet. But yeah, he has been given out. And what a crazy bit of cricket.
Well, Baz is pretty quick along the turf, but if he can't make it in, then the chances are it probably wasn't a run because he's rapid. But still doesn't get there.
He was in danger, so he was the less likely that wanted the second. This came in, that would have been out. But I mean, to be fair, he turned straight away, but it was just a perfect backup throw. Keeper barely had to move, and quick work from Verk to get the gloves off. So it's not often you can be run out on 2 balls. I've seen batters, they should have been run out 3 times one ball and they still bat. Anyway, Sahak gets a bat. Oh, that's not going too far either. Tried to swing across that. And Sahak's off the mark. Hasmul Haq, Sahak coming out at number 8, and there's still over 4 overs. Now here's the thing, they're still expected to get 119. Earlier on, 120 odd was enough to win.
Yep.
That's what they need to tell themselves. They will still attack. Batcher involved in that run out moments ago. Now walks at this, but has to play it with a straight bat. I mean, I often think it's worth, especially at this level on a slightly dodgy outfield, second half of the innings, it's worth taking on those overthrows because you need a clean pickup and a perfect throw. But they happened then, didn't they? 70 for 6 after 6. I suppose it's different when you're 5 out and you lose a run out versus when you're 2 out at this stage and you lose a run out like that.
Well, it's the kind of wicket that you expect in the 9th or the 10th over. Not necessarily one you need to go for in the 6th. I think they're just a bit scrambled at the moment. Oh, Ariana Cricket Club. They just need to make sure they bat out. I know it's a old adage, but at this point you can't afford to leave any potential runs still out there. They've still got the 4 overs to go. Expected score 109. If they get into the hundreds, possibly even up towards 120. And then, as you said, Vinny, they've got something to defend. We've seen it defended already several times this week.
Anyway, here's Safi. Good first over, 1 for 5. Beats the bat first up here. I will say, just looking at these 2 lineups, that Ariana CC, they don't bat as deep as Ariana Keefe. I think that I would be a lot more comfortable if Ariana Keefe was 70 for 6, that they could still kind of go that 15 and over from here. Although, doesn't matter how you get him, this is a little edge, and that's going to fly away for 4. So Batcher with his first boundary. Hello to Paul Horn, hello to you, nice to see you. And don't forget everyone, we've got more cricket coming tomorrow. 2 matches from here and 4 matches from Estonia. I keep wanting to say Bulgaria, but it is Bulgaria playing, but we're not in Bulgaria yet. But we will be there in July.
Andy Mason's not happy with our Peacock Friday offering. Sorry, Andy.
I want peacock suit. I think it's the lighting here.
Yeah,
the lighting's not doing us justice.
I would say this is almost very much peacock coloured.
Yeah. Big swing and a miss and tempted aggressive stumping.
And you're a walking Sweden flag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a walking Sweden flag. I will admit my shirt is block coloured, which isn't something I normally do on Peacock Friday, but it's a special day when I do a Swedish final. I haven't done a Swedish final since 2023 in Stockholm, where we already saw this be an effective strategy in hitting the batter. This one, luckily for Batcher, it hits him a bit higher, flashes the thumbs up. Now he's going to dance down the wicket. It'll be 1 bounce 4, just gets it away from the fielder. Ariana CC, they're going to have to graft here to put a competitive score on the board.
Grafting is exactly what Batcher's done. We know he's a bit of a fighter. We've had so many injuries so far this week, but it hasn't kept any of them down for long. This one went up and down, landed just short of the boundary, so it'll be 4 runs. They're just inching ever closer to the 100 mark.
Couple to go for Safi. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Well, commit to a plan. He jumps outside the off-stump. Batcher, who is batting with a broken hand, so he says, let's let the pace on the ball do most of the work, and he goes maximal, 6 over fine leg. Got the perfect ball for it, didn't he?
Yeah, well, it followed him, so it looked like it would just keep on going and going. He managed to just hook around it. I mean, Usman Safi, he's not the quickest. Tries to go a bit more crafty. See what he comes up with this time. Yeah, goes for the dug-in slow ball.
Yeah, smart bowling as well from Safi. He'll finish with a very tidy 1 for 19. And you see that chat went the opposite plan. Batters often do that, to do one thing. It's pretty likely they'll do the opposite, and they think they're outsmarting you. But anyway, this is what's coming up tomorrow. It'll be Malmöhus in the Hus taking on Göteborg CC, or Göteborg CC if you're speaking Swedish, which I don't, so I'll generally just call them Gothenburg CC. And our first ever ECSW will start first ECSW in Sweden will start a little bit later than our regular start time during the week. So it's 8:45 a.m. GMT, which is 10:45 in Central Europe. It is 2:15 in India. That's about halfway through Game 2 in Estonia. They will start, I would say, early. 8 o'clock Central European time. It is 9 o'clock local there, so it's not so bad.
Well, they've been sparring it up this afternoon,
yeah.
so my sympathy is less than 0 for Rico and Marco and co.
Yeah, I mean, the jet lag will hit me because it is a 1 hour time difference when we head across to Estonia. I'll be heading across on Monday.
My dad genuinely says that. He's like, yeah, well, you know,
That hour.
it's UK time is an hour
I've had
behind.
double trouble. I've gone through 3 time zones because I was in Jersey. That's an
Yeah.
hour behind here. Now we're in Central time zone.
How are you coping? Are you okay?
Brilliant. Uh-oh, this could be a run out. Oh, this is crazy. He's going to get back. I like the thinking from Batcher, but he's never going to make it. It was a brilliant bit of keeping. I know he doesn't glove it cleanly by Sadat, but it's an awkward take down the leg side, and he at least blocks it. He's halfway down, and maybe a quicker throw to the bowler, and that's out. We've got breaking news.
Oh, okay.
All right, straight up in the air, and by straight up, I mean it's gone backwards, and it's gone for 6. Maximo Sahak gets lucky. We'll say Ariana CC seem to have won the luck battle a bit today with just these edges that could have flown anywhere. Quite often they've flown safely, and this one actually gets 6. Do you want my breaking news?
I absolutely do.
I believe Phil G is hosting another hot sauce night tonight, I'm assuming with Danny. And he sent me a picture. I'm a little bit worried. All right, well, this one is also going to go in the air, and it will be stopped. Yeah, it had to go all the way back towards the rope. I thought for a second this might bounce away from him. That's fine. And that's fine when he steps up. Have one more look at this. Just this. Does he
ducks
go
across the
off
boundary, doesn't he?
Let's see, this next foot. Is that on the rope? Too hard to tell from there. I think it's inconclusive. So I think the benefit of the doubt goes to fielders. So it's so far away. I know it looks a bit like he's over the rope, but honestly, so far away, I don't think you could say for sure. But they might have just hunch-based given it 4. No, they haven't. They've got that right, I think.
Because for clarification, you can't take off from outside of the boundary.
Correct, yeah. So you can't take off from the rope or from the ground,
Yeah.
the other side of the rope.
Otherwise, you just have fielders scattered around various bushes.
Snack stands.
Stanley could be one of the fielders for all we know.
Ahotra. He's a dibbly dobbler from way back, but he's been pretty effective, and he's almost saved his best for finals day. Yeah, Phil's sent me a picture of the hot sauces they're using. It. I don't want to go into it because it is the final. I don't want to take over, but I will just mention it briefly that they've done a couple of these hot sauce nights. Oh, wow. How's that gone there? It's a brilliant bit of batting once again from Batcho. He gets a little bit of length to work with from Dheeraj, and he just escorts it over the boundary for 6. You can see Happy's not happy. He's saying, hey, put it outside the off. Don't let him do this. So he actually motions with his glove there, the keeper. To be fair, it probably was off stump or just outside, but it ended up over fine leg.
He just gets that little in drift, and that's exactly what Batcher was hoping for, just to be able to lift it away. Anything a bit straight, he would have been in trouble. Lovely shot, though. Gets them closer to the 198.
Wants it again. He's going to get it again. So he got the length to work with. Line don't matter. It's all about the length, baby. It's the end of the 8th over. The 100 comes up as well for Ariana CC. It's 102 for 6.
Tell me more about the hot sauce.
So Danny and Phil, who host lots of great events in Prague, quiz nights and the like, they had this hot sauce experience. Not a challenge, it's an experience. So you go and you get like 2 nuggets per sauce, and there's 10 sauces. So I think you can have one. There's enough 2 per person at the table, and they say, here, try this sauce.
What kind of nuggets are we talking?
Chicken nuggets.
From McDonald's, or?
I believe they were not a recognised brand. I don't know, actually. But it wasn't really about the nuggets.
You can see where my heart goes, straight to the nuggets, not the sauce. But anyway, continue.
They get progressively hotter, and about number 8 it peaks, and then 9 and 10 is a little bit of an over the peak. So it's a bit of a, I wouldn't say dessert, still a bit spicy, but do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's an experience.
It's so hot that it's almost not hot anymore.
Let's just say the first one was an experience they did like last year. So Hart probably happy with one here because Batcher's got the hot hand. I'd say there's 105% chance that Batcher's going to get outside off stump here and try and flick to fine leg. I'd actually have the fine leg back. I mean, why? If he's broken his hand, why would you have long on, long off? He's already looking, saying, hey, he's almost Babe Ruth call him a shot from the Yankees in the early 20th century. I'd actually genuinely have 2 deep fine legs to him. I'm not joking.
They've put one out, haven't they?
Well,
They've put Salah Khan there.
One's better than none. Will he try it anyway? No, goes in the wild chance. So you made him change his game. Smart captaincy there. So the first one that they hosted in Prague, let's just say the audience turned on them around about between sources 6 and 7.
No.
Wait for it. Oh, slower ball where he just rocks up and bowls slower, and that worked. So Batcher with a couple of misses here in the 9th. Backed himself into a corner.
What's the opposite of a well-disguised slower ball?
Yeah, I used to, in year 4, that was my slower ball. Just running really fast and then just worked all the time.
Oh dear.
2 dots. That one was held back a bit as well. So this is brilliant stuff. It's amazing. Why wouldn't he just... He's thinking he can't play that fine leg shot. But I'd still try it. Yeah, still good luck fielding it. It's going to fly. Yeah, anyway, source 8 broke the back because that was the hottest one. And I know it because I'll tell you why in a minute. But there was like a mutiny. All right, up in the air. Batcher. He's going all the way back, but he will hold the catch. So Batcher is going to go. Nasser Baluch takes the catch. And a brilliant setup from Sahak, who kept things really quiet. We had 3 dots that led to that wicket. It's the 7th for Ariana CC. It's 103 for 7.
It ends up being quite a costly over for Ariana CC because he just kind of got psyched out from it, didn't he? Nasser Batcher, it was working so well for him. Could have just kept on going. It would have been really unfortunate if he did go for that shot and picked out the only fielder down there. Instead, he goes down the ground with a broken hand and doesn't quite have the distance on it, but it's a nice catch in the deep by Nasser. Knows exactly where the boundary is, snaffles it, and that's the 7th wicket to fall, 103 for 7.
Arabzai comes out, only 7 balls to go now. Got to swing at this. He does, gets full toss and he puts it to the boundary. So Arabzai gets off the mark, slight misfield in the front row. It will be the end of the over, 107 for 7. So can they maybe get that 120s again with a good last over here? 7 down, you certainly take 120 something, but then you're going to have to bowl and field really well. Did seem for Ariana Keefe almost everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong when they were batting earlier as well. 3 for 32 for Baluch. Wickets for Salah Khan, Sadiq Sahak, and also Usman Safi. Malhotra, will he get trusted with another over? I suppose it won't be him because he's not moving towards the middle. It looks like they'll go Deva Chandash here in the last. Anyway, to finish the hot sauce story, we'll say they didn't take part in the night. That's nice, isn't it? Maybe this is Stanley. Maybe Stanley's a four-legged friend.
Maybe Stanley
different kind.
is all of us.
I was going to say, maybe Stanley is the fan that was inside us all along. Or maybe it's just a guy that was too scared to come and see us. Anyway, this is going to be short and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Sahak attack on. This time it's Azmal Sahak who starts the 10th with 6 runs. Yeah, so finishing across, I have to weave all my stories together at the end, but Phil G and Danny turned the crowd and they were yelling as much as they could. They were breathing fire though in the crowd. There were walkouts.
What were they expecting to happen?
There were walkouts. There were incidents of, let's just say, a personal nature that transpired that we won't go into in this time slot or any time slot. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Oh, Ballard's running a country mile. He won't get it. He's trying to stop the 2. Oh, they're not even trying. I think you got to try 2 there because Sahak was hot. Arabzai does have a boundary off the only ball he faced, though. Yeah, let's just a cleaner quit over it.
Because of the personal incidents, presumably.
Enough said. The next one, they toned it down somewhat, but it's still pretty hot. I did the second one.
I like the idea of the cleaner just taking one look and being like, nope. Here's my resignation letter.
Yeah.
Dear
They wrote
me.
it in. All right, down the ground. Aluch. Oh, slight fumble. I'm a big advocate of just touching the ball 3 meters inside in case you fumble. You get so much more wiggle room. You can see there, got away from him briefly. That's a couple of balls to go. Anyway, I did the second one. It was awesome.
What level did you get to?
No, I did them all, but I was there. At one point, I was in the bathroom running the tap straight into my mouth after 8. I did it though.
They need to get some kind of milk sponsor.
Yeah, well, no, they give you stuff, but I was just willing to try anything.
Sounds like you.
Yeah, that is me. But it was great. And there was also a bizarre incident that I don't want to get into. There was a vegetarian option. There's little cauliflower nuggets, deep fried cauliflower. And one table was ordering these. I'm like, fair enough. Uh-oh. Swing and a miss. Still 1 ball to go. So if you're going to do that, what's the idea? The idea is you're going to try the sauces. They were hoarding the nuggets, and they took them home at the end of the
They
night.
just wanted a free meal.
What? Anyway, let's get back to the game here. With a 6 here, it'll be 123 if they were to do that. Well, they will hit it up. There's 2 here. Keeper wants it. Challenging catch. Drop. There's 2s. Nobody left the stumps. Might as well keep running. It's a race. Race to the stumps. And the keeper wins it. So it'll be 2.8 off the last ball. It's 119 for 8, and that will make it 120. Nice and even. 120 runs between Ariana Keefe and the ECS trophy. And Ariana CC will have to do the double. Basically a similar target that they set before against Ariana Keefe. But Ariana CC, if they want to win their first European Cricket Series, they need to defend 119.
Ariana Keefe, they got past 118 set by Malmo in that qualifier too. And they need to go just 2 better in the final, but we know that anything is possible in the final. It's about a par score, probably just below par, especially knowing the batting lineup that Ariana Keefe do have, but it could have been so much worse for ACC as they lost 2 wickets in the first over as both the openers fell, and really it should have been 3 as well. That should have been a sign of things to come, as there was one bullseye hit there.
There's the old attack from behind, wasn't it? Not something that you see very often at this level. But Balic was a difference maker. But I mean, also went for 32. That was one that Menda couldn't quite deal with on the boundary. Understandable. Construction corner got a look in. But yeah, Balic did his own work this time on the court and bowled. So, I mean, these wickets helped. But Ariana, at least they have a competitive score. I mean, it's very different to when they got bowled out for 49 5 years ago, where you knew they had basically no hope. This time, they're going to need to do similar to what they did this morning. Ariana Keefe, obviously, they'll want to make sure that they're better this time. But yeah, earlier on, 115 is what Ariana Keefe made. So they'll need to make more than they did this morning in order to win this game.
It will be a tough ask against, of course, Ariana CC, who will do everything in their power to hold firm with those 119 runs. And they did just keep on chipping away. There was some tidy catches on the boundary, but a few occasions, Nasser Pacha in particular, he played that sweep along to the fine leg boundary perfectly. That was a Baximo. Doesn't matter how they come, especially in finals. These were the back-to-back 6s. We thought, well, just keep going, Nasser. That's your shot. He hit it for 6. He hit it for another 6, but then they set a fielder back. If you're hitting it for 6s, though, just keep going.
Got scared off it, didn't he? I mean, you don't stop driving down the ground because there's a fielder there. Or maybe you should because that one got caught. But you know what I mean? It's easy with hindsight. I mean, look, his 27 was pretty important as they trotted along past the 100. And then it was time for the old race. And, I mean, the ball almost started spinning back on the drop catch. He had plenty of moral support there, Hardeep, as he would beat Arabzai back as they were attempting a third. Arabzai did hit a 4 while he was there. But it's one of those innings where nobody was really able to go on with it. Batcher, the captain, ends up top scoring with his 27 off 16. 19 for Wafa and 18 for Delaware made starts but couldn't go on with it. Sahak with 18 towards the end. Just 8 extras in there, 119. It's only a handful less than the average run rate this week. Feels a bit light on in a final, but I suppose they defended a similar score earlier on today. 3 for 32 for Baluch, wickets for Salah Khan, Sadiq Sahak and Usman Safi. We will take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes to see who will be raising the first ECS trophy here in 3 years. Ariana Grande for a grande finish when we return to Landskrona for more European Cricket Series and the final innings of this tournament.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Welcome back to Sweden, where we're in the final here of this ECS in Landskrona. It's the Ariana Grande rivalry once more, and who will make it fourth time lucky? It's Ariana CC. They've got the runs on the board, 119 of them. Probably just around par, if not a little short. But we've seen throughout this week, actually, that these kind of scores around the 120s can prove to be tricky to chase. That's exactly what Ariana CC are hoping. As for Ariana Keefe, they want to go out there and chase it down to lift that coveted ECS trophy. Interesting to see who opens up here for both the batting side and the bowling side. There's a wealth of options, and it looks like it will be Mohamed Atif, the bowler who we often see opening up for ACC. As for the batting side, it's the combination that they've used so far for today. Ihsan Shahzad is out there with, it looks like Samuel Hakguja. So they have changed it. Remember in the previous game, it was Sambit Patanak who was out there. And well, by my it certainly is the number 11. Yeah, it's number 11 actually, Sambit Patanak. Sorry, getting my Ariana's mixed up already. As we go into the first ball, that one's clubbed down the ground. Cause of catch it, but it's going to drop just short of the rope and go for a one bounce four. So it is the recognisable partnership of Shahzad and Patanak to open up for Akif. Shahzad gets his side up to the ideal start, clubbing that one down the ground. So it's an easy equation. 120 runs is what's needed, exactly 12 per over. They don't need to go big straight away here, do the batters. That's well fielded in the covers as Sahak there puts everything on the line to stop that ball, and done himself a bit of a mischief in the meantime. Gets a pat on the back, he loses his cap, gets that replaced. Hasn't called for the magic spray just yet. Did well though, because that was going to be destined for the rope. Shahzad gets himself off strike. That one should be cut off on the boundary, with Sami Ibrahimkil doing the work out there. It's an intriguing little total that ACC have put on the board here. It's very similar to the total actually that Akif had to chase down in qualifier 2. On that occasion, they did it, well, not without incident. Someone's clubbed down the ground. Big hit from Shahzad as that clatters into the camera gantry. And we're going to have to see if everyone's all right, because we heard that crash bang wallop. Well, the fact that the camera was able to track the Grizzly suggests that we're all still standing. That was a vicious hit from Shahzad, straight down the ground. Yes, no, maybe. It's like the Colosseum. As it's the thumbs up of approval for Shahzad. Thumbs up for the safety of our friends at Two Circles. Well, is he going to go 2 in 2? Shahzad looks in no mood to take prisoners here. It's well bowled though from Atif. Cramps Shahzad up for room. Still manages to get that one through for a single though. There's again a blistering start. You can probably hear on the effects mic as well that there's a good little crowd in as well. They're roaring their teammates and friends along. It's a fierce rivalry that's been reignited once more here on the blue turf of Landskrona. Slow ball comes out, but that one's been hit up and away, and it's us that's in danger this time as that one goes over the igloo and the circus tent. And this time Sambit Patanak getting in on the Maximo action. That's a big first over for Ariana Keefe. Goes for 19 runs. The dream start for them. Remember, the run rate was about 12, well, exactly 12 at the start of the innings. That's already dropped down. As well, it wouldn't be a final without a few twists and turns, and the biggest twist of all would be if it finishes in a golden ball. Of course, someone who remembers a finals day golden ball as if it was just a week ago is Vinny, and we could have the same here.
Was only 41 matches ago, but yeah. Geez, I hope everything's okay in the tower. That was a proper Rule 1 threat, wasn't it? Anyway, Shahzad started well. He's going to drill this. I'm glad I'm not stopping it. Luckily, I'm not. It's a Yubi that does the fielding. Hey, so yeah, Kroom has actually done, I'll show you this. He's done a bit of an AI of what it would look like with us singing at Eurovision. Check that out.
That's horrifying.
You've come up well. You got a strong jaw. Never noticed it in real life. Your AI version.
I'll take that.
I thought we were just frozen as well in time. But tonight, well, it's skewed up in the air. Well, it's a bit of a dodgy one. Oh, he's caught it. How has he caught that? It's Waffa. Maybe he caught it with his hands the wrong way around. I'm not sure. He was third in the queue. Came round the back. They needed something to happen, Ariana CC. And it's the crosshand bandit that does it. Have a look at this. Looks like there's one fielder set under it, and then there's like a proper Bermuda straight line at this point, the I formation, and he just snaffles it, looking straight into the sun. He's got Delavar Khan there. He's got Yusuf Babak there. He spikes the ball. That's an amazing catch. Patanaik, fresh out of luck, out for 7 in the final. It's 20-1.
It looked like it would have been a slow motion trip to the hospital for one of those 3 fielders. In the end, it looks for all the world that Waffa has just completely overrun it. And he hasn't. He just sticks out his hands, this time the right way round, gets hold of it, and then launches it into the turf in celebration. It's a big, big wicket after that first mammoth over for Ariana Keefe. It swings again as ACC pick up their first.
Dash. Oh, I thought he almost gloved that. It's going to be a wide anyway, I think, for line, but it's also the one for the over. Have a look at this one take off. Given a wide on height, but they needed something to go their way, and it's almost a freakish catch. There were so many distractions, the sun, the other fielders at Waffa, it's almost like he bought a ticket in the meat raffle and ended up with it in his hands and sticking. Well, this is in the air, this is catchable, it's taken. Basayubi is a good fielder, and Dash goes for a golden in the final, and how quickly your life can change in the ECN universe. There's the early wickets. They were after 2 of them. Ariana CC still playing from behind. Keefe, 21 for 2.
It's just been a bit of a brain fade second over from Ariana Keefe. They had such a good first one, went for 19. It's just a time for them to consolidate and get into their work. Instead, they've gone flashing at the big shots, and twice haven't made it to the boundary, haven't even been close. And this time a bit more of a comfortable catch for, well, a standout fielder so far in this series, Baz Ayubi, and he wasn't going to miss out on that occasion.
Yeah, that was more of a standard catch. I love this about the Waffa catch saying, great take considering it looked like a 3-man crash. 100%. Well, that's a pretty good looking shot first. Boy, you're going to absolutely nothing for it. As that Salah Khan comes out. This one wouldn't have looked out of place at Lords, where I know you have played before. This time, it's just worth 0. Go straight to the fielder. Well fielded.
I don't remember the construction corner at Lords, though. Maybe
They got the hill, right?
It's an outrageous slope.
Is it?
Yeah, when you're out there in the middle.
I've never seen cricket there, but I have been there.
It feels like you're playing cricket on a cruise ship.
Oh, that one's hit into the gap this time. So Salah might have saved his best for last. I thought he was good in the field, good with the ball. And he just provides the counter-attack here off Sahak. So is the pitch, even like the pitch has a slope? Like even like the centre strip?
Yeah,
or is that fairly flat?
That's also on a bit of a slope. It's not.
Because they've always talked about bowling down the slope.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, but how? I mean,
it's the most pronounced is if you're fielding at the one side, so in front of the stands one side, and it looks like you're uphill, and you are uphill to the other side.
Oh, it's a loose shot though from Salah, but he gets away with it. End of the second over. Pretty good one there from Asma ul Haq Sahak. And the score is 25 for 2 as the game takes a turn in the second with 2 wickets, including that of the in-form Debachan Dash. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow. Set those alarm clocks because Estonia, Bulgaria will play the first of their T10s in the morning starting 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 11:30 in India. I will watch the first innings from bed. And Rico and Marco taking you through the action. And now, maybe we should ask the chat. Have you enjoyed Marco so far? Those of you that have been tuning in. I like the energy he's bringing, but yeah, give us your feedback and what you think he's doing well, what you think you'd like him to do. Maybe needs a catchphrase, but that always comes with time. I don't think you rush these things.
It's got to be organic, isn't it?
Exactly. It's got to be organic.
Much like the watermelon rub that Rico's having this afternoon.
Well, that's a good shot as well. This time Shazad, who's started well, going to bang that one off the brick wall. 4 runs and, yeah, I mean, almost too big to fail this Ariana Keefe batting lineup. I think I mentioned they have 11 genuine bats in their side, or at least 9.5 that would bat in the top 6 in any other team. So. All right, that's in the air, but that's the luck factor. This time Shazad will skew it away to deep third for 4 more.
Shazad is never one to just play the delicate shot. He swings and he swings hard, and you sometimes make your own luck, especially in a final. It's not the first time we've seen the ball fly away over the keeper's head. This time not quite enough for the Baxamo, but another 4 runs to the collection, and that run rate still comfortably under 12.
Last over the power play here, don't forget as well. So yeah, Shazad's there to move things along. He'll be taking big chances here. Tries, he's laid on it. We'll get over the top. That'll run away for 4. It's rock hard outfield. And Wafa, who pulled off a bit of a freakish catch just about an over ago, had to watch that one sail over his head and go for 4.
Just skips away, not quite got the aim on it to get the second goal for the horses. Certainly going in that direction.
Yeah, still 1-0.
Yeah.
Horse versus building.
We've got the camera is set up as like a centre back.
Getting excited. And I don't think this is an LBW. Will be called a leg by Ariana CC from here. I think any possible chances, you need to take them. I just think with this batting lineup that they're facing, and Balich obviously hasn't batted yet. He's the one that scored 100. No, Proximo might have said there hasn't been a high-scoring thriller, but I will remind you that Ariana Keefe chased down 157 on opening day after being 1 for 1 in the first over. After the first over. That's well bowled. Good lines there.
I just like the Keefe balance. They've got the left-handers, they've got the right-handers, they've even got Hardeep Virk, who's not usually seen to something like 6 or 7. He can hit a long ball. 83 of them he scored in game 18. And that's a higher score than any of the Ariana CC batters have managed all week. And that kind of shows their power.
Well, that's in the air mid-off. It come up out of this, into the circle, I should say. So it's a very intelligent shot. Plays that with a straight bat. I think often he would hit this to the leg side, but he was very aware of the field. You can see the mid-off in the circle there. Salah, international player, and showing a bit of class there, showing a bit of cricket IQ, as there will be 4 boundaries in the over, all 4s plus a leg by and a dot. That's 17 off that over, 42 for 2 at the end of the power play. But if you actually look at Ariana CC in the first innings, they were pretty similar. In fact, they were 45 for 3 after 3 overs.
The trouble was there for Ariana CC that they had a few thin overs after that. There was a 5, a 7 and a 5. So not exactly the acceleration you'd like to see in the second part of the innings, mostly as well due to the fact that ACC kept on losing wickets at regular intervals. And that'll be something that probably won't bother Ariana Keefe quite as much because of the depth they have, especially someone like Ihsan Shazad. He only knows one way to play. He's already scored a 29 off just 8 balls earlier. He's got a 25 off 9 here.
Uh-oh, it's a huge beamer from Wafa first up, who was excellent earlier on. Only conceded 9, but he's going to have to deal with a free hit as he almost knocks Shazad's head off first ball.
Shazad is extremely keen to stay at that end as well. He says straight away to Salah Khan, no, stay there. I want to use the free hit. Good delivery though.
Get away with it though, so gets a free pass there. It's almost like he can clear the slate and start again.
I think there's a lot of chatter in the field here for ACC. They know they don't have too many runs to work with. They're just trying to get the field just so Just maybe trying to delay to put off Salah Khan just a little bit.
Well, mistimes this pull slightly, a bit slow to get going, but they'll get an easy single. Yeah, and Keith big favourites here. I mean, they have won 2 of the 3 battles between these two teams. They didn't win earlier. That's why they had to go the hard way through Malmo into this final. All right, well, that's a bit of a miss hit, and that's the luck factor. That's the little hole just behind the umpire. It's too shallow for the outfielder to come in and turn it into a catch. They do say everything evens out in the long run. Just some of these key shots that might have resulted in wickets in the earlier game today, just falling safely. Still plenty of cricket to be played, though. Well, he's nicked it onto his leg. That was, almost went onto the stumps. Also, wasn't too far from carrying from the keeper as well. So again, that's another one. It's lucky. I mean, you'd be unlucky to be out, but unlucky things happen. Oh, reaches for this. There's a lot of just random yelling going on right now. I wonder what Waffa was yelling at here.
I think he thought there was a
Hits
nick on
his
it.
shot.
It's very much just a bat along the ground situation. I think Salah Khan's saying, what are you talking about?
He's saying, please wait till I finish yelling before inquiring. Oh, yeah. Waffa. He's firing, isn't he? And yeah, despite starting with a ball, it was aimed straight at the forehead of the batter. He only concedes 3 off the over. And I suppose one of them was a leg by, so call it 4 off the over. And it's 46 for 2 after 4. Outstanding stuff from Isanula Waffa. Worms are dancing.
That sounds like a Eurovision song. Dancing Worms. Be next year's entry for, I don't know, Denmark.
Should ECN just have its own, like we're our own country in a way? We should have our own entrant. Who's it going to be? I think I'll host it. All right, up in the air, catch a ball, caught. Shazad goes now for 26. Bazayubi has been brilliant in this series for Ariana CC. That was a miss hit. It flew away to the offside, but it was taken. Not an easy one at this time of the day, and we're back to 50-50 here. It's 46 for 3.
Just skewed off the side of Shazad's bat. It's a big wicket. He goes for 26, and he was given a big old send-off as well from Baz Ayubi, who's into the attack, straight into the wickets. A nice friendly tap on the back, though. That was Nasser Batcher, who, well, says thank you very much. Probably just saying thank you, Shazad, for hitting that one straight up in the air. Delaware Khan risks permanent blindness to take that in the final. Slow ball. Baluch is the big obstacle. He's going to bang the first one over the leg side. Maximo Nasser's away, and the 50's up for Ariana Keefe. He is remaining the only Centurion in this series, and it's going to stay that way because of the amount of runs still required. He hasn't fired since then. Now would be as good a time as any. Chopped on. He's gone. 6 and out. Ayubi gets the breakthrough, and Nasser Baluch, he is a huge wicket, and he has fallen second ball. This has had more twists and turns than a ball of old rope. It is 52 for 4. That's the 3rd time in this series that Nasser Baluch has hit the first ball to the boundary and has got out second ball. It's becoming a bit of a curse. He's a 6 and out risk. Centurion's curse right there. Wow, how many twists, even in a 2-minute period. I mean, Baluch went out there. He was the one, he pulled off that 157 chase pretty much single-handedly on Monday. Ariana CC, they've never won an ECS. They've done a lot of things. They've qualified for an ECL. They've won the Swedish T10 Championship domestically here last year. To be honest, he makes his own bed here. He stays leg side of the ball. He's very front on by the time he hits it. And it's the good line from Ayubi that creates the false shot. Here's Happy. Couldn't fire earlier on today, and he's going to miss the first one here. So I'm a little bit surprised they batted him as high as 6, just on the fact that he didn't really fire in the earlier game. I thought maybe they wanted to try a couple of other options first. But, yeah, this is a real doozy at the moment.
Now slower ball, well executed from Ayub. He's a very clever player. Wow. So they've gone from, when Baluch hit that 6, I think they were up to around about 55, and now in a couple of balls later, they're 39. Keith. Stop ball this time. Puts the pace back on. Just a single. Very entertaining 5 overs. That means there's only 5 overs to go, and we'll have our winner. Which Ariana side will it be? Stay tuned. It's 53 for 4.
This series has had so many low-scoring thrillers that it's only fitting that the final will be decided with another low-scoring one.
That's true. Hey, let's have a look at the Premier Division. I know we talked a fair bit about Sweden. This is the ECC men's, but then we look at the other groups as well. I mean, Germany. Everyone's got a tough group, but Germany, Spain and Scotland at least get seeded because they went in the final 5 last year, but all the other teams are just drawn at random. They're all very, very even. So Germany have Ireland, 11, Romania, Belgium, Norway and Greece in their group. Nicked and gone, another one goes down as Hardeep will have to go swung across that one. A little scratch, and Waffa gets some reward. He's kept it so tight here on finals day. And Lightning striking twice with this Akif batting lineup on finals day. It's not a shot that's going to win too many beauty pageants. It's 53 for 5.
And it's a just reward, I think, for Waffa, going for just 3 off his first over, comes back and picks up a wicket off the first ball of his second, and it's a big one. Hardeep Virk, he's got into the runs the last couple of days, but misfires here in the final. It's the 5th wicket down.
To be honest, it was the fact that he couldn't score quick enough and he chewed up balls that probably cost him a better chance of winning that earlier game. So maybe him not sticking around too long could work in a funny way in Akif's favour. This is fielded by the, oh geez, he's going to run himself out, literally. As Salah Khan basically fields this accidentally, gets hit, bang, hits both legs, then has to run. It bounces pretty close to him. Bowler jumps on it. They'll get through for 1. Just feel like this might be the ultimate exchange here. The last 5 minutes we've seen, these critical wickets lost. They are not dead yet, but even that's gone straight to the fielder. They had kind of little fragments of luck, Ariana Keefe, but even in that shot, once again, if it's 2 meters left or right, it's probably going for 4. And for a guy who's 9 off 10, he's actually striking the ball pretty well here, Salah. Waffa, though, having some sort of finals day. This time, we'll drag it to the leg side. It will be fielded only a single. Momentum game, isn't it, at the moment? And Ariana CC have it.
You can see there's 11 fielders out there for ACC and probably about 25 different opinions flying about how they're going to go about this. You can see that time fielded on the boundary and immediately has something to say to the bowler.
That one's hit pretty well. Field it. Has to do the work and does. So good, yeah. Does the work out there. Remember Ariana CC, they did qualify for the ECL this year. They were in that unfortunate group E, that didn't get to see a live ball in their groups. Never ever happened before. I don't know if it'll ever happen again. I hope not. And they're wearing their ECL kits proudly here that they never got to wear competitively at the Carter Oval. Well bowled. Can't do much with that. That's a fantastic finals day from Waffa. So he finishes with figures of 1 for 6, and he only conceded 9. So on finals day, he only conceded 15 runs in 4 overs against Ariana Keefe. Quite amazing. 56 for 5 after 6.
Waffa has certainly stood up and been counted. Of course, he chipped in with a few runs as well. So certainly if the MVP was decided on just finals day alone, he'd put his name into the hat. Of course, it's that kind of time where we start talking about MVPs as well. But for now, both teams just have the eyes on the main prize, and that's the ECS trophy. If Akif want to get over the line, they need 64 off the remaining 4 overs. That one's chopped away, and it will go the distance. I think it's gone a bit finer, maybe towards the goalpost. Either way, though, it's gone for 6. And Akram Shahzad into the Maximo action here.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Momentum's funny, you know when you've got it, but sometimes you lose it and you can't do anything about getting it back. And so that's a 6 to Shahzad to start the over. That run rate required is not out of control. 15 and over. They've got 5 wickets in hand. They've got a long batting order. Ayubi goes the distance first ball. Now hit back. Bit of work for the outfielders here. But well cleaned up by Waffa. But I mean, Waffa's catch earlier in the final as well. Maybe he's making a late charge for MVP. I know what you're saying. Maybe he didn't play. I know he didn't play the first day. But just not too many bowlers could boast that kind of a record, especially under the pressure. And then you throw that catch in. Scored a cameo 20-odd today. There's 6 runs, though. This game is not over yet. This time, Salah Khan is going to launch it. Yeah, we can see it just behind the pile of rubble, which is kind of resembling what the middle overs were like for Keith batting-wise. At maximal 6 runs.
Well, it's interesting, this whole series, correct me if I'm wrong, no bowlers have got themselves in the Hall of Fame. Have we had a hat-trick or a fifer?
No.
We've had
good
one.
point.
We've had 1 century.
We had a fifer in Estonia, Victoria Frey. But, yeah, good point. But I think that's because there's a brand of cricket that sometimes where, you know, there's so many different players that they're relying on. So even the batters that get to 50, they're not thinking 100. They're thinking, I'm just going to keep going as hard as I can. Nicked and gone. It's another wicket. Ayubi with a slower ball. And he took the bait, didn't he there? Tried to hit it to the leg side. Salah Khan tried to repeat the dose. So another 6 and out in this response. And a good take from Sadat behind the stump. You see, he did pick it and he held his shot back a bit, but still misjudged it. And that's it. Another crippling blow. This innings is on life support for Arian O'Keefe now. They're 69 for 6.
Just lost his shape on that shot. You could see his eyes light up. He picked the slower ball. Just played all down the wrong line. Probably playing the wrong shot as well. Could have just lifted that one over the covers. Went to hit the varnish off it, and it was a good catch. Tumble and roll by the wicket keeper.
You need someone to step up and have a heater here. And it could easily be Safi who's coming out here at number 8, which is very low. First one is a wide down the leg side. So, you know, margins don't matter here. You just got to attack. You got to be looking to be that guy. You are going to need that ounce of luck, I think. But you need to at least control what you control. Looking to score. Slower ball, hits it well. Maximum, a good start for Safi. And I just got a 6th sense, Tina. There's still a little bit of life left in this game. There's still players there that can pull Arian O'Keefe out of this. I know Ariana CC, they're not taking anything for granted. They know how good Safi is.
Well, we always said that the one thing that set Arian O'Keefe apart is their batting depth, and they've got to tap into all of it here in this final.
He's bowled, it's another 6 and out. How well. Ayubi is going to chip in with 4 wickets in the final. 4 for 27. And O'Keefe just keep getting kind of thrown, don't they? 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and this time it's Safi going back. He'll only score the 6 in the decider. It's 76 for 7.
Ayubi was absolutely pumped with that one. Safi was fuming. He did well to just tuck the bat under his arm and walk off, because Baz was right up in his grill telling him what he thought about that one.
Yeah. Is this that revenge 5 years later? Let's have a look, and I think you're exactly right. He's straight down the wicket saying, I'm owning the blue pitch right now. Shizad. He's still there. Let's have a look at what's coming up, by the way, tomorrow with Malmöhus versus Gothenburg City in the ECCW. 2 matches Saturday, 2 matches Sunday, starting 10:45 local, 2:15 in India. All right. So I'm actually just really interested in the required rate. I know the wickets are the wickets, and they're going to have to bat as if they're 1 down. They don't have any choice. Slot machine, 77 for 7. Malhotra, he's a good bat. I mean, another day he bats 3. And he's got immense pressure on him here. Batcher, the Ariana CC skipper, coming in. Not able to get any bat on this one. Just gets cramped for room. So, yeah, Batcher, he's been brave as well, hasn't he? Playing through injuries. A lot of players have. I mean, these players would know more than anyone the thrill of playing on ECN, and Ariana CC, they were, I'm sure, very, very disappointed not to be able to get on the park competitively in the ECL. But even, you know, Farah and O'Keefe have qualified for an ECL as well. The other teams, we haven't seen the blue pitch for 3 years. Another dot. 43 off 15 now. Malhotra probably needs to take a risk sooner than he'd like, given the fact that that required rate's just crept out past 17.
Also, maybe then the cricketing gods are just. If ACC managed to get this over the line.
There's the risk. He steps across. He gets the 4. So smart play from Malhotra. Needed to manufacture something. And he does get this one away. It's a very Batcher-like shot, actually. So he gets a taste of his own medicine. Ariana O'Keefe up into the 80s.
Well, they're probably going to keep someone back now, are they? It's again a question of, is he going to go for that shot over and over again? They have kept someone back on that fine leg boundary. If you're going to go for it, go hard and just hope that you clear the fielder.
Now he's going to be gone. He's caught it backward point. And Malhotra goes 4 and out this time, but the wickets continue to tumble. Ariana CC pouncing on these opportunities. That was well taken by Asma Haq Sahak, just behind point. Malhotra, he's a bit unlucky in a way. He kind of guides it. It's a catchable height. If it's away from the fielder, it's 4, but this one is taken. The Sahak attack is real. This time, it's the Ariana CC Sahak attack, and 81 for 8.
Just as you thought it was safe to go back in the water, the Sahak attack comes back, and it was a brilliant tumbling catch. Came at him quickly enough, and his hat flew off in the process, but the ball stayed comfortably in his hands.
Well, here's another Sahak, Sadiq Sahak, coming out to bat for Ariana O'Keefe. He had a question, how many 6 and outs have there been? Well, there have been 3 6 and outs and a 4 and out there. That was Malhotra. I think they're asking, why is this a wide? But I didn't think it hit him. It hit the ground near his foot. And he's saying, but it hit your foot. And he said, Classic cricket banter.
Cutting words, wasn't it?
All right, last ball of the over. And it's gone. It's 9 down. And Ariana CC are 1 wicket away from the championship. It's a perfect Yorker. As Batcher, who's played through plenty to be in this position, will finish the over. And Ariana O'Keefe are down to their last batter. It's 82 for 9.
Dead-eye delivery again. And that's actually been a trademark of, well, both of these sides, but Ariana CC at the moment are just aiming for those stumps, playing the classic game of you miss and I hit. That's exactly what Sadiq Sahak did. He goes for a golden duck. It's very much last orders in the last chance saloon now for Ariana O'Keefe.
Jeez, 17 wickets in this final. And I think sometimes people, we have tournaments like Jersey that are very batting heavy, and okay, that's just the way it is sometimes. But I think you can get carried away thinking that it's impossible as a bowler. All right, in the air and 6. And I tell you what, a few more of those, and this game could come back to life. They need 38 off the last 2, but it's just magical, and O'Keefe are back, but they're basically on the higher wire without a safety net now.
That's the captain who's come out as well, Dharminder Singh. Of course, he's at the non-strikers end. He's feeling pretty helpless at the moment.
Probably one of the best number 11s that you will get at this level. I mean, he can bat. It's quite unselfish, I think, batting himself for 11. Oh, in the air. That could be 4. It will be 4. Oh, are we loading for an ECN thriller here? A 6 and a 4 with 9 down. Shahzad keeps his team alive.
Just squeezed that one out. I thought that might even be the end because he went for that crushing Yorker to Delaware Khan. But not only did he keep it out, Shahzad, he squeezed it to the boundary. 10 coming off the opening 2 balls here from Khan. It's on a knife's edge here.
Delaware searching for this 10th wicket in the championship. It's hit and it will be stopped. Now the issue is also you cannot take any sort of dodgy runs. You run out and that's it. You're gone. But so this is important because Dharminder can't just be a passenger here. He won't be. 27 off 9. I still think he needs to look to hit a boundary. I mean, you can look to do it maybe along the ground, maybe be a little bit more risk averse, but just try and make good contact, see what happens. Go straight. Could this be it? It could be! And Ariana CC have won the European Cricket Series here in Landskrona. Their first ECS championship 5 years after they were swept aside by Ariana Keefe. They get their revenge. They get their moment on ECN that was so cruelly taken away by the weather in the ECL 25, but they are thrilled. They are ECS champions.
Congratulations to Ariana CC. And what scenes out there in the middle. It's like winning the World Cup as the kids are being hoisted up in the air. Smiles all around, high fives, and why not? Because in the end, it was a comprehensive win by 26 runs. They just blew through the strong Ariana Keefe batting lineup, and they didn't have any answers. Ariana CC take home the trophy.
I think it would mean so much to them to be in those ECL kits that they were so thrilled to be presented with. You can see the work never finishes. And yeah, Batcher, a notable exemption from the push-ups with his broken hand. But you know, to wear those ECL shirts and to play competitive cricket in there, they lost both of the matches against Ariana Keefe in the qualifying stage. So to come back on finals day, to beat them twice, and actually beat them pretty comprehensively in the end, 26 runs in the final, and to take all 10 wickets, and they will be very proud of their efforts. For Ariana Keefe, though, I mean, you've got to say they brought so much to the tournament. They are a side that, of course, do have that ECS trophy back in 2020. They also have made an ECL group final in 2023. So I think it's important to remember. Now, you know, the rivalries, I know sometimes they can boil over, but that's just competitiveness. I think all these players, they want to have cricket and competitive cricket at their level in their country. And the split has allowed that to happen and created this rivalry, created these stories. And look, today it's Ariana CC that win the day, but I know they'll have plenty more battles this season and moving forward. And of course, there's still that ACL 26 qualifying spot on the line. Award ceremony is going to come up after the end of day highlights. But Tina, what a wonderful final. What a twist we had there. We thought Ariana CC a bit light on for runs, but they go ahead and take all 10 wickets.
It was the Ariana Grande final, and boy, did it deliver. It's good to see the handshakes as well between Ariana Keefe and Ariana CC. It's easy to be gracious in victory, not so easy in defeat, but Ariana Keefe, they've shown themselves to be a force to be reckoned with here in Sweden. And, well, that one was certainly a force to be reckoned with for 2 circles.
Power down.
I think the scaffolding is still shaking. And well, it was a good enough start, wasn't it? Especially with Isan Shazad. But then there was the Bermuda Triangle with the catch. And Wafa, he'll be up there for player of the day, I'm sure.
I mean, any one of these that go down, you might lose the game. That's the thing. They had to be, I won't say perfect, but they had to be pretty close, I think, if they were going to do this, because these guys hit the ball so hard. I can't actually remember a catch going down in the second innings. I think they took pretty much everything that came their way. But any one of these batters for Ariana Keefe could have been a match winner. But Ariana CC, they created and they took opportunities. That's what good teams do. And Bazayubi actually player of the final. Fantastic effort from him, I thought, with his 4 wickets. But it's the way he did it as well. That was a big moment, wasn't it? Baluch, who's a potential MVP candidate. He went 6 and out. He wasn't the only one. Happy, unfortunately, just couldn't get going with the bat on finals day. Tried to hit his way out of trouble. He got a little feather behind. I mean, there were some authoritative strikes in here, but they just couldn't string enough together to be competitive in the second innings.
Yeah, it was just a few fits and starts, but when you have a high score of 26, and that was Shazad who departed early in the piece, then you know you're going to be struggling. And importantly for ACC, they had 5 bowlers who took wickets, so it was a real team performance from them. They didn't really have, throughout the series actually, players who stood out with bat or ball, but they always chipped in at the important moments. And there it was Nasser Batcher who chipped in with 2 wickets in his solitary over.
One last look at construction corner for the men's series, at least. We'll still be there tomorrow, I'm sure. Maybe a bit quieter. But then this was the 10th wicket. It was a good catch taken down there, and it probably is fitting that it falls into the hands of Wafa, who I think is another MVP candidate. I know maybe didn't score as many runs as he would have liked, but the way he was able to shut down the the opposition bats today, and some of his catching was first rate. It was time to get down and do some hard work. And look, I think it's important to remember as well that all of these players are part of the Ariana family. You know, it's always interesting when teams split up into other teams, and I think over time they'll really come to appreciate this rivalry and these stories they're creating. And one day they'll be old men and be talking about a game like this, which does go the way of Ariana CC, with Ariana Keefe needing 120 for victory. Nobody able to get past the 26 from Ihsan Shirzad. Akramuddin Shirzad with 21 not out was left not out at the end, but a pretty comprehensive performance from Ariana CC. They were ruthless in the field, weren't they? And they end up winning this final by 26 runs. And it's hard to pick a favourite there, but some very good bowling performances from the Ariana CC guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Baz Ayubi, he chipped in with 4, but I think he was able to ride on the good bowling that came before him. In particular, Ismail Wafa going for just the 6 runs. And even someone like Azmal Sahak, who only actually bowled the 1 over in the end, he went for just the 6 runs and picked up the 2 wickets. He probably would have come back later in the piece, but the fact is that they didn't need that final over as Ariana Keefe skittled in the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable tournament. And I know we'll have the trophy ceremony pretty shortly, but I want to thank everyone here for being such great hosts. And I'm so excited. I'll be blue when this ground's no longer in use, because I did hear that potentially this ground may not be usable for a lot longer. They might be looking to move it, but I just said, please take the blue pitch with this.
Keep it blue.
Keep it blue, because it is so unique. I got to say, just before we get to the formal award ceremony, but to Adnan, for everyone here looking after us, everyone that has really made us feel so welcome, to the players. I think they've put their bodies on the line. It's not easy out there. No. When we get out there, we were having a bit of a hit around, and you realise, geez, these balls are really coming. They are very hard, and we're out there for 5 minutes. They're out there for 5 days. Yeah. So it was quite incredible. And yeah, Ariana Keefe, I know they'll be disappointed to finish in 2nd place this time, but again, they'll log it. They'll come back. I know that both these teams are certainly in the frame for ECL qualification for next year as well.
I'll be excited to see them both, hopefully on the blue pitch somewhere and at the Cartermore Oval. I think they've really been a credit to Sweden. I think it's also fitting that someone was bowled out in the final. We've had quite a lot of wickets throughout the series, and to have another low-scoring thriller just felt fitting for what we've seen all week.
Yeah, definitely. And I think sometimes people do get carried away, think, oh, but it's so easy for the batters. It's so easy. They're uncomfortable as well, having to take risks probably more quickly than they would be comfortable with doing in a longer game. But I think sometimes that's an excuse for bowlers just being a bit indisciplined, not hitting their spots. I think a lot of good Yorkers we hit here. I talk about all the time the importance of just not giving the batter too much to work with. Although there were times that certain individuals got away, I think. Yeah, I will say that I think the bowlers had the better of the battle this week. Hey, should we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? Because we've got so much cricket around the grounds, actually, because tomorrow we're going to hand the heavy burden over to Estonia. Probably just before I've got to go there and take it myself, actually. But we've got 4 T10s, Estonia and Bulgaria tomorrow, and they start pretty early, 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. So set your alarms, just note that time, 6 o'clock GMT, convert that to where you are around the world. And of course here we'll have Malmöhus versus Gothenburg City. Gothenburg CC. I'm going to keep making that mistake. There is a Gothenburg City as well. But Malmöhus versus Gothenburg CC, or Göteborg CC, in the ECSW. And again, more history because it's our first ever ECSW here in Sweden. Hey, great job. One big thank you has to go to you for carrying the burden, which you carried with amazing professionalism. Honestly, I keep getting so many messages about you, which normally would be concerning, but it's just warming my heart how well you have and how quickly you've become a part of this ECN community, and how much everyone absolutely loves you. They love your style. They love your observations. And yeah, we're still getting to know you, but we like what we see, and hopefully we get to have more of you. And obviously, for your first week in Sweden, so far it's been pretty memorable.
The weather has been beautiful. It's been beautiful sharing the igloo with you again, and thank you as well to everyone in the chat for keeping me company on those 2.5 solo days. But There's no replacement for having you by my side, Vinny.
Well, he said 2.5 days. Let's go to half days tomorrow because we've just got
Deal.
we've got the 2 games. We will have a responsible Friday night and we'll celebrate. Still got some work to do. Eurovision is tomorrow as well. Don't know if you realise. You've been
Might have
watching
mentioned
the broadcast. But yeah, don't know if we'll be able to hit the sauna tonight, but that is the theme of the song. I can hear the music, which says that we're about to look at the best bits of finals day, but you can stay with us because I'll be hosting the trophy ceremony pretty shortly. But for now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxo, behalf of Tina Goff and all the crew here, a final reminder to like this video if you're watching on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. So I'll see you at the trophy ceremony, and then Rico and Marco, they've got the crack of dawn shift tomorrow, and then we'll be in for the ECSW. But for now, enjoy these best bits of finals day. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, hasta mañana.
See you tomorrow.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back and
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the ECS Landskrona here in Sweden. Thank you so much for your company. It's been wonderful to be back. Now, personally, I haven't been here since 2021, but I know that as ECM, we haven't been here since 2022. It's not because we haven't wanted to. The fact is that with your help, I suppose, as well, back in 2020, we have more and more locations and more countries that want to host European Cricket Series. Sometimes we have to be fair as well to try and get around and spread European cricket around. But when I look at you guys, and particularly the two teams here, you're pioneers. I remember one of the very first Golden Balls right here. It was something very, very special. And the history that you've created over the last few years on ECN. But I do want to congratulate all the teams this week. I know 5 teams qualified for this tournament. I know that even more teams, I think 15 teams, tried to get into this tournament, which is a really good sign for cricket in the Skåne region. I know that it's a very competitive part of the country with the cricket, and you have rivalries also with the Stockholm-based teams as well. But I think it's a very good landscape in Sweden. We have so many clubs and so much competition. So my first thank you has to go to the players. So to you guys, thank you so much. We know how difficult it must be once you do qualify, then how you're going to organize your job and your family and picking up the kids and all these things that you need to do, and the travel as well. So we realize what it takes to be a European cricketer and the sacrifices. So we honestly thank you. I also want to say a big thank you to Cricket Sweden, and I know we have Palia here today, and she'll be helping with the presentation. But we value our partnerships very much, and we value our partnership with Cricket Sweden, and obviously the fact that they are the host federation here, that we will now have 2 Swedish series this year. It's wonderful to be back, and going to shorter series allows us, I think, to travel to more places. And so the fact that we can have 2 series again in Sweden, I think, is great. So big thank you to Cricket Sweden. I know that Nadia is here as well, and I've got to say Adnan as well. I've got to say big thank you to you as a couple for making us feel so welcome, for feeding us, for getting us around. You've gone over and above. And so I would say on behalf of the Blue Crew, a huge thanks goes to you as well. So thank you so much. But also to everyone that helped drive us around, that got up early, whether it was to drive us here or whether it was just to play, it's been a huge effort. I want to say, great to see so many youngsters around. And I always love it. When I see youngsters and they know who I am, I say, that's great, because they must be watching. And if they're watching, that's great, because they're learning that cricket is a sport in Europe and it's growing, and that one day I hope I'm commentating you. I hope I'm not too old. That one day I would like to see you out there on a blue pitch somewhere, making your own history. So to the youngsters, it's great to see you. And like I said, tomorrow we have the ECSW. It would be great to have as many families and as many spectators down as possible. And that goes for everybody. Okay, I do want to move on, but a couple of quick thank yous. I got to say to the Blue Crew, Marzi, and etc. Big thanks to you this week. Again, they're long days. I think everyone realizes that now, but you've been top class, dealing with a few gremlins, I think, in the middle of the week, but a great job. I love working with you, and we will just keep on doing what we're doing. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, with just a 2-game day. That'll be interesting. In particular, I want to say to Steph and the umpires, I think it's a very, very difficult job when you put under the TV scrutiny, but you guys held up really well. The fact, actually, we didn't talk about you a lot, which is sometimes a really good sign as well, because I think that you had confidence in your decision making. I know that some of you are taking this probably a bit more seriously now, rather than playing mostly. So I wish you all the best. And it's really important, I think, that you have good umpires that allow you to play good cricket. And I think it's one less thing to worry about. Something that's improved a lot in our ECN era. So to the umpires, a big thank you, and best of luck for the season. Last thank you, I've got to say, has to go to our TV crew, who are miracle makers. Even when things seem like they're going wrong, they find a way to keep the show on the road. So I know we've got Valentines, we've got Christiana's here, the young gun. We've got Anders pushing the buttons somewhere in the truck. They are amazing what they were able to do. Sometimes they even almost get hit with the ball, like in the final here. But they are amazing. Lately, they've had to do sometimes 3 or 4 sets of events around Europe at the same time. So to still keep that quality up is amazing. So to Two Circles, a big thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, I do want to get on with the trophy part of the ceremony and the presentations. So obviously Hissingens, they narrowly miss out on the 4, but to even qualify for this tournament, when you think there's 10 teams that would have loved to be in here, they had their moments as well, winning a couple of games along the way. So they finished in 5th place. Obviously to Seaside, then Malmö, they were competitive. They were pretty similar during the week actually with the results, but there were, I think you guys would know, those that are standing here, from the final, you never had an easy game this week. I think you always had to be on your toes. I think that's what shorter series bring as well. It means you have to bring your A game every time. As far as the runners-up, well, I mean, Ariana Kiev, a team that I know a lot of fans love watching you in the ECL, and the sort of cricket you were playing was a very kind of Swedish brand of cricket, very attacking, very kind of fearless, I think is the word. And I think you know now, you've played enough cricket to know that any game anyone can win. You just kind of hope that the fate is on your side. Obviously, it wasn't in the final today, but the courage you showed in that 157 chase, and that was quite amazing on day 1. But cricket's like life. You have your ups and your downs. I wish you the best for the season. I know you'll be trying your hardest to get back to Spain as a club for ECL 25. Right now, I'd like to invite Dimenda, the captain, to collect the silver medals from Adnan and Nadia. Please put your hands together for the runners-up of this series. Ariana Keefe. Before we get to the winners' medals, I want to mention the MVP. And this was very difficult this week. You know what was very interesting is some series, it seems the scores are up here, some are down here, some it's unpredictable. And this is an unpredictable venue. I think the average score was about 123, which with the balls we're using now is not as high as some other places. But I think the bowlers actually showed that you have the ability to do some things within your power to slow the scoring down a bit. And sometimes a bit is enough. I loved the amount of Yorkers I saw hit. I loved that, you know, batters, even batters that we're in, you could force a mistake. So I think that's something that, even though some things as a bowler, you might just tear your hair out. But also I think a lot of the times the fielders would back you up with some important catches. We saw that was very important on finals day as well. And so it goes to a guy who I would probably call him a bowler, but he did something pretty amazing with the bat in this series, including his first ever ECN century. It's Nasser Baluch, the MVP from Ariana Keefe.
Congratulations, well played.
Yeah, it was a very hard one to call, but we just felt if there's one player you could pick on your team this week, sometimes when it's very close with the numbers, and the name Nasser just kept coming up. And I know Nasser was picked to play for Team Europe in the Western Shield, and unfortunately sustained an injury in the ECL a couple of years ago. It's great to see you back playing. He's still a young guy, I think. So hopefully you can work hard towards that selection again, and I wish you all the best for the season. Now let's get on to the winning team and Ariana CC. If there was ever kind of a team that the viewers were feeling for, it was you. I think after the ECL, and to not play a ball, it's never happened. Okay, and again, like everything, or like some things in life, you can't control it. But you took it with good grace and philosophically. I think you must be very proud to qualify in the first place, obviously, and quite a lot of you hadn't been there before. So you got a taste of it. I'm sure you'd like more. But I suppose the next best thing is to pull on those shirts that you've earned and to perform out here in the European Cricket Series, which is still a very, very good standard of cricket. Yeah, to think you were able to pull that two kind of performances like that in the rivalry today, I think showed a lot. It was great to watch, I'll be honest. It was a great match, very unpredictable, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. I think what made the difference in the end, I suppose, is really, sometimes we say, bat for show, bowl for dough. I think your bowlers hit your spots and your fielders held your catches, even some almost impossible catches. I don't even know how you did it. So I want to wish you all the best, obviously for the domestic season. Continue the rivalry, and I think the rivalry is in a good place, that you should enjoy it, you should embrace it, and I wish you all the best for the season. I'd love for you to go up and collect your gold medals. Please welcome your winners of this European Cricket Series. You can all come up. It's Ariana Cricket Club. Who was that? You can both do it if you want. No, it's up to you. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. And again, great to see so many youngsters. Okay, well now the time is, you might have to come together a little bit. You can come together because you're going to want to enjoy this moment. It's time to hand over the trophy. Congratulations. On behalf of all of us at ECM, we wish all of you a wonderful season ahead and a wonderful cricket season in Europe. But now it's time to hand over the trophy. Where's your skipper? Where is he? Can't see him. There you are. You're sneaking in. So come and collect your trophy. Please welcome the winners of this European Cricket Series, Ariana CC. Once again, the European Cricket Series continues to write new stories, new chapters. I mean, the Ariana Grande is something that I think we could be seeing in 30 years' time. We'll be talking about it. It's a big moment for them right now. But really looking forward to tomorrow because we have a big weekend of women's cricket, including our first ever ECSW here in Sweden. And of course, we'll start the ECIs in Estonia. But for now, it's Winnie Sounder here, Mr. Max. On behalf of all the team at ECN, stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you soon. Right back here tomorrow, in fact, for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.